Chapter 429. His tone was the most gentle whisper in the world, and his gaze was filled with deep emotion. However, the crown princess still felt a chill run down her spine. Her entire body was frozen in place, and it seemed as though she could not say a single word. Prince Ning gently caressed her face and quietly said, "Lin Lang, ever since the day you and this prince caused Xiao Heng's death, you have already been unable to clear your name. Could it be that you still don't understand this logic?" The crown princess' gaze became fierce. "I did not harm him. It was you. From beginning to end it was you. It was you who followed me to the directorate. It was you who killed him." Prince Ning raised his hand and patted the back of her head. "If it was not for you calling him out alone, how could this prince have had the chance? Admit it, Lin Lang. You are also an accomplice in causing his death." "I am not. I have never harmed Aheng." The crown princess reached out to push him away. "I don't want to see you." Prince Ning's hand that was patting the back of her head suddenly tightened. "Lin Lang. Lin Lang. Eh? Chuning, why are you here? Where is the crown princess? Didn't you go with the crown princess to the imperial study?" Not far away, the crown prince's puzzled voice could be heard. Immediately following this, Chuning replied with a guilty conscience, "The crown princess The crown princess coldly looked at Prince Ning. Prince Ning fiercely and silently said, "You know what you should do. Don't anger me. You cannot bear the consequences when Lin Lang." "You let go." The crown princess staggered and nearly fell to the ground. What was that sound? Because they were too close, in the instant that Prince Ning let go of the crown princess, the crown prince had already walked over. He saw the pale-faced crown princess and the gentle and calm Prince Ning. He furrowed his brow, as he instinctively did not like his own woman standing with another man, even if that man was his own older brother. Eldest brother? He strangely walked over. Prince Ning smiled and said, "Father ordered me to go to the imperial study to meet him. Coincidentally, second sister-in-law was coming out of the imperial study and we ran into each other." So that was the case. The crown prince secretly thought that he was overthinking things. Ning Wang was his elder brother. Even if they were not from the same mother's womb, they still had the same father. Lin Lang was his younger sister-in-law. How could there be anything between them? The crown prince came to the crown princess' side and held the crown princess' hand. Feeling the coldness of her fingertips, his brows furrowed even more. "Why is your hand so cold? I've already said that you're injured. If there's anything, you can report it to Imperial Father in a few days. Imperial Father gave me the girls' school, so I should take care of it carefully." As the crown princess spoke, she felt King Ning's death stare. She imperceptibly withdrew her hand from the crown prince's grasp. "I'm fine, just a bit tired. Your Highness, let's go back." After the Mid-Autumn Festival, the weather seemed to have suddenly turned cold. The wind in the morning and evening carried a hint of the chill of autumn. The crown prince took off his cloak and draped it over the crown princess, carefully tying the ribbon for her. Ning Wang stared at the two with a burning gaze. The crown princess grabbed the crown prince's hand and gently moved it away. She took the ribbon herself. "I'll do it myself." "Oh." The crown prince was a bit disappointed. He wanted to do these small things for Lin Lang. However, with his elder brother here, it did not seem good for them to be too intimate. He turned to look at Ning Wang. Ning Wang's eyes had already regained their gentleness. He said, "Elder brother will go back first. Since you've been summoned, then go quickly." Ning Wang paused and turned to look at the crown prince who was leaving with the crown princess in his arms. He said, "Why don't second brother come with me to see Imperial Father? It seems that something has happened. Even the Imperial Guards have been mobilized." "Is that so?" The crown prince was a bit hesitant. Ning Wang smiled. "Forget it. If you want to accompany second sister-in-law, I'll go see Imperial Father myself." When he said this, his gaze unintentionally swept across the crown princess' face. The crown princess felt an endless threat. She clenched her hand and said to the crown prince, "Your Highness, you should go take a look." The crown prince said, "I'm worried about you." The crown princess lowered her eyes and said, "With Chunying accompanying me, what is there for your Highness to be worried about?" In the end, under the crown princess's persuasion, the crown prince reluctantly went. After he went, he found out that Xiao Lulang had been captured by assassins and his whereabouts were unknown. Imperial Father wanted Ning Wang to lead troops to look for him. Since he also went, Imperial Father also gave him a group of troops. In the middle of the night, he could not return to the Eastern Palace to accompany Lin Lang. He had to search for Xiao Lulang aimlessly on the streets. The crown prince was extremely sullen. Really, isn't he just like Xiao Heng? He's not the real Xiao Heng. Why does Imperial Father think so highly of him? He even made me, the Crown Prince, lower my status to look for him. At this moment Xiao Lulang, who the Crown Prince was painstakingly searching for, was quietly lying on the bed of Princess Xinyang. Gu Jiao helped him change the last infusion bottle. It was already late at night. Gu Jiao and Long Yi were quietly guarding him in the room. Gu Jiao was sitting on the edge of the bed and Long Yi was sitting on the beam of the room. After finishing the infusion bottle for Xiao Lulang, Gu Jiao was lying on the edge of the bed, unable to resist her sleepiness, and fell asleep. Long Yi's eyes were wide open from beginning to end, like an owl that did not sleep. After an unknown amount of time, the entire Vermilion Bird Avenue quieted down. Only the steady breathing of a few people remained in the room. Suddenly, the door of the room was gently pushed open from the outside. A spotlessly white embroidered shoe stepped over the threshold and silently landed on the floor, which was as bright and clean as new. The elegant golden skirt was like floating gold leaf on the surface of a lake, slowly meandering across the room. Xiao Lulang was in a daze from sleep. He wanted to open his eyes but he didn't have the strength. While half asleep, he felt a gentle and white hand press against his forehead. He didn't know whose hand it was, nor did he know whether he was dreaming or not. That hand pressed against his forehead for a while, then left. When Xiao Lulang completely opened his eyes, he only saw Gu Jiao lying on his side, sleeping. His hand was held in Gu Jiao's hand, and Gu Jiao's other hand was pressed under her body. In this position, no matter what, she couldn't free her hand to touch his forehead. So, was it just a dream? It was pitch black and he was only half awake. For a moment he didn't realize where he was. This environment, this atmosphere didn't make him feel disgusted, but it also didn't make him feel unfamiliar. He pulled the blanket over Gu Jiao's shoulder, then took out the hand that Gu Jiao had pressed under her body. He closed his eyes and fell asleep again. For the time being, Gu Jiao didn't announce that Xiao Lulang had escaped danger. In her dream, she only knew that someone had hired someone to plot against Xiao Lulang, but she didn't know who that person was. The other party didn't know that Xiao Lulang was safe, so they might be frantically searching for Xiao Lulang's whereabouts. As for Princess Xinyang, she didn't seem to have leaked any information about Xiao Lulang. At the first glimmer of dawn, Gu Jiao returned to Jade Water Alley. She had to let her family know that she was safe. While she was at it, she packed a few sets of Xiao Lulang's clothes for him to change into. Actually, she wouldn't be afraid if the mastermind had been caught, but now that they were in the open and the enemy was in the dark, it was hard to guard against them. Gu Jiao thought it over. It was safer here with Princess Xinyang. As long as Princess Xinyang didn't chase them away, she would pretend not to see the slight disdain on her face. What Gu Jiao didn't know was that right after she left, the Crown Prince consort arrived. She came to visit Princess Xinyang. At the same time, she also wanted to confirm something with Princess Xinyang. Princess Xinyang slept late last night and didn't close her eyes until dawn. However, the servant girls in the courtyard recognized the Crown Prince consort and understood that she was someone Princess Xinyang cared about, so they still invited her into the courtyard. This servant will call Lord Yujin. The servant girl was furious. The Crown Prince consort said, "No need. You can go do what you need to do. This consort will go find Yujin." Yujin was currently drying clothes in the inner courtyard. She held the position of 6th rank official in the Household Orders Department of Princess Xinyang's estate. 6th rank wasn't considered too high a rank in the capital, but it was a different story if she was Princess Xinyang's trusted official. For as long as the Crown Prince consort could remember, Yujin had been by Princess Xinyang's side and was one of Princess Xinyang's closest people. Lord Yujin. The Crown Prince consort walked over and greeted her politely. With Yujin's status, there was no need for her to personally do this kind of drying work. The Crown Prince consort couldn't help but take a second look. Then she froze. It was a man's clothing. Princess Xinyang had hidden guards, but the Crown Prince consort didn't believe that Yujin would wash the clothes of a hidden guard. Has the Marquis returned? The Crown Prince consort's first reaction was that Marquis Xianping had returned to the capital to reunite with Princess Xinyang. Even though they didn't get along, they were still husband and wife. It wouldn't be strange for Marquis Xianping to come here. Oh no. Yujin shook her head. She didn't know how to explain. This was Xiao Yulang's clothing. After a night of thinking and observation, Yujin could more or less confirm Xiao Yulang's identity. But, the princess hadn't said anything yet, so she couldn't say it now. When the Crown Prince consort saw that Yujin couldn't answer, some rumor she had heard flashed through her mind. Princess Xinyang and Marquis Xianping didn't get along. Marquis Xianping was promiscuous outside, and Princess Xinyang also. also had her own gigolo. Of course this was just a rumor. The crown prince consort never believed it. But this man's clothing, don't misunderstand. It's not the princess, it's me. Yujin decided to take the blame herself. A strong hint of astonishment flashed through the crown prince consort's eyes. Yujin cleared her throat and said, "Please keep this a secret for me, crown prince consort." The crown prince consort came back to her senses. Speaking of which, this Lord Yujin was an extraordinary woman. She had never married. If she was outside, she might be criticized behind her back. But because she was in the Princess Fu and had Princess Xinyang's protection, no one dared to embarrass her. This could be regarded as a good opportunity to win over Yujin. The crown prince consort smiled and said, "Lord Yujin, rest assured. I didn't see anything today." With crown prince consort's words, "I'm relieved." Yujin simply smiled, more unsightly than crying. Princess Xinyang was still sleeping, so she couldn't wake her up. The crown prince consort asked herself whether she had such big face, so she decided to come again another day. She bid farewell to Yujin, and when she passed by the room of Princess Xinyang, she heard movement inside the room. She thought that Princess Xinyang had woken up, so she intended to enter the room to pay respects to Princess Xinyang. But Long Yi, who had jumped down from the beam of the room, firmly blocked the door. Chapter 430. Crown Princess recognized him. That was the shadow guard who would rather give the 1,000-year-old ginseng to Gu Jiao than to her. Crown Princess still remembered that kind of embarrassment. If this kind of disobedient guard was in the East Palace, he would have already been driven out by the Crown Prince. Crown Princess maintained basic courtesy on the surface. "I'll have to trouble you to pass on the message, I want to see the princess." Long Yi didn't move. Crown Princess choked, "I haven't seen you and I shouldn't have done anything to make you unhappy. Is there any misunderstanding between us?" Long Yi continued to stand still. Crown Princess had never seen Shadow Guard Long Yi, so she didn't know that Long Yi was also one. She only thought that this person was deliberately opposing her. She thought that if Princess Xinyang really woke up, then she should have heard the movement at the door. Since she didn't come out, then she shouldn't have woken up. Forget it, why would she bother with a shadow guard? She didn't lose her status. Crown Princess turned around and left. Just when she walked out of the courtyard, she unexpectedly encountered Gu Jiao, who had rushed over from Jade Water Alley. Crown Princess was startled. "It's you? Why are you here?" "You are..." She looked at Gu Jiao and again looked back at the house behind her, then asked with uncertainty, "Here?" Gu Jiao sized her up, clearly also wanted to ask why Crown Princess had come here. Crown Princess indifferently said, "This Empress is asking you a question." Gu Jiao raised her eyebrows. "Do I have to answer if you ask?" Crown Princess had hit a wall with Long Yi, so she had a belly full of anger. And now, being ridiculed by Gu Jiao, she couldn't help but become somewhat angry. "Miss Gu, you have the love of Empress Dowager and His Majesty, but how long will this love last? In the future, after Crown Prince ascends the throne, I will be the Empress. I have no intention to make things difficult for you, but you also shouldn't leave yourself with no way out." This familiar tone, this exact same choice of words and sentences. Where did she hear it? Ming Prince. So to say, in this world, how could there be a wall? How could there be a fire that could be wrapped in paper? When a person had an inexplicable relationship with another person, their every word and action would unconsciously reflect each other's habits. Yujin's appearance broke the tense stalemate in time. "Dr. Gu is here. Please come in and have a seat." She smiled and said to the Crown Princess, "Dr. Gu is the doctor this servant invited from the medical hall to treat the princess. So that's how it is." The Crown Princess withdrew her gaze from Gu Jiao's face. "Then I will come to see the princess when she wakes up." With that, the Crown Princess stepped over the threshold. The moment he brushed past Gu Jiao subconsciously asked, "Does Xiao Liulong's disappearance have anything to do with you?" Gu Jiao asked casually. Unexpectedly, the Crown Prince consort's body stiffened due to her guilty conscience. Gu Jiao perceptively caught her abnormality and grabbed her arm to pull her back. "Speak clearly." The Crown Prince consort's back hurt from slamming into the wall. Even worse, this posture caused her to feel offended. She said coldly, "Impudent." The guilty conscience in her eyes did not escape Gu Jiao's eyes. Gu Jiao grabbed her lapel and unceremoniously pushed her against the wall. She looked at her coldly. "I don't care if you are the Crown Prince consort or the Empress. Don't force me to do it." "You dare?" Slap. Gu Jiao backhanded her and slapped her to the ground. Eugene sucked in a cold breath. The accompanying Eastern Palace guards charged in but were kicked out by Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao grabbed the crown prince consort from the ground. Who did it? Was it you or did you have an accomplice? The crown prince consort gritted her teeth. I didn't do anything. Let go of me. Princess Xinyang was startled out by the huge commotion. Stop. Princess Xinyang's long hair was loose. She should have just gotten out of bed and didn't have time to dress up. Gu Jiao would not stop. This time, it wasn't a small matter like using a cat to scare her husband. She really almost took her husband's life. She was very angry. The consequences were very serious. Gu Jiao grabbed the crown prince consort and pounded her to the ground. Princess Xinyang had never expected that Xiao Heng would marry such a rude and unreasonable woman. She sucked in a cold breath. I told you to stop. Didn't you hear me? If you continue like this, I won't be polite. Gu Jiao was also angry. Do what you want. This girl's ability to anger people to death without paying for it was the same as Long Yi's. Princess Xinyang clenched her fists and shouted, Long Yi, pull them apart. Since Princess Xinyang gave the order, Long Yi had no choice but to come out. In order to prevent Long Yi from changing the concept again, Princess Xinyang originally intended to say, Long Yi, make a move, but changed it to separate them. Otherwise, she felt that Long Yi might make a move on the crown prince consort. Long Yi flashed out. The order he received was to separate them, so he had no choice but to step forward and separate them. He first went to Gu Jiao's side. When he grabbed Gu Jiao, he was like this. Carefully clasping Gu Jiao's wrist, he patted the back of Gu Jiao's little hand as if he was coaxing a child. Then he gently removed Gu Jiao's hand for fear of hurting her. When it was the crown prince consort's turn, his style suddenly changed. His entire mask was itching to say, MMP. Soon after, Gu Jiao saw Long Yi directly fling the crown prince consort away as if he was swinging a pheasant. Gu Jiao, Princess Xinyang, Long Yi indeed lived up to his mission and separated them. Princess Xinyang also didn't tell him to separate them gently or roughly. Princess Xinyang was so angry that her liver hurt. Long Yi wasn't like this in the past. When he first came to Princess Xinyang, Shi Yi was a dutiful dragon shadow guard. It was all because he followed little Xiao Heng that he was led astray by the 3-year-old Xiao Heng. Princess Xinyang was on the verge of exploding. Long Yi looked at Princess Xinyang and then looked at Gu Jiao. He paused for a few seconds with a serious expression. Then he suddenly grabbed Gu Jiao and disappeared in a flash. Every time little Xiao Heng made a mistake, Long Yi would do this. When Princess Xinyang's anger cooled down, he would bring little Xiao Heng back. This gave her experience, so she didn't want to. Princess Xinyang. She felt that she might become the first master in history to be angered to death by a dragon shadow guard. The crown prince consort was slapped in the face by Gu Jiao. Her face was swollen and she was thrown to the ground. Her arms were full of bruises and abrasions. Princess Xinyang glanced at her and sighed, Come in. Let Yujin apply some medicine for you. With the support of Yujin, the crown prince consort re-entered the courtyard. The status of the crown prince consort was actually very high. She was second only to the Empress Dowager, the Emperor Empress, and the crown prince. Even the legitimate princess might not be more honorable than her. However, Princess Xinyang was a princess with real power. Her husband was the famous Marquis Xianping. Who in the world didn't fear her? The crown prince consort followed behind Princess Xinyang. She thought that she would be brought into Princess Xinyang's bedroom. Unexpectedly, Princess Xinyang turned around and entered another side room. The 3 people sat down on chairs. A little maid came over to dress Princess Xinyang. Princess Xinyang indifferently waved her hand. Go and bring me the golden sore medicine. Yes. The little maid went to Princess Xinyang's bedroom and brought over a bottle of top-notch golden sore medicine. Yujin first washed her hands. Then she took out a clean handkerchief and dipped it in the golden sore medicine. She began to apply it on the crown prince consort's swollen cheek. This kind of golden sore medicine was also bought from the pharmacists of the Yen state. It was extremely effective in relieving pain and reducing swelling. After applying it, it would cool down and immediately stop hurting. The little maid served tea and pastries. There was the crown prince consort's favorite chestnut cake. It was very strange. Xiao Heng did not like to eat this, yet it was the crown prince consort's favorite. The crown prince consort saw that Princess Xinyang had prepared her favorite pastries, and the gloominess in her heart faded a little. Princess Xinyang picked up her teacup and took a sip, asking, Why did Dr. Gu use force against you? Is there some sort of grudge between the two of you? Normal people would either not ask or they would ask, Is there some sort of misunderstanding between the two of you? These words were actually quite clever. If they were asked if there was some sort of misunderstanding, the one who used force was Gu Jiao, and it was Gu Jiao who had misunderstood the crown prince consort, then the blame would be placed on Gu Jiao. But if they were asked if there was any sort of grudge between the two, it would not be a question of which side was responsible. The crown prince consort was slightly startled. She lowered her eyes and quietly said, "Her husband went missing, and she misunderstood that this matter was related to me." She paused for a moment, then continued, "Auntie probably still does not know, but her husband looks very much like Aheng. He is this year's top scholar and is currently working at Imperial Hanlin Academy. His Majesty has allowed him to give lectures to the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince has complained to me many times that Lord Xiao is too strict with him. The Crown Prince has even openly contradicted Lord Xiao. I wonder if she heard about this matter and believes that the Crown Prince and I have a grudge against Lord Xiao and deliberately did something to Lord Xiao." These words were reasonable and logical. They provided a sufficient explanation for Gu Jiao's suspicions. The phrase, "her husband looks like Aheng," seemed to have just been casually mentioned and was not the main point of the Crown Prince consort's words. Princess Xinyang stopped drinking her tea. The Crown Prince consort quickly said, "Sorry, I should not have mentioned Aheng." Princess Xinyang's mood seemed to have instantly fallen. It was clear that she was no longer in the mood to discuss this matter with her. "You can go back first. I still have some matters to take care of." The Crown Prince consort quietly said, "Then I will come visit Auntie another day." Leaving the courtyard, the Crown Prince consort let out a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, the princess did not continue to pursue the matter. Otherwise, she did not dare guarantee that she could continue to hide it. Her original intention was not for something to happen to Xiao Lulang. She also did not expect that Xiao Lulang would fall into Prince Ning's hands. Princess Xinyang had clearly returned. How could someone still hurt Xiao Heng? For years ago she had been careless once. Princess Xinyang should not be careless a second time. Could it be that she had made a mistake and Xiao Lulang was not Xiao Heng? But she clearly heard Xiao Heng call the old chancellor teacher. In this world there were only two people who could call the old chancellor this way. One was the old chancellor's eldest disciple, Li Su. This person had already resigned and left the capital. The other was Xiao Heng. It couldn't be that the old chancellor had accepted Xiao Lulang as his disciple. That year the old chancellor had clearly said that Xiao Heng was his last disciple. But if Xiao Lulang was Xiao Heng, why didn't he receive the protection of Princess Xinyang? Princess Xinyang had returned to the capital for so long. Could it be that he still hadn't acknowledged her? She could understand that he did not acknowledge Marquis Xian. After all, the father and son had a somewhat distant relationship. It was inevitable that he would feel resentful. But Princess Xinyang was very close to him. He had said before that the person he cared about the most in this life was his mother. Moreover, when she mentioned Xiao Heng just now, Princess Xinyang's expression did not look like she had regained her son. Chapter 431. The Crown Prince consort closed her eyes. Either Xiao Lulang really wasn't Xiao Heng, or Xiao Heng hadn't recognized Princess Xinyang yet. The Crown Prince consort's mood was incomparably complicated. Crown Prince consort. Yujin's voice interrupted the Crown Prince consort's thoughts. The Crown Prince consort came back to her senses and asked politely, "Lord Yujin, what's wrong?" Yujin said earnestly, "Regarding Dr. Gu's matter, I asked the Crown Prince consort to give face to the princess and forgive him. There is no cure for the princess's heart disease. It was only after meeting Dr. Gu that she was finally relieved." Hearing this, the Crown Prince consort frowned slightly. "Wasn't the 100-flower pill effective last time?" Yujin shook her head. "To be honest, that wasn't the effect of the 100-flower pill. It was Dr. Gu's medicine." The Crown Prince consort clenched her white hands. Yujin said again, "Crown Prince consort doesn't need to take it to heart. In the princess's heart, you are the person closest to her. It's precisely because she views you as family that she doesn't treat you as an outsider." Who wouldn't be happy after hearing these words? The Crown Prince consort smiled generously and said, "Don't worry, I'm not such a petty person. I won't tell His Highness the Crown Prince and Father Emperor about today's matter. If they ask, I'll say that I was careless and injured myself." Yujin held the Crown Prince consort's hand. Only the Crown Prince consort is so considerate of the princess. That's right, only she was sincere to Princess Xinyang. Regardless of whether Xiao Lulang was Xiao Heng or not, and regardless of whether Gu Jiao was Princess Xinyang's daughter-in-law or not, she was the person closest to Princess Xinyang. After Long Yi carried Gu Jiao out of the residence on Vermilion Bird Avenue, Gu Jiao thought that he was going to take her out for a stroll. Who would have thought that Long Yi would directly throw her into the princess residence? Gu Jiao had never been to the princess residence, but this didn't prevent her from recognizing the words on the plaque. Gu Jiao expressionlessly looked at Long Yi, who threw her into the princess residence. To worry for your future date. Did he even know how to pick a place? There were servants on duty in Princess Mansion, but the movement of Long Yi was too light, so no one noticed that someone had entered Princess Mansion. Gu Jiao sat on the chair, and looking at Long Yi, who had jumped onto the beam, she asked word by word, "Can we change the place?" Long Yi didn't respond. Gu Jiao, hero, are you saying that the destination and the time of the trip are not allowed to be changed? Let's discuss it again? Gu Jiao thought for a moment and said, why don't you come down and we go to the yard to write? Or can you tell me how long we have to stay here? The princess won't be angry for long, right? From beginning to end, Long Yi ignored Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao tried to open the door, open the window and slip out, but she was pulled back by Long Yi. In the end, Gu Jiao gave up resisting. She slid down on the chair and sprawled out like a soulless salted fish. However, it was from this angle that she swept her gaze across and saw a pile of scroll paintings. She sat up, walked to the front of the multi-treasure pavilion, and pulled out a scroll painting from a large bottle. She untied the ribbon and opened it to take a look. It was actually a portrait of Xiao Lulang, or Xiao Heng. It was a 13-year-old Xiao Heng dressed in white, pure like jade. She opened another portrait. It was also a 13-year-old Xiao Heng, dressed in the clothes of the young chancellor. His style was peerless and his nobility was unparalleled. Whether it was the young duke or the young chancellor, his eyes were filled with starlight. His smile was clean and warm, like the purest piece of jade in the world. Gu Jiao caressed the smiling youth in the portrait, her fingertips tracing his face. It was hard to believe that such a smile had disappeared from his face forever. The light in his eyes was also gone. Gu Jiao rubbed her chest. There wasn't only one portrait and there wasn't only Xiao Heng's portrait. Gu Jiao also saw Princess Xinyang. Princess Xinyang was truly beautiful when she was young and she was also beautiful now. But in the past she was a delicate flower under the sun, exuding exuberant vitality and vitality. Now she had become a silk flower. Beautiful was beautiful, but she was no longer lively. Gu Jiao also saw a portrait of mother and son in the same frame. It was Princess Xinyang, who was in her 20s, and Xiao Heng, who was 5 years old. Princess Xinyang was hugging him, so gentle that time seemed to have calmed down. Princess Xinyang and Xiao Heng didn't have that kind of bad relationship with her parents in her previous life. They used to be the most intimate people in the world, the people who needed and relied on each other the most. Slacking off again, aren't you? This old woman didn't keep an eye on you for a while, and each and every one of you started to slack off. Later on, if the princess finds out, be careful of your skin. Suddenly, the voice of a fierce mama came from outside the room. She walked towards the direction of the sleeping chamber. She came to the door and put her hands on the door. Just when she was about to push open the door, Long Yi suddenly jumped down from the beam, grabbed Gu Jiao and jumped out of the window with her. Caught by Long Yi, little chick Jiao Jiao's face was ashen. Next time, can you let me know in advance? Because of this mama's interruption, the one-day tour of the princess mansion ended ahead of time. This was also very good, otherwise Gu Jiao really didn't know how long Long Yi would hold her head and hide her. But just now, everything had happened too fast, so Gu Jiao didn't have time to put back the portrait in her hand. At this moment, she was still holding the portrait of mother and son in her bosom. In the courtyard of Vermilion Bird Street, Xiao Lulang slowly woke up. He stared at the somewhat unfamiliar ceiling, and for a moment he didn't know where he was. He again looked at the furnishings inside the room, and only after a long time did he react to where he was. He blinked his eyes in disbelief. His mind began to recall the matters of yesterday. He seemed to have been taken away by Long Yi, but he didn't know where he was taken to because he had fainted. Although he had woken up in the middle of the night, he wasn't too clear-headed. Seeing Gu Jiao beside him, he again fell asleep. In the middle of the night, that hand on his forehead, "This young master, are you awake?" A little maid pushed open the door and entered. This was a servant brought back by Princess Xinyang from Fengdu Mountain. Xiao Lulang had never seen her, and she had also never seen Xiao Lulang. She didn't know the identity of Xiao Lulang, only knew that he was a person brought back by Long Yi. Why would Princess Xinyang tolerate an outsider sleeping on her bed? She didn't know and also didn't dare to ask. Seeing the unfamiliar maid, Xiao Lulang's mind suddenly flashed with an absurd guess and he asked, "Where is this? Where is your master?" The little maid said, This is Vermilion Bird Street. Is young master asking where the princess went? Xiao Lulang probed. Princess Xinyan? The little maid nodded her head. Yes. It seems it wasn't like he had guessed. This house didn't have a new master. Xiao Lulang asked again, how long have I slept? The little maid said, half a day and one night. You came yesterday evening and now is the noon of the second day. Young master, are you hungry? The kitchen has stewed porridge. For the time being Xiao Lulang didn't have any appetite, so he paused and asked, where is the princess? The little maid pointed outside. The princess returned to the princess mansion. Xiao Lulang bitterly smiled. As expected, she still didn't want to see him. Chapter 432. The newest chapter of this book isn't finished yet. On the other hand, the Crown Prince Consort planned to immediately return to the Eastern Palace after leaving Vermilion Bird Avenue. Halfway there the carriages got stuck. Although it was autumn, the sun was strong during the day, so the carriage was extremely hot and stuffy. Crown Prince Consort, there's a tea house over there. Let's go sit there, Chunying said. All right. The Crown Prince Consort touched her cheek. Princess Xinyang's wound medicine was indeed miraculous. The swelling on her cheek had actually subsided. Even so, she still wore a veil. Chunying went to the counter to reserve an elegant room on the second floor. When the Crown Prince Consort walked down the corridor on the second floor with Chunying, a hand suddenly reached over and pulled the Crown Prince Consort into a certain room. The Crown Prince Consort paled and gasped, almost crying out in alarm. It's me. That person hugged her waist and rubbed the veil on her cheek with his fingertips. The Crown Prince Consort glanced at him coldly before pushing him away and pulling out of his embrace. Ning Wang wasn't angry at being rejected. He smiled and walked to the chair to sit down. He pointed at the chair beside him and said, Aren't you going to sit? The Crown Prince Consort turned to look at Chunying, but the door was already closed. It went without saying who closed it. The Crown Prince Consort looked at him with an icy gaze. You bribed Chunying? The first time he still needed to knock Chunying out behind the fake mountain. After that, he provided false testimony for Wen Yang's incident. She thought he was threatening Chunying. Ning Wang spread his hands. This prince didn't bribe her. She was willing to work for this prince. If you don't believe me, you can call her in and ask her face to face. The Crown Prince Consort chuckled. Where would she have the guts to speak the truth? This man was too terrifying. Even she felt fear, let alone Chunying, who was a maidservant. Ning Wang looked at her playfully. You're not coming over. Are you waiting for this prince to carry you over? A faint trace of mockery flashed through the Crown Prince Consort's eyes. What? Princess Consort Ning can't satisfy you? Ning Wang's expression changed instantly. Endless coldness flashed across his face. Don't drag her into this between us. The Crown Prince Consort's scalp went numb. She glared at him coldly and stubbornly before turning her face away. Prince Ning loosened his grip and returned to his chair. He glanced at his side and said, Come and sit. The Crown Princess walked over expressionlessly and sat down. Prince Ning glanced at her wrist under her wide sleeve and asked, Are you injured? The Crown Princess didn't say anything. Ning Wang took her wrist and carefully and lovingly held it in his palm. Seeing that she had applied medicine, he asked, How did you get it? The Crown Prince Consort's anger was ignited and exploded in an instant. She turned her body and looked at him with torch-like eyes. How did this happen? Do you really want to know how? Fine, I will tell you. It was done by the daughter of Marquis Dingen Manor. That's right, it was the doctor who grew up in the countryside, who embarrassed me time and time again, and was doted on by the Empress Dowager. She suspected that I had something to do with Xiao Heng's disappearance. So he injured me. Not only was my wrist injured, my whole body was injured. If you have the ability to ask, do you have the ability to take revenge for me? Prince Ning was silent for a while and then suddenly smiled. What are you arguing with a child for? The Crown Prince Consort frowned. Child? Prince Ning smiled. She is still young. It's inevitable that she doesn't understand things. I will help you clear your name and let her no longer suspect you. The Crown Prince Consort flew into a rage out of humiliation. It wasn't me to begin with. It was you. Prince Ning laughed and gently kneaded her wrist. Good. It was me. I implicated you. The Crown Prince Consort angrily pulled her hand back. If you want to make me happy, then go kill her. Prince Ning pulled her hand again. Are you speaking out of anger again? Princess Ning's illness needs her. The Empress Dowager also needs her. The Crown Prince Consort bit her lip. That's right. You all need her. You all don't need me. Then why did you come looking for me? You go back and be your Prince Ning. I will be my crown prince consort. From now on, the well water will not interfere with the river water. We will not interact with each other. Are you really that angry? Prince Ning held her wrist with one hand and gently stroked her neck with the other. Other than not touching her, Ben Wang will do anything you want. The crown prince consort frowned. It was unknown whether she was disgusted by his touch or his words. Wasn't your storehouse emptied? Have you never considered that she did it? The fact that the storehouse of Prince Ning's mansion had been emptied was not publicized, but there were still a few people who knew. Prince Ning said, "It was her. I was the one who offended her first and burned down her workshop. We're even now." The crown prince consort chuckled. A mere workshop actually needs to be compensated with the entire treasury of Prince Ning's mansion. Prince Ning is really generous. Prince Ning looked at her in amusement. So jealous? It's just a small treasury. It's nothing. That's right. It was just a small marquise mansion's daughter. It was nothing. Why did she care so much about it? She was not someone who had not seen the wind and waves. She understood better than anyone that it was easy for a person to be in the limelight for a while. She was the crown prince consort and the future empress of Zhao country. She was the mother of the country and had a noble status. There was no need for her to care about a little girl. But why was it that she, who had always been rational, could no longer maintain her calm? The crown prince consort took a deep breath and said, "Now that you touched her husband, she will come to find you if you are even." Prince Ning said without worry, "She can't touch me." The crown prince consort looked at Prince Ning in confusion. "So you've been tolerating her all this time?" Prince Ning took off her veil and gently stroked her cheek with his fingertips. "Lin Lang, don't be unreasonable." The crown prince consort tilted her head and avoided his hand. She said angrily, "I'm not being unreasonable." Prince Ning's smile faded. He grabbed her chin and forced her to turn her head. The gentleness in his eyes disappeared and was replaced by coldness and viciousness. "Fine. You want to kill her. Is it because she offended you or because she married Xiao Heng?" The crown prince consort's body froze. When the crown prince consort returned to the eastern palace, the crown prince anxiously greeted her. "Lin Lang, where did you go? What happened to your face?" The crown prince consort's face had recovered long ago, but the crown prince still saw something strange. This man was probably the only one in the world who cared about her so much. Without waiting for the crown prince consort to reply, the crown prince rolled up her sleeve again and exclaimed, "Your hand!" The crown prince consort said without a change in expression, "I accidentally fell." "Where did you fall?" the crown prince asked with heartache and worry. The crown prince consort smiled. "In Princess Xinyang's courtyard." "You went to visit Aunt?" the crown prince muttered. "Why did you go to Aunt's place? Didn't I tell you to recuperate in the eastern palace? Does it hurt?" Princess Xinyang was the emperor's younger sister. Before she married, the crown prince called her Aunt. Later, she married Marquis Xianping, who was also the crown prince's uncle. Thus, the crown prince changed to calling her Aunt. The crown prince consort said gently, "Uncle didn't return to the capital and Aunt is alone. I'm worried about her. I've already applied medicine. It doesn't hurt." The crown prince cupped her hand and blew on it with heartache. He said, "You are too considerate of others. Why are you considerate of me like Shi Yi? I went out to search for Xiao Lulang for an entire night. I'm dead tired and I don't feel good when I come back and don't see you." The crown prince consort had an ashamed expression. "It's my fault. I'll be more careful next time." In reality, the crown prince consort of the eastern palace was not as free as the Wangfei outside the palace. It was because the crown prince and his majesty trusted her and gave her the right to leave the palace freely. "Is there still no news of Xiao Lulang?" she pretended to ask carelessly. The crown prince was worried about her injury and did not detect the strangeness on her face. He answered, "No." The imperial guards speculate that Xiao Lulang was brought back to the capital. That day, only the Minister of Works, Sir Zhao, and Aunt entered the city without inspection. But they both said they didn't see Xiao Lulang. The crown prince consort suddenly thought of the man's clothes that Yujin had hung out to dry and the tightly shut door of Princess Xinyang's bedroom. Could it be that Xiao Lulang had been saved by Princess Xinyang? If that was the case, then it was not hard to explain why the King of Ning and the Crown Prince could not find any trace of Xiao Lulang even after turning the capital upside down. But why did Princess Xinyang hide it? Was she worried that the other party would come up with another plan after the first one failed? Gu Jiao must know. She had not come to treat Princess Xinyang's illness, but because Xiao Lulang was there. Thinking about it now, Yujin's words were truly laughable. One moment she said Dr. Gu, another she said she was closer to the princess, but in the end she even hid Xiao Liulang's whereabouts from her. The crown prince consort gripped the handkerchief in her hand. The crown prince clearly felt the change in the crown prince consort's aura. He looked at her worriedly. Linling, what's wrong? His face suddenly became very ugly. The crown prince consort closed her eyes. Nothing, I'm tired. The crown prince hastily said, then I'll help you back to your room to rest. On the other side, Gu Jiao, who had been sitting on the wall for no less than 2 hours and had almost been roasted into a salted fish, was finally picked up by Long Yi. Gu Jiao opened her mouth and spat out a mouthful of black smoke. She expressionlessly said, later, if the princess gets angry again, please let me face her anger directly. Gu Jiao seriously suspected that Long Yi was so skilled because he had taken Xiaoheng to do this when they were little. But she was even more suspicious that Xiaoheng needed to stay outside for so long, not because Princess Xinyang would be angry for so long, but purely because little Xiaoheng was mischievous and wanted to behave atrociously outside. You were deceived, do you know? Gu Jiao looked at him with hidden bitterness. Your little master is a little rascal. Long Yi didn't respond. I'm so hungry. Being roasted by the sun for so long, she was also hungry. Nearby there happened to be a small stall selling scallion pancakes. Gu Jiao bought 2 scallion pancakes. This kind of pancake had to be eaten while it was hot, so she didn't give any to Xiao Lulang and Princess Xinyang. Altogether 10 copper coins. The vendor said. Gu Jiao took out a copper coin from her purse and handed it to him. Then she took the scallion pancake and gave one to Long Yi. Long Yi took it but didn't eat it. Gu Jiao took a bite of the crispy scallion pancake and strangely looked at him. Why aren't you eating? That's right, she had never seen Long Yi eat anything. This big guy always wore a mask, seemingly never taking it off. Gu Jiao thought for a bit and said to Long Yi, let's go to the roof to eat, no one will see. Long Yi took Gu Jiao to the roof. This angle was extremely good, they could see the people on the street but the people on the street couldn't see them. Mask. Gu Jiao said to him. Long Yi didn't respond. Gu Jiao paused, then raised her hand to take off his mask. The moment she was about to touch it, she could feel that Long Yi's body slightly leaned back. This was a subconscious action to avoid. But he didn't lean back too much. Gu Jiao hesitated and asked, I'll take it off? This time when she touched Long Yi's mask again, Long Yi didn't dodge. Gu Jiao took off Long Yi's mask. Gu Jiao had seen the Emperor's shadow dragon guards, so she thought that Long Yi was like them, belonging to the category of scary people. But when she saw Long Yi's appearance, her eyes were wide open. What happened to the unremarkable appearance? Wasn't this a bit too handsome? He had a pair of long and narrow phoenix eyes, thick eyebrows and resolute facial features. His whole face was extremely grave and stern. But there was no tattoo on his face. Gu Jiao hummed and said, Long Yi, where's your tattoo? Don't you shadow dragon guards all have tattoos? Of course Long Yi didn't respond. Then eat the pancake. Gu Jiao handed over the scallion pancake to him. Long Yi paused for 3 seconds, then took the scallion pancake and ate it expressionlessly. After a quarter of an hour. Gu, little chick, Jiao, don't pinch me. Don't pinch me. I'll throw up. The two returned to Vermilion Bird Avenue and found out that Princess Xinyang had returned to the princess mansion. No wonder that Mama was in a hurry to clean up the house. Princess Xinyang had returned, and they just happened to miss her. Gu Jiao went to Xiao Liulang's bedroom. Xiao Lulang had already gotten out of bed. He was wearing the clothes that Long Yi had given him from the princess mansion. The clothes of a 14-year-old clearly didn't fit him, it looked somewhat comical. Are the clothes dry? If they're dry, help me put them in. After he finished speaking to the maid, he turned around and saw Gu Jiao and Long Yi at the door. No need to tidy them up, I brought clothes. Gu Jiao took out a bundle from her small basket, took out a set of clothes and handed it to him. Is it convenient for your hand? Do you want me to help you? Xiao Lulang said, no need, I can change it myself. Gu Jiao, oh. I really want to change it for you. Gu Jiao went to the courtyard to wait for him. Long Yi didn't go out, he looked straight at Xiao Liulang's right leg. The first time he saw Xiao Lulang in the forest, Xiao Lulang suddenly rushed over. Long Yi didn't pay attention to his movements. At this moment, Long Yi seemed to have finally discovered that his leg was lame. Long Yi knelt on one knee and went to check his leg. Long Yi. Xiao Lulang dodged backwards. Long Yi raised his head and looked at him. His eyes seemed to be somewhat confused and also somewhat confused. Suddenly Long Yi stood up and rushed out. Not long after he rushed in again. Gu Jiao was at the door because of the 2 gusts of wind blowing by Long Yi. She couldn't open her eyes. Long Yi held a lot of medicine for wounds. He pressed Xiao Lulang to sit on a chair, bent his strong and tall body, and knelt on one knee again, opened those bottles and jars and applied medicine for Xiao Lulang. After applying some medicine he made Xiao Lulang move. When he was young, Xiao Lulang was a big liar. After falling down he would pretend that he was seriously injured, deceiving Long Yi to apply medicine for him and take him out to play. He also didn't expect that one day he wouldn't need to deceive Long Yi. He really couldn't get better. Chapter 433. Novels with content that can't be found on the internet are all here. Long Yi tested the medicine for Xiao Lulang like before. If one medicine didn't work, he would change to another one. In the end, Long Yi's movements became anxious and disorderly. He seemed to feel that Xiao Yulong's legs wouldn't get better. Dragon Shadow Guard won't cry. Also won't feel uncomfortable. In that instant, Gu Jiao, who was standing outside the door, felt a huge grief coming from Long Yi. Xiao Lulang finished changing his clothes and came out. Then he said to Gu Jiao, who was quietly waiting in the corridor, "I'm fine, let's go." Go. Gu Jiao looked at Xiao Lulang in astonishment. Only after a moment did she realize that he meant to leave here. Gu Jiao didn't say that it was best to stay here. She put down the branch in her hand, stood up and looked at him. Okay. On the way back in the carriage, Xiao Lulang didn't say a word. Long Yi didn't show up, but Xiao Lulang and Gu Jiao both knew that he was following far behind the carriage. Is it because of the princess? Gu Jiao finally opened her mouth. Xiao Lulang tried to speak as normally as possible. She doesn't want to see me. Also, if she wanted to see her, she wouldn't have returned to the princess mansion. Gu Jiao was unable to refute. The carriage continued to wobble along for a while. Xiao Yulong's complexion was very pale. Gu Jiao couldn't tell for a moment whether it was because of the injury on his hand or because of the injury in his heart. Gu Jiao recalled those portraits she saw in the princess mansion. After hesitating for a moment, she asked, "Why?" Gu Jiao wanted to ask, "Why did you become like this?" Xiao Lulang thought that Gu Jiao was asking why she didn't want to see him. This was a scar in his heart that repeatedly tore, a memory he didn't want to touch the most. But since she asked, you would tell her. Because I'm not her biological child. Her own son is dead. Because of me. When they returned to Jade Water Alley, the 2 of them had already sorted out their emotions, and there was no longer any abnormality on their faces. After they arrived safely, Long Yi used his qinggong to quietly leave. After all, he was the secret guard of Princess Xinyang, and his duty was to protect her. There were only 2 classes in the Imperial College in the afternoon. Little Jing Kong had finished school early and was peeking his head out of the door. Although his small feet were obediently staying within the threshold, his small body was itching to leap out. His small arms were flying behind his back, like an anxious emperor penguin. Gu Jiao was amused by him. "Jiao Jiao?" Little Jing Kong noticed Gu Jiao. He tilted his head to look at her to make sure that his eyes weren't playing tricks on him. Then he turned around and called out to Madame Yao and senior servant Fang, who were in the rear courtyard, "Jiao Jiao is back. I can go out now." After he said that, he stepped over the threshold with his short legs and ran towards Gu Jiao. As expected, he slipped and fell again. He hadn't fallen for a long time, but he was still very skilled at holding his head. He held his little head and rolled all the way to Gu Jiao's feet. After he finished rolling, he probably felt that his tough little image had been ruined again. He rolled his eyes, spread his arms, and called out in an especially domineering manner, "Jiao Jiao." He wasn't embarrassed, but the other person was. The other person was a bad brother-in-law. There was no one else who could be as shameless as him. Unfortunately, they were all Xiao Yulong's leftovers. Without waiting for Gu Jiao to bend down to pick him up, Xiao Lulang directly grabbed the little fellow's small lapel and lifted him up. "Ayaya. I want to carry you, Jiao Jiao. Not you." Xiao Lulang carried the little fellow into the courtyard. He had lost his cane, but he was stronger than before, so the little fellow didn't fall down. However, the moment he entered the central room, his right leg couldn't support him anymore. Gu Jiao carried little Jing Kong over in time and supported him with her other hand to prevent him from falling and embarrassing. Xiao Lulang sensed the weakness in his right leg and clenched his fist without a trace. Gu Jiao didn't tell her family that Xiao Lulang was kidnapped by an assassin. She only said that he was on a business trip. The original plan was for him to recuperate at Princess Xinyang's place until he recovered, so there was no need to tell the family. However, since he came back early, the matter of his injury naturally couldn't be hidden. Luleng is back. This time on a business trip. Sure enough, Madame Yao was only halfway through her sentence when she noticed his stiff right hand. Luleng, your hand? Xiao Luleng said as if nothing had happened. When I was on a business trip, I accidentally fell and hit the gap in the stairs. I bled a little but it's fine now. Even had more than 10 stitches. Gu Jiao added in her heart. It was a pity that her husband's hand was so beautiful. If it left a scar, she would chop off the murderer's hand. Xiao Yulong's wrist was wrapped in gauze. Madame Yao couldn't really remove the gauze to check his injury, so she believed that it was just a normal scratch. However, she still felt sorry for him, so she asked senior servant Fang to stew a pot of pig's hand soup to help him heal his hand. Xiao Luleng still needed an infusion today, so Gu Jiao hung the infusion bottle on the bookshelf behind the desk in the west room. Xiao Luleng read while he was receiving the infusion. Not long after, little Jing Kong came over with a portrait in his hands. He was still very short, so he had to stand on his tiptoes to poke half of his head out from behind the desk. He walked around the desk and came to Xiao Yulong's side. He tilted his head and asked Xiao Luleng, "Do you have a younger brother?" Xiao Luleng didn't raise his head and continued to flip through the Yen Kingdom's arithmetic book. "Why do you ask?" Little Jing Kong looked at Xiao Heng in the portrait. "This person looks like you." Xiao Yulong's expression froze. He turned his head and saw that little Jing Kong was holding a portrait in his hand. He immediately recognized the person in the portrait. It was a 5-year-old him and a young Princess Xinyang. He slightly clenched his fingers. Where did this portrait come from? From Jiao Jiao's basket. Little Jing Kong tilted his head and said, "Your younger brother is more handsome than you. Your younger brother can smile but you can't." Xiao Heng in the portrait smiled innocently as if he had all the happiness in the world. The joy in his eyes almost overflowed. This was the Xiao Heng of the past. Xiao Luleng looked at himself and Princess Xinyang in the portrait and his heart was in a trance. The motherly love and filial piety seemed to have been a long time ago. When he suddenly looked back, it felt as if a lifetime had passed. In the afternoon, Princess Xinyang's heart disease flared up and she fainted in the princess's mansion. Yujin was worried that it would delay the treatment, so she simply sent Princess Xinyang to the medical center. Gu Jiao was carried away by Long Yi again. That feeling was too satisfying. Princess Xinyang took the anti-heart failure medicine from the research institute and her condition was well under control. The reason why she fainted was not because of her heart disease, but because she had not slept all night. She was overworked and her blood sugar was low. Gu Jiao gave Princess Xinyang some glucose. When Princess Xinyang woke up, it was already evening. She opened her eyes and found herself lying in an unfamiliar room. There was a round little head beside the bed. She opened her mouth and asked in a hoarse voice, "Where is this?" Little Jing Kong, who was squatting on the ground playing with marbles, looked up and blinked his big eyes at her. "Benefactress, you woke up? You are in the medical center. This is Jiao Jiao's room. You are sleeping on Jiao Jiao's bed. How do you feel? Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere?" Jiao Jiao said that if you don't feel well, I will go and tell her. She is in the front. Chapter 434. Novels with inner content that can't be found on the internet are all available here. Benefactress? Are you a monk? Princess Xinyang looked at him strangely. Little Jing Kong shook his little head. "Oh, I used to be, but I've left the mountain now. I'm not a little monk anymore." Princess Xinyang said, "Then you can't call me benefactress." The little monk said, "Oh." Seeing this familiar expression, Princess Xinyang pondered for a while and looked at the little guy. "You're Gu Jiao's younger brother?" After investigating her, he naturally knew who her family members were. "Yes. My name is Jing Kong." Little Jing Kong nodded. "You're the bad brother-in-law's mother, right? I've seen your portrait before." He had asked Jiao Jiao who the fairy in the portrait was. Jiao Jiao said that she was the little brother's mother in the portrait. The little brother looked so much like the bad brother-in-law, they were obviously biological brothers. Since she was the little brother's mother, she was naturally the bad brother-in-law's mother. He was that smart. Princess Xinyang's attention was attracted by the words, "bad brother-in-law," so she neglected to ask him where he saw the portrait. "Bad brother-in-law?" she asked. "Yes." Little Jing Kong put away the marbles and sat on the small stool in front of the bed. He then said earnestly, "It's really hard on you. Raising such a troublesome son must be very tiring, right?" "Worrisome?" Princess Xinyang was confused. After a while, she realized that the bad brother-in-law he was talking about was probably Xiao Heng. Xiao Heng was naughty when he was a child, but he was very worrisome when he grew up. There was no child more obedient than him in the world. Little Jing Kong nodded. Yes, the bad brother-in-law is too worrisome. I have to worry about his health and his grades. Children's logic had its limitations. Some phenomena that seemed inconceivable to adults were often ignored or accepted by children. For example, since Xiao Lulang had a seemingly rich mother, why did he live such a hard life in the countryside for so long? Little Jing Kong saw that Princess Xinyang was silent and thought that she didn't understand. He explained to her, "Look, my bad brother-in-law's leg is injured. He got it when he was saving brother Feng Lin in the fire. It can't be healed. He's a little cripple now. He goes to school with a limp. Many people look down on him. He is always bullied. Fortunately he has a jiao." Princess Xinyang became even more silent. Little Jing Kong said that he disliked his bad brother-in-law, but when he really talked about his bad brother-in-law, it was as if he was a loudspeaker. He couldn't stop talking. When we were in the countryside we had to go to school in town. There were no carriages, only ox carts in the village. The roads were slippery in winter, so the ox carts couldn't move. Bad brother-in-law could only limp to school in town. Can't we take a carriage? Princess Xinyang asked. Little Jing Kong sighed like a little adult. At that time our family was poor. Being poor wasn't terrible. Do you know what was the most terrible thing? It was that my bad brother-in-law's grades were too bad. He was always the last. He almost didn't pass the exam. Princess Xinyang's mood was originally very complicated, but the last sentence caused her emotions to become incoherent. Being the last could pass the exam? Were all the students in the class great scholars like Zhuang Xianji? Little Jing Kong talked a lot about his life in the countryside, mainly about his bad brother-in-law. For the first time, Princess Xinyang learned about Xiao Liulang's life in the past few years from other people's mouths. She couldn't imagine that a dignified and proud son of God would fall to the point where he had to sit in an ox cart. He was exposed to the sun and rain, cold and hot. He seemed to have suddenly fallen from the clouds into a swamp. Jing Kong, come here. Little Jing Kong was called away by little Jiangli. There was no one else in the room. Yujin was also not there. Long Yi might be in the dark. He didn't show up often. Otherwise, even when Lin Lang wouldn't have been unaware of his existence. Long Yi would appear more often in fixed places, but in the outside world he would not be discovered by others. Princess Xinyang lifted the quilt, put on her embroidered shoes and got out of bed. The evening wind blew gently, bringing with it a hint of the coolness of late autumn. The wind chimes under the window frame jingled. The world was noisy, but this small courtyard of the medical center had a special kind of secluded tranquility. She tightened her clothes around her chest, opened the half-closed door and slowly walked out. Gu Jiao's courtyard was not big. It was a small courtyard. The second master had specially built it for her convenience. Even the second master himself didn't have such treatment. He only had a small room upstairs. Princess Xinyang came to the corridor and unexpectedly smelled the fragrance of sweet potatoes and corn. Only then did she realize that she hadn't eaten all day. Her stomach was rumbling with hunger. She subconsciously walked towards the small kitchen that was emitting the fragrance. She didn't need to go there herself, but for some reason, it seemed that something was attracting her. She came to the door, but before she could see the person, she heard a crisp sound of breaking branches. She was a princess of the imperial family. She had never touched the kitchen before. Naturally, she didn't know what this sound was. When she got closer, she could see the person's movements clearly. It was a youth wearing plain white clothes. Chapter 435. Princess Xinyang didn't give him the bowl and chopsticks. Instead, she turned around and placed them on the stove. Xiao Lulang didn't think that she would suddenly wake up and lower herself to the small kitchen. Princess Xinyang also didn't think that she would come in by herself. The two of them met without any warning. It wasn't the back of her head, nor her back, nor was it the blurry sleeping face swallowed by darkness in the middle of the night. It was a clear front face in broad daylight. The immaturity of a 14-year-old had faded, replaced by the restraint of time. In fact, he was only 18 years old. There were still 3 more months before he turned 19. He should have been a young and inexperienced youth, but he was a step ahead of her. He was taller, but his cheeks seemed to have become thinner. The 14-year-old Xiao Heng was a pampered young noble, the bright moon in the sky. Now he had fallen into the dust. A beautiful jade covered in dust, turning into a lonely little stone that seemed to have been abandoned by someone on the side of the road. For a moment, Princess Xingyang didn't know where to look. Was it his face without the mole or his powerless feet? It was like he had been cut by a knife, and a layer of skin and flesh had been peeled off. He was bloody and exposed to the eyes of those who knew or didn't know. Every step he took left a bloody footprint. Xiao Yulong's eyes were blood red. Was this punishment enough? Was this pain satisfied? Have I redeemed myself for all my filthy sins? Princess Xingyang stared at him. Suddenly, her body staggered, and she supported herself with one hand on the scalding stove. Xiao Yulong's eyes moved. His hand subconsciously reached out, but it froze in midair under her resistant gaze. Princess Xingyang's body trembled slightly. She looked at him one last time, clutched her chest and ran out without looking back. After Gu Jiao finished seeing the patients in the clinic, she came to the small courtyard to see how Princess Xingyang was doing. However, she was told that Princess Xingyang had already left. Gu Jiao raised her eyebrows weirdly. I was planning to let her stay for a few more days. This pair of mother and son really behaved in the same way. She wanted to meet him but she couldn't. Xiao Lulang didn't need to come over, but when he heard that Princess Xingyang had fainted, he followed along. After Gu Jiao put Princess Xingyang on an 4-drip, she went to see the doctor. During this time Xiao Lulang was the only one keeping watch. Little Jing Kong was playing in the yard. It was Xiao Lulang who asked Gu Jiao to remove the needles. After that, Xiao Lulang went to cook and called little Jing Kong to stay in the house. But she hadn't eaten a single bite of the food he had made. Gu Jiao was almost done. She packed up her things and took little Jing Kong to wash his hands. Then she went back to Clearwater Alley with Xiao Lulang. She had thought about it. The safest place was beside Princess Xingyang, followed by Clearwater Alley. Wasn't there a saying that the most dangerous place was the safest place? Who would have thought that Xiao Lulang would stay in her house? The family of 3 had just left the back door of the clinic when Eugene returned anxiously. Princess Xingyang fainted again. Gu Jiao had just given her an 4-drip. She shouldn't be exhausted so quickly. Gu Jiao looked at little Jing Kong and then looked at Xiao Lulang. She could choose to take Eugene's carriage and let Xiao Lulang and little Jing Kong take Xiao Sanzi's carriage home. However, she hesitated and got into Xiao Sanzi's carriage. Eugene's carriage led the way. They went to Vermilion Bird Avenue. See, Princess Xingyang really moved to the princess mansion to hide from Xiao Lulang. As soon as Xiao Lulang left, she moved back. What did this mean? It meant that seeing Xiao Lulang made Princess Xingyang sadder than going to the princess mansion. Princess Xingyang really had a heart attack this time. She couldn't catch her breath and fainted. Gu Jiao gave her a tranquilizer. Her pulse stabilized for the time being. However, this situation couldn't happen too often. Otherwise her life might be in danger. Did something happen to the princess? Her pulse was so messy when we were in the clinic. She packed up the medical supplies and asked Eugene. Eugene was surprised by Gu Jiao's strange medical methods. However, she just thought that she was ignorant and didn't suspect that they weren't from the 6 nations. She answered Gu Jiao's question. The princess felt uncomfortable in her heart. Little Jing Kong went to the courtyard to play. He looked at Xiao Lulang and said, "There are some things that the princess didn't even tell me. But I think the reason why she fainted was because of little Lord Xiao." Endless bitterness welled up in Xiao Yulong's heart, and his chest faintly hurt. He looked at the unconscious Princess Xingyang on the bed. "Do you hate me that much? Okay, I know. I will never appear in front of you again." Xiao Lulang turned around and walked out. The moonlight sprinkled down and fell on his lonely figure as if plated with a layer of frost. Gu Jiao stayed behind to observe the condition of Princess Xingyang. Little Jing Kong was looking at flowers in the courtyard. The flowers here were big and beautiful. He wanted to pick them. However, he couldn't pick the wild flowers outside. He could only look. With his little hands behind his back, he continuously drooled while looking at the flowers. Suddenly Long Yi walked over. Long Yi didn't care about this little guy at first. In the eyes of Dragon Shadow Guard, children were no different from stone blocks. Who would have thought that at this time little Jing Kong suddenly rubbed his little hands? He really couldn't hold back anymore. Long Yi caught his little hands that were making trouble. Little Jing Kong blankly raised his head and said with a guilty conscience, it's not me, His eyeballs rolled around and he looked very much like little Xiao Heng who had done bad things many years ago. His body was full of Xiao Yulong's aura, and even his small appearance was exactly the same. Long Yi looked at little Jing Kong and again looked at Xiao Lulang in the room and his brain suddenly crashed. Gu Jiao determined that Princess Xingyang was really fine, and then she got up and left. Eugene wanted to pay the consultation fee and Gu Jiao didn't refuse. Gu Jiao went out of the house and little Sanzi's carriage was still there, so she sat in the carriage. She thought that Xiao Lulang had already taken little Jing Kong back, but unexpectedly, both of them were sitting in the carriage at this time. Only Xiao Lulang was awake and little Jing Kong was lying in his bosom and sleeping. "He ate something," Xiao Lulang said. "He wanted to wait for you." He seemed to be explaining why he didn't go back. Gu Jiao nodded, but she didn't say anything. Little Jing Kong really wanted to wait for her, but he could have waited in the house. He stayed, half of it was to wait for her, and the other half was to wait for Princess Xinyang to be safe. There was never much fairness in the relationship in this world. Many times when parents hurt a child, the child would not stop loving his parents, but would only stop loving himself. Gu Jiao sat down next to Xiao Lulang. Little Sanzi waved his whip, and the wheels of the carriage started to turn on the quiet street. Their voices were loud enough to drown out the conversation between the two. "The princess is fine," Gu Jiao said to Xiao Lulang. Xiao Lulang lowered his eyes and no one could see the emotions in his eyes. He nodded in a low voice and raised his hand to pull down the coat that had slipped down, covering little Jing Kong's entire body. Little Jing Kong was sleeping soundly, and no one knew what he was dreaming of, but his saliva was dripping. In fact, the reason why Princess Xinyang fainted today was partly because of little Jing Kong's complaints. The speaker didn't mean it, but the listener took it seriously. How could Princess Xinyang know what kind of difficult life Xiao Lulang had been living for the past few years? Gu Jiao pinched Xiao Yulang's face and when she withdrew her hand, her gaze inadvertently swept across Xiao Yulang's face. Then she looked elsewhere. But she was still paying attention to him. "Do you want to know about my background?" Xiao Lulang suddenly asked. "Yes." Gu Jiao didn't deny it. She didn't know when she started to be curious about him. She wanted to know more about him, whether it was good, bad, proud, or embarrassing. She wanted to know everything about him. But if he didn't say anything, she rarely took the initiative to ask. But if he took the initiative to ask, she naturally wouldn't be polite with him. After all, there wouldn't be another opportunity like this if she missed this village. The atmosphere couldn't be so warm every time. "Even if my background is very dirty, you still want to know?" Xiao Lulang sneered. "You'll regret it. You'll regret marrying me, regret treating me so well, and even regret knowing me." Gu Jiao looked at him in confusion. Xiao Lulang sneered. "I'm not Princess Xinyang's biological son. I've already told you this, but I didn't say who gave birth to me." "Yes," Gu Jiao responded. Xiao Yulang's expression inexplicably relaxed. "Actually, there's nothing that can't be said. My mother was a prisoner of war." "No, she can't be considered a prisoner of war. She's just an accessory of a prisoner of war, a female slave from the Yan kingdom." Princess Xinyang and that female slave became pregnant in the same month and gave birth in the same month. Princess Xinyang's son was born half a month earlier. The night I was born, the Marquis's estate was attacked by an assassin. Both me and that child were poisoned. There's only one antidote. Hearing this, Gu Jiao seemed to understand a little. She didn't interrupt Xiao Lulang and quietly waited for him to continue. Xiao Lulang smiled faintly with a bit of helplessness and a bit of mockery. "I'm only the son of a female slave. How could the antidote be given to me?" In order for me to get the antidote, the female slave stole Princess Xinyang's son and brutally killed him. Afterwards, she hanged herself. When Gu Jiao heard that there was only one antidote, she guessed what would happen next. In her heart, she wasn't too surprised. Or perhaps she was too cold-blooded. Her parents in her previous life were right. She was a monster. Xiao Lulang still had a calm expression, as if he wasn't talking about his own experience, but an unimportant story. Princess Xinyang didn't know. She thought that they were taken away by an assassin and that the assassin killed them. She lost her son and I lost my mother. She said that perhaps we were fated to be mother and son. She decided to raise me as her own son. Chapter 436. When Princess Xinyang decided to raise him, he was still a baby in swaddling clothes. Naturally, he couldn't have heard her say those words herself. It was Princess Xinyang who told him later. "So that's how it is." Gu Jiao said. "Then does Marquis Xianping know?" Xiao Lulang lowered his eyes. "I know." After he took care of things, Princess Xinyang mistakenly thought that her son and the female slave were killed by assassins. It wasn't until 4 years ago that she found out the truth by chance. It turned out that she had raised the son of her enemy for 14 years. After that, Princess Xinyang collapsed. She had never forgotten that son, and had never treated Xiao Lulang as someone else's substitute. She had truly raised Xiao Lulang as her other son. She had done everything she could to teach him, and had given her all to raise him into the young Marquis of Jianghu. It was because of this that she couldn't bear the blow of the truth. The female slave was already dead, so I could only kill your son. This was her inner demon and also all of her evil. I was the last one to know, Xiao Lulang said calmly. His face was calm, but who knew if his heart was as calm as this? Gu Jiao paused. So the fire 4 years ago, Xiao Lulang nodded. She wanted to kill me to take me down with her. Unfortunately, something went wrong and the person who was burned to death wasn't me. Later Long Yi came and saved her. He didn't say what went wrong, but Gu Jiao thought that it should have something to do with the real Xiao Lulang. He had once said to her, "If I'm not the person you think I am." She thought he was referring to Xiao Lulang, but it turned out to be Xiao Heng. He suppressed the great pain in his heart and said, "Sometimes I wonder, why wasn't the person who died that year me? Why was I the one who survived? How many lives do I have to carry on my back? A person like me, a filthy person like me?" Gu Jiao gently took his hand. "Husband, you're not dirty. Also, it's not your fault." The night was cold as water. The houses on Vermilion Bird Avenue were quiet. Princess Xinyang woke up. Eugene carried a basin of hot water into the room and asked, "How do you feel, Princess?" Princess Xinyang sat at the head of the bed and asked calmly, "Did I faint again?" Eugene said with lingering fear, "That's right. Luckily I fainted on the bed. Otherwise it would be bad if I bumped into anything." Once, Princess Xinyang fainted at the lakeside. Coincidentally, Long Yi had gone out to handle some matters, so Eugene wasn't able to hold him back and both of them fell into the lake. Princess Xinyang looked at the needle mark in her elbow and guessed that Gu Jiao had come by. "Did that girl give me something strange again?" Eugene smiled. "It's all thanks to Dr. Gu." Princess Xinyang muttered, "I don't know where she learned her strange skills." Eugene helped Princess Xinyang wash her face, then took the pills Gu Jiao left behind and poured a cup of warm water for her. Dr. Gu said that from today onwards, you have to take one more type of medicine. Princess Xinyang didn't object. In any case, it wasn't bitter, so she just had to take it. After taking the medicine, Princess Xinyang felt a little hungry. Eugene carried a bowl of millet porridge over and moved a small tea table to the bed. Before Dr. Gu left, she instructed the kitchen to cook millet porridge. She said that when Princess wakes up, you should eat a little. These days your diet should be lighter. Princess Xinyang scooped a spoonful of millet porridge. "Dr. Gu, did you fall into her trap or fall into her trap?" Eugene smiled and sat down on the bed. Princess Xinyang ate a few mouthfuls of porridge and didn't want to eat any more. She still didn't have any appetite. Eugene advised, "Eat some more." Princess Xinyang turned her face away. "I don't want to eat any more." Eugene pushed the bowl in front of her. "Eat 5 more mouthfuls." "Yeah." Princess Xinyang had no choice but to endure and eat some more. After eating, she saw that Eugene wasn't leaving. She asked, "What? Is there something else?" Eugene hesitated for a moment, then finally gathered her courage and said, "Princess, do you really hate the young duke that much?" Princess Xinyang's expression dimmed. "Why are you mentioning him?" Eugene said, "Ever since you left the clinic, your mood has been off. Now that he's living such a shameful life, it's worse than death. If Princess really hates him, seeing him in this state should be very gratifying. Princess, in your heart, you also love the young duke, don't you?" "You're talking nonsense again," Princess Xinyang said as she carelessly scooped another spoonful of millet porridge into her mouth. Eugene had served her for many years, so how could she not know her temperament? She still ate when she didn't want to eat. She had hit the nail on the head. Eugene said bitterly, "I'm not talking nonsense. That fire was not set by the princess at all. The princess was soft-hearted at the critical moment. In fact, the princess had never been able to let go of the mother-son relationship with the young marquis. Since that's the case, why don't princess acknowledge the young duke? What happened that year wasn't his fault. He's just an innocent child. What happened that year wasn't princess's negligence. Princess, don't torture the young duke anymore and don't torture yourself anymore." Princess Xinyang's expression was complicated. She opened her mouth wanting to say something but stopped. Then she gently put down the spoon in her hand and said thoughtfully, "Someone else set the fire that year, but I still can't find out who he is." "And what?" Eugene looked at Princess Xinyang. Princess Xinyang sighed and said in a low voice, "Forget it, it's nothing." The group returned to Jade Water Alley. Xiao Sanzi drove the carriage back to the clinic. Gu Jiao carried the sleeping little Jing Kong over, not giving Xiao Luleng a chance to refuse. Xiao Luleng looked at his bandaged hand, then at his weak right leg. A trace of disgust flashed through his brows. He was disgusted with himself. Little Jing Kong played until his whole body was covered in mud. Gu Jiao put a cushion on the bed and put him on it. Then she went to the kitchen to get hot water. "I'll do it," Xiao Luleng said. Since the little fellow went down the mountain, Gu Jiao had never done anything to bathe him. If it wasn't Xiao Luleng, then it was Gu Xiaoshan or Gu Yan. "Okay." Gu Jiao used her leg to hook a stool, then put the basin and towel down. Xiao Luleng turned little Jing Kong over and over again. He wiped his body and changed his clothes, but little Jing Kong didn't wake up at all. Gu Jiao crossed her arms and leaned against the wardrobe. She lazily raised her eyebrows. What did he play today? So tired. He went to Princess Xinyang's flower with Long Yi. Xiao Luleng didn't say anything about this. After washing little Jing Kong, Xiao Luleng went to pour water, but Gu Jiao took the basin. This was a trivial matter in life, but it wasn't a trivial matter anymore. He was indifferent at the beginning, but now he gradually couldn't ignore it. In the past, he didn't care about his life, didn't care about his disability, because he deserved to live in purgatory with his sins. But what was wrong with her? Why did she have to meet such an unbearable person? He once deceived himself, thinking that as long as he worked hard, perhaps they could really live a peaceful life. But when the truth was finally revealed, all his secrets were exposed. It was as if all the window paper was torn apart. He discovered that all his efforts were so weak. He was the son of a lowly female slave. His body flowed with lowly and dirty blood. His birth was a sin and his survival was also a sin. He stepped on the bones of his own brother. He was not worthy to touch those beautiful things. Marquis Gu was right, he didn't deserve her. This kind of person should stay far away from her. Xiao Luleng sat in the room for a while, but before she returned to the east room to rest, he heard a sound coming from the courtyard. It was so late and everyone was asleep. Why didn't she go to sleep? What was she doing in the courtyard? Xiao Luleng wanted to go and see, but he also felt that he shouldn't go and see. Since he had decided to let go, then what she did had nothing to do with him. She was still young, and one day she would understand that there were many good men in the world, and he was the one she shouldn't meet the most. He closed his eyes and tried hard to harden his heart, but he couldn't ignore the movement in the courtyard. Fine. Sooner or later he would have to say goodbye, so choosing a day was better than the present. Wua, little Jing Kong on the bed mumbled in his sleep and kicked the quilt over. Xiao Luleng walked over, pulled the quilt over him and tucked him in. After that, he went out of the room and followed the sound to the backyard. The scene in front of him made him stunned. Under the cold moonlight, in the cold courtyard, she bent over and stepped on the stone bench to cut wood. She was taller than 2 years ago, but she was still a woman, so she still looked thin. Probably because she didn't want to wake up her family, her movements seemed very light, but in fact she used a lot of strength. This was much more strenuous than cutting wood without using her hands. In just a few moments, fine beads of sweat had already seeped out of her forehead. Xiao Luleng walked over and asked in confusion, "What are you doing? Did I wake you up?" Gu Jiao asked him. Xiao Luleng shook his head. "No, I haven't slept yet." After saying that, his gaze fell on her saw and the wood. Gu Jiao curved her lips. "You lost your cane, I'll make you a new one." Chapter 437. Xiao Luleng felt as if his heart had been ruthlessly rubbed by someone. He looked at her in disbelief and confusion. Why was she so good to him? He wasn't worth it. Gu Jiao continued to cut wood and said, "I've boiled the hot water. Go take a bath and sleep. I'll be done soon." She put down the saw and said, "I'll go get the water." Xiao Luleng grabbed her arm and looked at her deeply. "Jiao Jiao. Don't be so good to me. I can't bear to let go. If you regret it one day, I might do anything to keep you by my side. I'm not a good person. I'm not as harmless as you think." Gu Jiao met his complicated gaze and said frankly, "You're very good to me too." Xiao Yulong's heart was suddenly in a mess. He took a deep breath and slowly raised his hand. His fingertips gently touched her cheek. "Silly girl, you'll regret it." Gu Jiao seriously thought about this possibility. Then she shook her head firmly. "I won't. At most I'll divorce you." Xiao Luleng? He wasn't comforted at all. Xiao Luleng stared at her and suddenly laughed. Gu Jiao had a strange look on her face. "What are you laughing at?" He answered truthfully, "Laughing at you." He originally wanted to be sad. He was clearly infected by the sadness in the bottom of his heart. In the end, this girl interrupted him and made him feel depressed. Xiao Lulang couldn't help but pinch her little face. Say, why are you so good at ruining the atmosphere? Gu Jiao had no idea what she had done to ruin the atmosphere. She looked at him in confusion. Xiao Lulang was amused by her small appearance. He put one hand on the back of her neck, tilted his head slightly and covered her. Was he going to kiss her? Gu Jiao rolled his eyes and closed them in the next second. However, after waiting for a long time, she still didn't receive a kiss from him. Instead, she heard a muffled chuckle. Gu Jiao opened her eyes and turned her head to look. She saw someone pinching a piece of sawdust on his fingertips. He straightened up and looked at her with a smile. There's this on your head. Gu Jiao's face darkened. Oh. Xiao Lulang understood what she wanted. He also wanted to. When he thought about how his dreams were filled with her at night, he hated that he could not press her down and treat her the way he did in his dreams. But he couldn't do that. She had just learned of his background and hadn't really understood it yet. She didn't understand what it meant to be the son of a slave. He would give her time whether she regretted it or not. But he wouldn't give her too long. For the next few days, Xiao Lulang stayed in Clearwater Alley to recuperate. Gu Jiao began to investigate the mastermind behind the scenes. On the fourth day, Yuan Tang came to the clinic. Gu Jiao thought that he came to get medicine for Lu Yixing. The stitches on Lu Yixing's severed finger had been removed. The intervention effect was good, but he still needed to continue to take medicine. Depending on the situation, he would start rehabilitation. 10 taels. Gu Jiao said. Yuan Tang's body trembled. Your medicine is so expensive. Why does my cousin think so highly of it? Gu Jiao said indifferently, you're the one buying it, not your cousin. Yuan Tang asked, what do you mean? Gu Jiao said, different people have different prices. Yuan Tang said, you're a profiteer. Yuan Tang resigned himself to his fate and took out 10 taels. Gu Jiao took the money. Seeing that he didn't leave, she looked at him strangely. What? Is there something else? If you want to sell me information, I advise you to give up. The corner of Yuan Tang's lips, which had just been raised, collapsed in a second. Are you a bug in this prince's stomach? How come you know everything I do? Feishing's leftover. Gu Jiao sat back on the chair and buried herself in today's medical records. Forget it, he was just teasing her. He wanted to get back the 10 taels of silver. It wasn't that he wouldn't talk about it if he didn't get the money. Yuan Tang opened his folding fan and said slowly, I heard that your husband went missing. Do you know who did it? Oh, Gu Jiao asked. Yuan Tang curled his lips into a smile. Prince Ning. Gu Jiao wasn't surprised to hear this answer. She put the medical records back on the shelf and looked up at Yuan Tang. Are you sure? Yuan Tang clicked his tongue and raised 3 fingers. I swear to the heavens as the future crown prince of Chen that I didn't make a mistake. I definitely didn't fake it. However, he put down his hand and patted his palm with his folding fan. Isn't Prince Ning on Empress Dowager Zhuang's side? Why did he kidnap your husband? Is he taking revenge on you for killing so many of his experts? Although those experts came for me, you helped me, so he holds a grudge in his heart? Prince Ning didn't hold a grudge because of this incident, but because she went to find Princess Ning afterwards. Even so, he only burned down one of her workshops. After that, she emptied his treasury. To be honest, Gu Jiao didn't think that Prince Ning would touch Xiao Lulang for a treasury. Gu Jiao thought of the crown princess' guilty expression. She had something to do with it. Could it be she already guessed Xiao Lulang's true identity? And told Prince Ning about it? Prince Ning wouldn't touch Xiao Lulang, but that didn't mean that he wouldn't touch Xiao Heng. The crown princess had once been Xiao Heng's fiancée, and the two had grown up as childhood sweethearts. If Ning Wang misunderstood that the crown princess still had Xiao Heng in her heart, he would most likely kill Xiao Heng given how perverted he was. Wait, kill Xiao Heng? Something flashed through Gu Jiao's mind, but it was too fast for her to catch. Dr. Gu, what are you thinking about? Yuan Tang interrupted Gu Jiao's train of thought. I'm thinking. It's burning. It's burning. A young medicine boy's exclamation came from the lobby. Gu Jiao stood up. Yuan Tang was closer to the door, so she immediately opened the door and walked out. One of the medicine boys had accidentally dropped a match into the medicinal wine, and the entire wine jar had caught fire. Seeing this, Yuan Tang hurriedly walked over, picked up the burning wine jar, and carried it to the empty space in the rear courtyard. Seeing this scene, a thought flashed through Gu Jiao's mind. She had finally caught what she had failed to catch earlier. Yes, fire. The fire from 4 years ago. Could it be that Princess Xinyang wasn't the one who set the fire? Prince Ning was the one who did it? But for some reason Xiao Lulang misunderstood? If he really did it, then this feud was huge. He didn't capture Xiao Lulang just to show off his power. He truly wanted to take Xiao Liulang's life. She had originally planned to slowly harvest this golden leek, but he actually dared to touch her husband. Gu Jiao didn't have any evidence for the incident from 4 years ago, but it didn't matter. Even if she didn't count the old debt from 4 years ago, just this one incident alone was unforgivable. In the afternoon, Gu Jiao made a trip to the imperial palace. Prince Ning was a prince who was highly regarded by the emperor. He was currently working at the Ministry of Appointments and would occasionally be summoned by the emperor to the Imperial Study or Pure Flowers Palace. Recently, because he was searching for Xiao Lulang, the emperor summoned him and the crown prince almost every day to ask about the progress of the matter. Although Gu Jiao wasn't in the imperial palace, she had close relations with Rinshou Palace, so she had heard some things from eunuch Qin. Gu Jiao arrived at the imperial palace and asked the guard on duty, "Has His Highness Prince Ning entered the palace?" The guard recognized her and knew that she was a favorite of Empress Dowager Zhuang and His Majesty, so he was happy to do her a favor. Moreover, it wasn't a secret. He entered the palace. Gu Jiao asked again, "Did he go to the imperial study or Pure Flowers Palace?" The guard said, "He went in the direction of Pure Flowers Palace." "Many thanks." Gu Jiao thanked him, then turned around and went to Pure Flowers Palace. Gu Jiao couldn't enter Pure Flowers Palace as easily as she could at Rinshou Palace. She still needed to announce her arrival. However, Eunuch Wei quickly walked over and invited Gu Jiao in. Eunuch Wei said, "Why has Miss Gu come? Are you here to ask about Lord Xiao?" Gu Jiao had only told her grandaunt that Xiao Lulang had already been found. She hadn't told the emperor, so Eunuch Wei also didn't know. Gu Jiao made a sound of acknowledgement. "That's right, I'm here to ask about the news." Eunuch Wei said, "It just so happens that His Highness Prince Ning is also here. You can ask him if he found any clues." It was impossible for him to find any clues. He was already at home. Gu Jiao symbolically went to see the emperor and Prince Ning to ask about the progress of the case. As expected, there wasn't any progress. The emperor was very anxious. There hasn't been any news for so long. He couldn't have. Gu Jiao stared at Prince Ning's expression. His face was filled with worry, but there wasn't a hint of schadenfreude. That was true. If he hadn't hidden himself deeply, he wouldn't have been able to fool around with the crown prince consort for so long without anyone discovering him. The emperor painfully closed his eyes. "Send more men. No matter what, I want to see him if he's alive, or his corpse if he's dead." Prince Ning cupped his hands in salute. "Yes." The subject obeys. The emperor sighed. "We will also send a few more men to you. You'll have to work a little harder these next few days. We hope to find Xiao Lulang as soon as possible. This subject will go and find him right now." Prince Ning bowed and left the imperial study. Gu Jiao thought for a moment, then said, "Your Highness Prince Ning, you don't mind if I leave the palace with you, right?" Prince Ning froze, then nodded. "Of course I don't mind. Dr. Gu, please." "Your Majesty, I'm leaving." Gu Jiao bade farewell to the emperor. The emperor was currently worried about Xiao Liulang's safety, so he didn't keep Gu Jiao for a meal at Pure Flowers Palace. Gu Jiao and Prince Ning left the imperial palace. On the way, the two chatted for a while and it didn't seem like they had any disagreements. Before boarding the carriage, Prince Ning smiled and said, "Dr. Gu, if you and I can always be harmonious like this prince can pretend that nothing happened in the past." Gu Jiao didn't respond to his words. Instead she asked, "I didn't come in a carriage today. Can you give me a ride?" "Of course." Prince Ning generously gestured for Gu Jiao to board the carriage. Gu Jiao boarded the carriage and Prince Ning also got in. He maintained a polite distance from Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao said seriously, "I have some things I want to say to Prince Ning in private." Prince Ning gave her a deep look, then smiled knowingly. He ordered, "All of you stop first. You're not allowed to follow." The imperial guards stopped. The carriage continued on for a while. Prince Ning said, "Can you speak now?" "Speak your grandpa." Gu Jiao stood up with a whoosh and put Prince Ning in a gunny sack. Chapter 438. Novels that can't be found online will all be available here. Was Ning Wang's martial arts high? Of course it was very high, but Ning Wang was caught off guard. He never thought that Gu Jiao would make this move. Ning Wang's assassination training was to defend against knives, swords and hidden weapons. Who would defend against a gunny sack? Even a normal person wouldn't do something like putting a gunny sack on a prince. When they were eavesdropping on the fake mountain, Gu Jiao already knew that Ning Wang's martial arts were unfathomable. She had never fought with Ning Wang before, so it was hard to say whose martial arts were better. She was confident but not conceited. Then again, this wasn't a competition of sportsmanship, so there was no need to talk about martial arts. Just do it. The moment Gu Jiao put the person in the gunny sack, she quickly took out the anesthetic needle hidden in her sleeve and stabbed it into his body through the gunny sack. This anesthetic was specially developed by the Research Institute for Emergency Operations. It worked very quickly and didn't need an intravenous drip, just an intramuscular injection. It could make a person instantly lose consciousness, but the weakness was that it didn't work very well. But it was enough for Gu Jiao to drag the person away. Turn left. His Highness said to wait for someone in the alley over there. Gu Jiao ordered the driver. The driver didn't know that his master had been put in a gunny sack and thought that it was his master's idea. He obediently drove the carriage into the alley on the side. The moment the carriage stopped, Gu Jiao knocked out the driver with a chop. Then she pulled the gunny sack out of the carriage. The anesthetic gradually wore off and Ning Wang began to regain his consciousness. However, if he wanted to make a move against Gu Jiao, it wouldn't be that easy. Gu Jiao didn't wait for him to react. She picked up the gunny sack and threw it on the ground, making a loud sound. Ning Wang's vision turned black. He felt the earth shake, the sky collapse, and his butt hurt. Ning Wang tried to make a move, but before he could circulate his qi to his dantian, the gunny sack was lifted up high and then thrown down again. Gu Jiao grabbed the gunny sack and smashed it on the ground with a duong 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 sound. Ning Wang's brain was almost smashed to pieces. What was an unexpected calamity? This was it. The pain of being injured during a fight was not scary. What was scary was being used as a punching bag. This was a fucking blow to his pride. This was different from Crown Princess Feng's case. After all, the two incidents were different in nature. The former was a scare while the latter was a murder. Gu Jiao beat him to death. Prince Ning was skilled in martial arts, so he could take a beating. Gu Jiao beat him even more happily. Just as Gu Jiao was in the midst of beating him up, a shadow suddenly descended from the sky. Gu Jiao focused her eyes and saw that it was actually the Emperor's Dragon Shadow Guard. The Dragon Shadow Guard looked at the sack on the ground, then looked at Gu Jiao in front of him. After pausing for a moment, he made a decision and attacked Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao had a toothache. There was no need to ask to know that the Dragon Shadow Guard was assigned to Ning Wang by the Emperor. Gu Jiao had fought with the Dragon Shadow Guard before, but after the Dragon Shadow Guard was summoned back by the Emperor, he no longer had any hostility towards Gu Jiao. He had hesitated for a moment just now. He was probably sorting out his tasks. Gu Jiao was not an enemy, but the Emperor had ordered the Dragon Shadow Guard to protect Ning Wang. Naturally, the order still prevailed and the Dragon Shadow Guard launched an attack on Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao immediately admitted defeat. She threw the gunny sack to him and ran away. After that, Gu Jiao thought about it and felt that she had not performed well enough. She should have thrown a few punches before throwing it. She should have thrown it more aggressively and not be so cowardly. This time, Gu Jiao had put Ning Wang in a gunny sack in front of him. It was not that she was impulsive, but since he had already set his sights on her husband, there was no need for the two of them to continue pretending to be peaceful. Another reason was that Ning Wang was very popular in the capital. How many people wanted to secretly harm him and had the ability to do so? If she did not show her face, the first person to be suspected would be Yuan Tang. She was a good person. She would not implicate her new new friend for no reason. Gu Jiao was thinking about this when she suddenly realized that she had run to Vermilion Bird Avenue. But to be honest, she could not be blamed. Vermilion Bird Avenue was one of the streets closest to the Imperial Palace. She could reach Vermilion Bird Avenue after walking a few more steps from that small alley. However, she was very confused that she had come to Princess Xinyang's residence. Gu Jiao raised her head to look at the half-closed courtyard door. Between going back the way she had come and being caught and beaten by the Emperor's Dragon Shadow Guard, or going inside to lie low and have afternoon tea, she chose the latter. She stood on the doorstep and inadvertently tightened the heel of her right leg. As a result, her calf cramped. Princess Xinyang was about to go out. Eugene had just opened the courtyard door when she saw Gu Jiao bending over with a cramp on her small face. Eugene was stunned. Dr. Gu? Gu Jiao stood up as if nothing had happened. The next second, the cramp became even worse. She lost control of her expression. A cramp in her calf was definitely the kind that could not be tolerated. Princess Xinyang glanced at her indifferently. What's wrong? Did you fight with someone? Is your leg crippled? Gu Jiao. No. Oh. Princess Xinyang said carelessly, then you were beaten up and your leg is crippled? Gu Jiao. These words were not very harmful, but they were extremely insulting. Princess Xinyang raised her eyebrows. You couldn't have run away without fighting and even crippled your leg. Gu Jiao. She obviously fought. Princess Xinyang turned around and returned to her room. Eugene turned to look at Princess Xinyang in a daze. Did this mean she wasn't going out? Eugene smiled and said to Gu Jiao, Dr. Gu, please follow me into the room. Gu Jiao's right calf was cramping so badly that it was about to collapse. She could only limp step by step into the room. It could be said that she was very pitiful. Princess Xinyang liked to sit by the window. It had good lighting and ventilation, and she could smell the fragrance of the courtyard. Eugene led Gu Jiao to a chair opposite Princess Xinyang. She squatted down and pinched Gu Jiao's right calf. Does it hurt here? Let me take a look. No need, it's just a cramp, not an injury. I'll be fine in a while. Gu Jiao seriously suspected that she had grown too quickly and was lacking calcium. In her previous life she had never cramped like this. After all, she had worked in the organization. Every agent had a professional nutritionist, so there was no shortage of trace elements. Let me give you a massage. It won't hurt as much, Eugene said gently. Thank you very much, Lady Eugene. She remembered that was how the Crown Princess addressed her. If you don't mind, you can call me Aunt Eugene, Eugene said with a smile. Eugene moved a small stool over and placed Gu Jiao's leg on her lap. She began to gently massage Gu Jiao. She was someone who had taken care of the seriously ill Princess Xinyang. Her technique was quite good. Gu Jiao almost fell asleep from her massage. Eugene said gently, Dr. Gu is only 15 this year, right? You're really young and promising. It would be difficult to find a doctor with better medical skills than you in the capital. Gu Jiao nodded seriously. I think so too. Princess Xinyang, who had decided to practice her calligraphy out of boredom, this girl, could she be a little more shameless? Princess Xinyang calmed herself down for a while before continuing to practice her calligraphy. Gu Jiao glanced at her. My husband always makes me practice calligraphy. It's obvious that he learned it from you. HTML Genius memorized this website's address in 1 second. www.zichhbqg.com Bikugo mobile reading website. zichhbqg.com. Chapter 439. Princess Xinyang's brush suddenly stopped. As Eugene massaged Gu Jiao's calf, she glanced at Princess Xinyang without batting an eyelid. In fact, Eugene couldn't tell what Princess Xinyang's attitude towards the young duke was. If she said she cared, she would ruthlessly deny him. If she said she didn't care, she would be so sad that she fainted. Not to mention fainting from anger, Eugene didn't believe it and wouldn't accept it. She probably still couldn't get over that hurdle in her heart. She was afraid that if she treated the young duke too well, she would let down that dead child. Gu Jiao was being massaged too comfortably and became drowsy. Her little head began to peck at rice like a little chick. Eugene waved at a servant girl, indicating for her to bring a cushion over. The servant girl did as she was told. Eugene gave a look and the servant girl placed the cushion behind Gu Jiao's back, supporting Gu Jiao as she gently leaned against it. Princess Xinyang was immersed in practicing her calligraphy and didn't know that Gu Jiao was about to fall asleep. Her gaze paused and she suddenly asked, Then who did you learn to fight from? Gu Jiao woke up with a start but didn't forget to deny it. I didn't fight. Princess Xinyang didn't even lift her eyelids. Who did you fight with? Gu Jiao, Prince Ning. Eugene, you even fought with a prince. You've got guts. Princess Xinyang wrote another big Chiu character. Why? Gu Jiao bluntly said, I don't like him. Princess Xinyang, it's rare to find someone who doesn't like Prince Ning. Princess Xinyang's expression was calm as she continued to practice her calligraphy. Gu Jiao turned her head to look at Princess Xinyang. Then what about Princess? Does Princess like Prince Ning? In Princess's eyes, what kind of person is Prince Ning? Princess Xinyang said lightly, I don't have much contact with King Ning. If Princess Ningen were here, she might be able to answer you. Yes, Princess Xinyang was married to Marquis Xianping, who was on the same side as Empress Xiao and the Crown Prince. He was in a different camp from Prince Ning and the Zhuang family. Noble consort Zhuang was very stingy, so she wouldn't allow Prince Ning to have too much contact with Princess Xinyang. However, when Prince Ning was mentioned, Princess Xinyang's expression didn't change at all. Did this mean that she never suspected that Xiao Heng's death had anything to do with Prince Ning? To be honest, there were only two people who had the motive to burn Xiao Heng to death 4 years ago. One was Prince Ning, and the other was Princess Xinyang. The less suspicious Prince Ning was, the more suspicious Princess Xinyang would be. Princess Xinyang did not suspect Prince Ning at all. Was it because she was the murderer, or because Prince Ning's disguise had successfully deceived everyone? Gu Jiao eventually fell asleep. At this moment, the sun was very bright and shone through the window lattice. The entire table was warm and Gu Jiao even sweated a little. Eugene stood up gently and put Gu Jiao's feet on a stool. She also put a cushion under them so that they would be stable and wouldn't hurt. "Princess, do you still want to go out?" Eugene asked softly. Princess Xinyang practiced her calligraphy and said lightly, "Maybe another day. I don't want to go out today." Eugene made a sound of agreement and turned to walk around the greenhouse. She cut a few fresh flowers and put them in. The room was very quiet. The only sounds were the rustling of the brush on the table, the low sound of pruning, and someone's even breathing. It was very quiet all around, but it didn't feel as lonely as it usually did. "Blanket," Princess Xinyang said. She didn't raise her eyes. She was steady and engrossed in her calligraphy practice. "Okay." Eugene put down the scissors and flowers and wiped her hands with a handkerchief. She opened the wardrobe and took out a thin cashmere blanket. She walked over and was about to drape it over Princess Xinyang when she heard Princess Xinyang say expressionlessly, "Give it to her." Although she didn't specify which one, there were only 3 people in the room. Eugene should have said, "Give it to you." Eugene walked around the desk and came to Gu Jiao's side. She gently draped the thin blanket over her. Eugene squeezed Gu Jiao's palm. Sure enough, she had been sweating just now, but now she was cold. The sun was about to set and couldn't shine on her body. In addition, there was a thin autumn wind outside the window that happened to blow on her face. Eugene's position didn't allow the wind to blow. This was why Eugene didn't notice that Gu Jiao's body was cold. Eugene's smiling gaze fell on Princess Xinyang's beautiful face, which didn't seem to have been eroded by time. "Princess. What is it?" Princess Xinyang said calmly. Eugene pursed her lips and smiled. "You also like Dr. Gu, don't you?" She used the word, also. She didn't know who else liked Gu Jiao. Was it Xiao Lulang or herself? Princess Xinyang said, "I said her life is very valuable. If something happens to her, who will treat this princess's illness?" When Gu Jiao woke up, the sky was already dark. There was only the statue-like Long Yi beside her. Gu Jiao acted as if she was facing a great enemy. She almost reflexively sat up and said seriously, "I won't stop writing." Long Yi, who had been holding a box of charcoal for the whole afternoon, Eugene asked Gu Jiao to stay for dinner. Gu Jiao looked at Princess Xinyang, who was watering flowers in the courtyard. She raised her eyebrows and said, "It wasn't the princess who asked me to eat. I won't eat. I'm leaving." Hiss. Princess Xinyang watered the flowers and almost drowned them. Eugene couldn't help but snicker. Gu Jiao was just joking. How could she not know that without Princess Xinyang's tacit consent, Eugene wouldn't have the guts to ask her to stay for dinner? She really had something to do and had to go back quickly. Eugene said with a smile, "I'll prepare a carriage for Dr. Gu." Gu Jiao intended to refuse. She could go back by herself. Eugene said again, "Or let Long Yi send you." Gu Jiao's face became serious for a second. "Carriage, thank you." Eugene ordered the servants to prepare a carriage and said to Princess Xinyang, "I'll send Miss Gu off." Princess Xinyang didn't say anything. She took the kettle and changed to a potted plant to water the flowers. Gu Jiao actually didn't need Eugene to send her off, but she felt that Eugene especially wanted to send her off today. The two left the courtyard. Eugene said to the coachman, "This wooden stool is unstable. Go get a new one." She sent the coachman away. At the door, there were only 2 people and Long Yi sitting on the wall with a box of charcoal in his hands. Eugene pulled Gu Jiao's hand and said in a low voice, "Miss Gu, you're one of us. I won't beat around the bush. I'll make a long story short. I hope you can understand." Sure enough, there was something. Gu Jiao nodded. "Go ahead." Eugene said seriously, "The matter of the young marquis. I don't know how much you've heard, but no matter what you've heard, please believe the princess. She really did hate the young marquis, but she hated herself even more. She hated those assassins who poisoned her son, as well as those who killed her son with their own hands. She probably realized that the identity of the person behind her was too sensitive, or she wasn't sure if Gu Jiao had already understood this step. Eugene paused and changed her words, murderer. The princess took the initiative to kill, but in the end, her heart softened. She couldn't do it. She didn't start the fire. Chapter 440. Gu Jiao nodded at Eugene. Thank you for telling me this. The information you told me is very important to me. The wooden stool is here. The driver jogged over with a wooden stool. Eugene patted the back of Gu Jiao's hand. The driver placed the wooden stool beside Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao stepped on the wooden stool and got into the carriage. On the way back, Gu Jiao carefully considered Eugene's words. If Eugene was telling the truth, then the only possibility left was Prince Ning, who set Shaoheng on fire at the Imperial College. If Eugene was lying and the arsonist was Princess Xinyang, then Prince Ning would definitely hurt Xiao Lulang this time. There was no way he could clear his name. No matter who the murderer was 4 years ago, the one who still wanted to kill Xiao Lulang was Prince Ning. Gu Jiao took out a small notebook. Her lips twitched and she wrote a name on it, Qin Chuhan. Prince Ning's mansion. The moon was dark and the wind was strong. Prince Ning was lying on his bed. His entire body was wrapped in cotton and he was half dead. He had been drugged by Gu Jiao and beaten to death. When the dragon shadow guards finally came, he thought he was finally saved. Who knew that the nightmare had just begun? The dragon shadow guards were temporarily sent by His Majesty to find Xiao Lulang. The dragon shadow guards' first mission was to find him, and their second mission was to protect him. Gu Jiao beat him very hard, but he could also take the beating. Thus, although it hurt, he didn't suffer any internal injuries. The dragon shadow guards determined that he didn't suffer any fractures and could continue to find him. They grabbed him and got into the carriage. The driver was gone, so the dragon shadow guards personally became his driver. Other than not suffering from internal injuries, Ning Wang's entire body was in pain. The dragon shadow guard's driving skills were obviously not good. Ning Wang's intestines were about to break. His head hit the wall of the carriage 7 or 8 times, and his butt rubbed against the floor 17 or 18 times. Actually, he could turn over, but he didn't want to grind an iron rod into a needle. Therefore, he could only sacrifice his butt. Finally, his arm was dislocated, and the dragon shadow guard determined that his injury was in urgent need of treatment. Then, the dragon shadow guards carried him back to the palace. Only God knew how long his dislocated arm had been swinging in the air. It was so swinging that he didn't even feel that it was his arm anymore. This was simply a nightmare. Your Highness, it's time to drink your medicine. Qi Fei helped Ning Wang up. Prince Ning's entire body felt as if it had been crushed by a huge rock. Not a single part of his body belonged to him. Just the movement of sitting up and leaning against the bed head made Prince Ning break out in a cold sweat. He took the bowl with his other hand, which was not dislocated. Even though it wasn't dislocated, it wasn't very stable after being trampled by Gu Jiao. In the end, Qi Fei couldn't stand it and personally helped his master drink the medicine. Prince Ning leaned against the cushion behind him and recalled what happened today. He still felt that it was inconceivable. How dare she, that's right. How could a commoner's daughter dare to go against a country's prince? Even if she hugged the 2 thick thighs of the Empress Dowager and the Emperor, in terms of closeness, he was their blood relative. Other than Princess Ning'en, he was the only person who could receive the favor of both the Empress Dowager and the Emperor. So where did that girl borrow her courage from? She didn't think that just because she helped the Empress Dowager and the Emperor a little, she would be able to enjoy endless favor for the rest of her life, right? She was overestimating herself. Accompanying the Emperor was like accompanying a tiger. She still didn't understand this principle. Qi Fei asked in confusion, Master, this subordinate can't figure out why Dr. Gu would do this. You burned down her workshop, but didn't she also empty your treasury? She was the one who took advantage of you. Why would she bother to not let you go? Prince Ning snorted coldly. What other reason could there be for her to not care about her life? Qi Fei wasn't stupid and immediately understood. Could it be? She knows that you dealt with Xiao Lulang? Prince Ning coldly said, although this prince doesn't have any evidence after thinking about it, this is the only reason left. I just don't know how much she knows about Xiao Liulang's identity. Does she know that he used to be the young Marquis of Jiaodu? If she knows, has she guessed that the fire 4 years ago was caused by this prince through this incident? Qi Fei was stunned. As expected of His Highness, he had considered everything. He didn't think that much. Prince Ning thoughtfully said, but this prince still has a doubt. Did she find Xiao Liulang's whereabouts? Gu Jiao's actions could be said to have completely disrupted Prince Ning's thoughts. He had never seen someone who didn't play by the rules like this. He was the smartest of all the princes. He was familiar with the art of war and had a deep understanding of people's hearts. Often, a person only needed to take one step and he could calculate their next 10 steps. But Gu Jiao, this kind of troublemaker, it was too difficult for him to use his power. Qi Fei said, "Master, how about you directly tell the Empress Dowager? The Empress Dowager is your grandmother and also your great-aunt. She definitely won't be partial to that girl." Prince Ning lightly said, "If I tell the Empress Dowager, then I'll be playing right into her hands." Qi Fei didn't understand. How could that be? Prince Ning was a patient master. He didn't have the bad habit of being spoiled like the crown prince. He wouldn't think that the servants couldn't keep up with his thoughts and scold them for being stupid. It was right that they couldn't keep up. Otherwise, if they were as smart as him, how could he still be an outstanding prince? He said, "This prince said that she sneak attacked this prince. Do you have evidence? This prince can't even beat a girl. Does anyone believe it?" Qi Fei's eyes widened. "She gave you a drug." Prince Ning lightly glanced at him. "You can find a drug that can knock this prince out in one go." The knockout drug still needed half a cup of tea's time to take effect. He didn't know what kind of hidden weapon was inserted into his body, but it actually knocked him out in an instant. People who didn't see it with their own eyes wouldn't believe it at all. Actually, there was a witness, Shadow Guard Long, but it was better not to have it. Prince Ning continued, "Also, this prince can say that she sneak attacked, but she can't say that this prince captured Xiao Lulang?" Qi Fei stammered, "She doesn't have evidence. Moreover, Xiao Yolang's whereabouts are unknown. She's not afraid that the Empress Dowager will send people to search for him." Prince Ning coldly snorted. "You also said that you don't have evidence. If the Empress Dowager doesn't believe her, will she believe me?" There was no evidence. Either they believed it or they didn't believe it. What were the consequences of believing it? It was him, a prince of a country, who actually captured an imperial court official. And the other party's wife came to beat him up for revenge. Who was at fault? What were the consequences of not believing it? Both of them were talking nonsense. She was a girl, so it wasn't a big deal for her to lie. But he was the dignified eldest prince. Inverting right and wrong to slander a girl was too shameful. So no matter which one it was, he was bound to lose. Rather than worrying that he would complain about that girl, it was better to worry about whether or not that girl would complain about him. Will she complain about Master? After listening to his master's analysis, Qi Fei began to worry. Prince Ning seriously thought about it. She probably won't. Qi Fei, why not? Prince Ning, she doesn't like it. Would someone who could use their hands and not their mouth complain about it? Kambiku Pavilion's mobile reading website, m.zhbqg.com. Chapter 441. While they were talking, there was a faint breathing sound outside the door. Who is it? Qi Fei's eyes turned cold and he suddenly shot out a hidden weapon. Stop! Prince Ning shouted. That was almost his subconscious reaction. Qi Fei saw that his master asked him to stop, but the hidden weapon had already been shot out. He had to use more strength to shoot another dart to hit the first one away. The two darts broke out of the window, creating sparks in the air with a clang, and then fell beside a pair of elegant embroidered shoes. Qi Fei rushed out of the door. When he saw who it was, he was stunned. Princess? Princess Ning almost died under this dart and her face turned pale. Qi Fei hurriedly bowed. Princess, please forgive me. I didn't expect that you would. What would happen? Would she come at this time, or would she secretly stand outside and listen to Prince Ning's conversation? Princess Ning clenched the handkerchief in her hand, and her eyes flashed. Her lips trembled a few times and she didn't know whether it was anger or fear or both. The next moment she turned around and walked out without looking back. Sushi. It was Prince Ning who chased after her, regardless of the tearing pain all over his body. Prince Ning grabbed Princess Ning's arm. Qi Fei saw this and tactfully retreated. But with his hearing he could actually hear it. But the important thing was that he wouldn't make Princess Ning feel embarrassed if he wasn't there. King Ning had run for a short distance, but many wounds on his body were bleeding. His lips were getting paler and paler, and the cold sweat on his forehead was oozing out again. Su Xin. He endured the pain and said in a hoarse voice, "Don't go, listen to my explanation." Princess Ning clenched the handkerchief and looked at him with a complicated expression, and tears flashed in her eyes. "Listen to what your highness explains? Explain why you took Dr. Gu's husband, Or explain why your highness burned Xiaoheng to death 4 years ago. Prince Ning said, Xiaoheng didn't die. Princess Ning said loudly, that's because he's lucky. It's not that your highness didn't harm him. Sushi. I have my reasons. Prince Ning grabbed her arm tightly, and his eyes were slightly red. My mother was the 6th princess consort at that time. She was the wife that imperial grandfather appointed for imperial father. After imperial father ascended the throne, he only gave my mother the title of imperial consort. I was also reduced from a legitimate son to a concubine's son. Originally the Eastern Palace was mine. The position of crown prince was mine. Everything was mine. I can't accept this. Sushi. I can't accept this. Princess Ning retorted, so you killed the innocent. Prince Ning explained, Xiaoheng is not innocent. He is not the son of Princess Xinyang at all. He is the flesh and blood of a female slave. It was because Princess Xinyang experienced the pain of losing her son that she placed her love on him. That child didn't need to die. The one who should die is him. He stole everything from that child. His death is not worth regretting. Princess Ning looked at him in disbelief as if she was greatly frightened. Her body swayed and she took a few steps back. Prince Ning's face turned pale when he realized what nonsense he had said in his anger. He wasn't like this usually. It was because he was confused by the little female doctor called Gu Jiao today. He walked forward guiltily. Don't come over. Don't touch me. Princess Ning retreated again and raised her hand to stop him from coming closer. Okay, I won't come over, Prince Ning hurriedly replied. He looked behind her. There are steps behind you. Don't fall. As he spoke, he took a few steps back and motioned for Princess Ning to come closer. But Princess Ning didn't take a single step forward. Prince Ning saw the fear in her eyes and the disappointment that was gradually becoming difficult to hide. He couldn't help but walk forward. Don't come over, she said. Prince Ning hurriedly retreated and raised his hand to comfort her. Okay, Sushin, I won't come over. I really won't come over. Listen to me. I'm not only doing this for myself but also for you. When I inherit the throne, you will be the Empress of Zhao country. Princess Ning smiled coldly. Empress? Your Highness, can I really be the Empress? This sentence seemed to have opened a certain gate, and an even stronger emotion rushed out, overshadowing the panic and disappointment just now. She glanced at him coldly and didn't say another word. She turned and left the yard in a daze. Prince Ning didn't force her to stay. He just looked at her disappearing figure in the night and frowned little by little. Master. Qi Fei came over. Are you okay? Prince Ning covered his chest and spat out a mouthful of blood. How could he be okay? He was just pretending to be strong in front of her. Qi Fei hurriedly helped Prince Ning into the room. The wound on Prince Ning's body had split open. Qi Fei went to call the doctor to treat Prince Ning. They worked until the second half of the night before they finally got Prince Ning's injury under control. Qi Fei sent the doctor away and said to Prince Ning sincerely, Master, you can't do this anymore. It's too bad for your body. Has Princess Ning rested? Prince Ning asked. Qi Fei was stunned. Princess Ning had made Prince Ning like this. Why was Master still thinking about her? Qi Fei whispered, she has rested. Prince Ning said, it's good that she has rested. Qi Fei said, Master, I'm afraid it's not safe for Princess Ning. She is close to Princess Rui Wang and Dr. Gu. If she leaks the news, Prince Ning paused and said, she won't. Qi Fei thought for a while and asked, should I send someone to monitor Princess Ning? Ning Wang shot him a cold glare. Qi Fei shrank his neck. Prince Ning pondered for a moment and didn't reject the proposal. Let them stay away. Don't offend Princess Ning. Also, remember to avoid them when they shouldn't. Qi Fei understood that they couldn't monitor private things like bathing and changing clothes. Prince Ning sighed. Forget it. I'll coax her when she calms down. The most important thing is to solve the problem of Xiao Lulang and Gu Jiao. No, let's deal with Gu Jiao first. This woman was too good at playing tricks. No one knew what she would do in the next moment. Prince Ning had never been afraid of any opponent. Gu Jiao was the first person who made him feel uneasy. Qi Fei said, Your Highness, it's better to send someone to kill her. Prince Ning said coldly, have you forgotten how the masters who went to assassinate Yuan Tang died? Qi Fei argued, she was there. She might not have done it. At that time all the masters died. They didn't come back to report. They judged that Gu Jiao was there from the footprints and fallen herbs. Prince Ning touched the jade thumb ring next to his pillow. It's better to be safe than sorry. If we send too few people we won't be able to kill her. If we send too many people, it will be too noisy. Qi Fei frowned. Is there no way to deal with her? Prince Ning looked at the jade thumb ring. Don't worry. She's more anxious to deal with me than me dealing with her. When the time comes, I'll beat her at her own game. Chapter 442. Gu Jiao returned to Clearwater Alley. Gu Yan's secret guard A told her that someone had been here today. It was an expert, probably a secret guard. He had been loitering in the alley for a while, keeping an eye on their house. Is it Mr. Mingyu's men again? Gu Jiao asked. Mr. Mingyu was the one who bought little Jing Kong's golden abacus. It was obvious that he wanted to get close to little Jing Kong. He had even sent men to keep an eye on Clearwater Alley. He hadn't shown up for a long time after being caught by Gu Jiao. It's not the same person from last time, said the secret guard A. Gu Jiao made an "oh" sound. Then there was no doubt that it was Prince Ning's men. He must have been sent by Prince Ning to find out about Xiao Liulang's whereabouts. Prince Ning also wanted to know if Xiao Lulang had been found, or if he was already hiding at home. Then did he find Xiao Lulang? Gu Jiao asked again. Secret guard A said, no, the young master has been in the study and hasn't come out. That person waited for a while but couldn't find him, so he left. Gu Jiao nodded with satisfaction. Be careful. Don't let anyone find Xiao Lulang for the next few days. Yes. Gu Jiao went to the study and opened the small medicine box. She took out gauze and medicine for Xiao Lulang to change his bandages. When she performed the surgery, she felt that it was very successful. However, this guy had learned a lesson from his predecessor. The surgery on his feet was also very successful, but he could not walk. Gu Jiao was worried that he would not be able to write because of some psychological factors. Gu Jiao wondered if she should tell him that Princess Xinyang wasn't the one who set the fire that year. She hesitated, but still felt that the time wasn't right and there wasn't enough evidence. Xiao Lulang was extremely uncertain about whether Princess Xinyang still had feelings for him. He might think that Yujin or she was comforting him. There were some things that Princess Xinyang had to tell him personally. He had to take things slowly when it came to matters of the heart. It was better to take care of the king of Ning first. His lethality wasn't any weaker than Grand Concubine Jing's. At the very least, his great-aunt wasn't on Concubine Jing's side. Thinking of her great-aunt, Gu Jiao sighed slightly. It had been raining for several days in a row in the capital. The weather seemed to have turned cold all of a sudden. Gu Jiao put on her autumn clothes. Generally speaking, girls wouldn't grow much after their period, but she was still growing. Xiao Lulang was also growing. The sleeves are shorter again. While Yao Shi was eating, she noticed that the two sleeves could no longer cover their wrists. Later on, I will put down the sleeves that are tucked in. In fact, it was not just the two of them. Gu Yan had also grown up very quickly. His voice had started to change. His voice had changed later than Gu Xiaoxuan's, but she didn't know if it had changed later than Xiao Liulang's. After all, Xiao Lulang was already 16 or 17 years old when he was brought back to the village. His voice had already changed a while ago. She didn't know if it was because Gu Jiao had the filter of a husband, but she always felt that Xiao Liulang's voice wasn't that bad when he was changing. Now it had become even more pleasant. It was low, smooth, and had a hint of youthful magnetism. It was especially seductive when he was alone. She never considered that Xiao Lulang was deliberately seducing her. Eat a bun. Yao Shi picked up a carrot and lamb bun for Gu Yan. I don't want to eat. Gu Yan was a picky eater. Little Jing Kong opened his eyes wide. His hand, which was holding his spoon, stopped in midair. Brother Yan, your voice has become so strange. Gu Xiaoshan and Xiao Lulang had also changed their voices before. Gu Xiaoshan still had his voice until now. However, they were already like this when little Jing Kong came to their house. It wasn't too sudden. Gu Yan's voice had changed from a young teenager's to this voice. The change was a little big. Xiao Liulang's voice had changed after his voice changed. However, the change wasn't as big as when he suddenly changed his voice. Therefore, little Jing Kong almost didn't notice the change in his bad brother-in-law. However, he immediately noticed Gu Yan's change. Gu Yan still hadn't adapted to his new voice. He was a little excited and a little embarrassed. He cleared his throat and stuffed a pork bun into little Jing Kong's mouth. Eat your food. Little Jing Kong wanted to argue with him. However, he suddenly bit into the candy inside. He suddenly felt that eating pork bun was more interesting than exploring Brother Yan's new voice. The sky was clear today. Qinghai Academy and the Imperial College had a rare holiday. Gu Jiao brought a few men from her family into the palace to visit her great-aunt. Little Jing Kong was a frequent visitor to Rinshou Palace. Gu Yan and Gu Xiaoshen rarely came. After all, they were people who needed to attend special classes. They couldn't afford to be hurt. They entered the palace as usual. The token was already covered with dust. Empress Dowager Zhuang was busy reviewing the memorials. Coincidentally, a palace maid knocked her favorite glazed flower lantern into the inkstone. The entire lantern was dirty. The palace maid trembled and knelt down. Eunuch Qin couldn't bear to watch. "If you're unlucky, I can't save you." However, the next second, Fei Chui reported, "Miss Gu and the little boys are here." Eunuch Qin felt that Empress Dowager Zhuang's murderous aura was extinguished. He hurriedly winked at the little palace maid. Okay, you're lucky. Hurry up and leave." Gu Jiao brought a jar of handmade milk dates. She didn't put any sugar. It was the natural sweetness of the dates. It didn't matter if her great-aunt ate a few more. Empress Dowager Zhuang was satisfied with their trip. Empress Dowager Zhuang and Gu Jiao sat in the corridor and ate milk dates. The three of them played in the yard. Gu Xiaoshen didn't always cut wood. He also had mischievous moments such as now. He even proposed to climb the tree to steal the bird's nest. This proposal was strongly supported by little Jing Kong. Gu Yan didn't want to do it. He couldn't climb up. Empress Dowager Zhuang calmly watched the three of them bicker. Gu Yan, with her eloquent tongue, outsmarted the little carpenter and the little monk. In the end, she successfully dragged the little carpenter into her camp and went fishing. Gu Yan smiled proudly. "Little monk, are you going or not?" Little Jing Kong put his hands on his hips and stamped his feet. "I'm not going." "What nonsense." Cough. Empress Dowager Zhuang was choked by this sudden nonsense. She almost tried to save herself again. Gu Yan narrowed his eyes slightly. "Little guy, you learned to swear? Who did you learn from?" "With Su Kanji." "Ah." Little Jing Kong stuck out his tongue and made a face. Then he ran away quickly. Gu Jiao looked at Empress Dowager Zhuang strangely. "Great-aunt, did you teach him?" Empress Dowager Zhuang righteously said, "How could I teach him that kind of language? Can't there be any trust between people?" She just accidentally said it once and the youngest son of the Minister of War heard it. But she didn't teach him. It was the little guy who secretly learned it. The Rinshou Palace was full of the voices of the three little men. Empress Dowager Zhuang couldn't stand noise before. But after living in the countryside in Bishui Alley for a while, Empress Dowager Zhuang's ability to bear noise was trained. In addition, Empress Dowager Zhuang found that Gu Yan's voice had changed. Humph, the little brat was finally going to grow into a man. Little Jing Kong and Gu Xiaoshen wanted to eat fresh flower pancakes. Gu Jiao took a basket and went to the imperial garden to pick flowers. Coincidentally, the crown princess was also there. She also came to pick a few flowers. But she didn't eat them. She wanted to arrange them. Gu Jiao was alone. The crown princess was with Chunying. Gu Jiao didn't even look at the two of them. She went to the other side to pick the flowers she needed. HTML Genius remembered the website address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com Bikugo mobile reading website. zhhbqg.com. Chapter 443. Novels with content that cannot be found online will be available here. The Crown Prince consort had been ignored by Gu Jiao time and time again. Even if she was made of mud, she would still get angry, much less when she had made such a big fuss in Princess Xan Yang's residence. Even more infuriating was that she had promised Princess Xan Yang that she would not publicize this matter. Only later did she find out that Princess Xan Yang was protecting her because Princess Xan Yang might have already known and acknowledged her as her daughter-in-law. She even lied to her by saying that she was a doctor. The Crown Prince consort thought about it carefully. The reason she was so angry was not because Gu Jiao had done anything. Instead, it was because she had clearly not done anything, yet she was gradually replacing her position in Princess Xan Yang's heart, stealing away what originally belonged to her. Princess Xan Yang's protection and Aheng's affection. The Crown Prince consort put the scissors in her hand back into Chunying's basket. Walking over, she stood at Gu Jiao's side and faintly asked, "Do you know where Xiao Lulang is?" Gu Jiao cut a flower and calmly said, "What does my husband's whereabouts have to do with you? Have you become addicted to thinking about other people's husbands?" The Crown Prince consort's expression changed. "Gu Jiao, get out of the way. Do you know who exactly wants to deal with Xiao Lulang? Only I can help him." From beginning to end, The crown prince consort had never wanted to take Xiao Yulong's life. She also did not want to just watch him die. Gu Jiao turned around and gave her a mocking look. Do you know? Late affection is more worthless than grass. She felt sorry for Xiaoheng. What was he doing earlier? Who exactly caused Xiaoheng's tragedy? In this world there were two kinds of people who were the most annoying. One was those who committed heinous crimes and had a clear purpose of harming people, such as Prince Ning. The other was those whose crimes were not worthy of death. Their original intention was not to kill people, but they had caused a lot of trouble. Except for themselves, others would be implicated to death by them. The former could still be dealt with according to the law and obtain the satisfaction of the people. The latter, however, could not be killed, and it was unbearable to endure, as if a fishbone was stuck in the throat. However, she had heard that the laws of the Zhao country were different from the laws of her previous life. She didn't know what crime it was for the crown princess to seduce Ning Wang. The crown prince consort was completely at a loss for words. She seemed to understand, but she did not seem to understand. She had no feelings for Xiao Lulang, but she had feelings for Xiaoheng. So, what Gu Jiao meant was that she admitted that Xiao Lulang was Xiaoheng, and she had exposed that she still had feelings for Xiaoheng? How dare she say such a thing? Wasn't she afraid that she would reveal Xiaoheng's identity? Or was it that she had already seen through that she knew that Xiao Lulang was Xiaoheng? Of course, the most painful thing was that late love is more cheap than grass. Why did she humiliate her like this? Gu Jiao did not care what the crown prince consort thought. After picking the flowers, she left without looking back. The group ate lunch at Renshou Palace, and Gu Jiao's fresh flower pancakes were quickly snatched up. In the afternoon, the three went to dig out a bird's nest, the kind that was hung up by a hidden guard with a rope. Gu Jiao's next plan was to expose the relationship between Prince Ning and the crown prince consort. Princess Ning's attitude was somewhat thought-provoking. She seemed to know but also seemed to not know. No matter what, Gu Jiao did not plan to start with Princess Ning. She should let the crown prince feel the blow to his soul first. Prince Ning was recuperating these days, but it did not matter. Some things could be fabricated out of thin air. After the first class in the afternoon, Gu Qingfeng went to the outhouse. Suddenly, a gerfalcon flapped its wings and landed on his shoulder. It covered its bird head with one wing and patted the back of his head with the other. Then it arrogantly stretched out a bird's claw. Gu Qingfeng, to be honest, this girl might as well catch him herself. Why did she always have a bird run errands? As usual, there was a note tied to Little Nine's leg. On the note there was a drawing of a bloody knife. East Palace, come quickly. Gu Qingfeng's mouth twitched. He swore that if they were going to rob the crown prince's treasury, he would get half of it. Unfortunately, Gu Qingfeng was disappointed. Gu Jiao was not going to rob the crown prince. Gu Jiao, have you seen the crown prince consort? Gu Qingfeng, why are you asking this? Gu Jiao, have you heard her speak? Gu Qingfeng, something is wrong with you. Gu Jiao, forget it. It doesn't matter if you have heard her speak or not. Let's hear it again. Then Gu Qingfeng was dragged to the East Palace by a small hand. Gu Jiao went in openly and Gu Qingfeng was thrown in openly by her. As for whether they would be discovered by the experts in the East Palace, it would depend on Gu Qingfeng's ability. Gu Qingfeng, who almost fell flat on his face, gritted his teeth. This damn girl. What are you doing here? The crown prince consort looked coldly at Gu Jiao, who was being led in. She was arranging flowers in the warm room, and the table was covered with scattered branches and petals. Gu Jiao sat cross-legged across from her. I came to talk to you. The crown prince consort cut a peony. What is there to talk about between you and me? Gu Jiao said, there is nothing to talk about. The crown prince consort, she had never seen such a... The crown prince consort racked her brains but couldn't think of a suitable word to describe Gu Jiao. She cut another flower and said to Gu Jiao, I don't care what you have heard outside, but I am not the one who harmed Xiao Lulang. I didn't send people to capture him, and I also hope to find him as soon as possible. However, the storm is not over yet, so it is not a bad thing for him to avoid it for now. You can avoid it for a while, but you can't avoid it forever. You have to think of a way to deal with it. Very good, continue, Gu Jiao said. The crown prince consort stilled. She was a bit suspicious whether Gu Jiao understood the implied meaning in her words. She looked at Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao didn't seem to be listening seriously, but Gu Jiao clearly expressed that she wanted her to continue. The crown prince consort frowned slightly. If you don't want to listen, Gu Jiao said, I want to. Say more. so that Gu Qingfeng could hear more accurately. On the roof, Gu Qingfeng rolled his eyes. The Crown Prince consort continued. Gu Jiao rarely responded, or strictly speaking, her responses were very strange. Your tone is not right. Say it again, more sorrowful. I want to hear your sorrowful voice. Just now, you should have said it with a happy tone. Say it again. The Crown Prince consort. Why do I feel that something is wrong? The Crown Prince consort was a very intelligent person, but even the most intelligent person had their own thinking area. Once they exceeded this area, their subconscious would automatically ignore or accept incomprehensible oddities, and even find reasonable explanations for them. The Crown Prince consort said coldly, "Are you here to make me happy or to stall for time to do something else? You don't want to see the Crown Prince, do you?" Gu Jiao clapped her hands and stood up. All right. Since you are so worried, then I will leave." In any case, the Crown Prince consort's lesson was almost over. It was time for Gu Qingfeng to graduate. Chapter 444. After leaving the East Palace, Gu Jiao checked the results of Gu Qingfeng's study. Gu Qingfeng refused in his heart. Gu Jiao took out a bottle of hair growth agent and got it done easily. After making sure that Gu Qingfeng was the main tool, Gu Jiao started to prepare to lure the Crown Prince. First, she had to choose a moment when the Crown Princess was alone. She couldn't let the Crown Princess have an alibi. Then she could guide the Crown Prince to catch the adulterers. Coincidentally, Empress Xiao asked the Crown Princess to have dinner at the Cunning Palace in the evening. The East Palace had been busy recently, so Qin Chuyu was taken back to the Cunning Palace. After dinner, Qin Chuyu wanted to go to the Cunning Palace to find little Jing Kong. Empress Xiao asked the Crown Princess to go with Qin Chuyu. The Crown Princess didn't dare to refuse and went with Qin Chuyu. The two little bitches were crazy together. They went from the Rinshou Palace to the Imperial Garden, and from the Imperial Garden to the Supreme Liquid Pool. The Crown Princess was ordered to watch Qin Chuyu, so she had to follow. But she couldn't keep up with the two little guys. Soon she lost them. The Crown Princess only had Chunying with her. It was easy to send her away. Gu Jiao walked over. "Do me a favor. Take it over there." The Crown Princess frowned. "You again? Are you haunting me?" Gu Jiao raised her eyebrows. "Are you going to help me?" If the Crown Princess came to ask Gu Jiao wouldn't help her. But the Crown Princess was different. She had a background and status, so she had to help her. The Crown Princess looked at Gu Jiao's basket and said to Chunying, "Take it for Dr. Gu." Yes. Chunying took the basket reluctantly and walked towards the pavilion with Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao walked halfway and said to Chunying, "Take it to the Rinshou Palace. I want to pick some fruits." Chunying choked. Didn't she say she only wanted to take the pavilion? Why did it become the Rinshou Palace? My Crown Princess is there alone. I'm worried. I'll ask her to pick fruits with me, okay? That's why I'm worried. Chunying muttered in her heart, but she didn't dare to show it on her face. This was the Imperial Palace and Qin Chuyu and the servants were nearby. Chunying knew that Gu Jiao wouldn't dare to do anything, so she left with the basket. Gu Jiao wouldn't really tell the Crown Prince consort to pick the fruit. She turned around and headed towards the Imperial study. Today the Crown Prince was in the Imperial study. Eunuch Qin had given him a message. When Gu Jiao arrived at the Imperial study, the Crown Prince had just come out. The Crown Prince looked at her strangely. "Why are you here? What are you doing here? Is the Imperial study a place where people like you can enter?" The Crown Prince's impression of Gu Jiao was that she was Xiao Liulong's wife, that she was ugly, that she grew up in the countryside, that she was a lowly little female doctor, and that he didn't know what kind of luck she had to obtain the favor of His Majesty and the Empress Dowager. In short, he didn't think highly of Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao didn't mind the Crown Prince's attitude towards her at all. He came out so she didn't have to make up an excuse to bring him out. "I was passing by," Gu Jiao said without changing her expression. "Is the Crown Prince going back to the Eastern Palace? I just encountered the Crown Prince consort near the Supreme Liquid Pool." The Crown Prince was going back to the Eastern Palace, but when he heard that the Crown Prince consort was at the Supreme Liquid Pool, he changed his mind and went straight to the Supreme Liquid Pool. Gu Jiao went in the same direction as him. The Crown Prince frowned and asked impatiently, "Why are you following me?" Gu Jiao raised her brows and said, "I'm not following your highness. I'm also going to the Supreme Liquid Pool. My younger brother is playing with the 7th Prince near the Supreme Liquid Pool." The Crown Prince had heard of Qin Chuyu's new friend, the little guy called Jing Kong. The Crown Prince frowned but didn't say anything. The two entered the inner palace together. When they passed by a fake mountain between the palace of earthly tranquility and the palace of eternal life, Gu Jiao suddenly stopped in her steps. "Your Highness," she called him in a small voice. The crown prince was extremely impatient and asked her in an exasperated tone, "What?" Gu Jiao pressed a finger to her lips and made a shushing gesture. "There's movement behind the fake mountain, listen." The crown prince wasn't a very cold person in general and wouldn't ignore what was happening around him. When he heard Gu Jiao's words, his brows furrowed and he stopped in his steps. Then he really did hear movement from behind the fake mountain not far away. That fake mountain was actually the former crime scene. The difference was that the corner Gu Jiao chose to eavesdrop was not the same as before. Back then, the tree she and consort Rui Wang were standing on was too far away from the fake mountain and couldn't hear clearly. Right now, she was standing on a small path with the crown prince and was half the distance from the fake mountain. As long as the crown prince wasn't deaf, he should be able to hear everything that happened behind the fake mountain. "It's you? Why are you here?" This was the crown princess' voice. "I also didn't want to come, but there was no other way." This wasn't Ning Wang's voice. Ning Wang was seriously injured in bed and was currently recuperating in the Ning Wang Fu. It would be strange if he came. "I think you're crazy. This is the Imperial Palace. Coming to see me in broad daylight, aren't you afraid of being discovered?" "Don't worry, my martial arts are very good. I won't be discovered. Leave." "I'll leave after delivering Master's message. Master wants you to remember that you are his woman and remember your identity. Don't always hide from him. If there's a next time, he won't be able to guarantee that your relationship will be resolved." "Are you threatening me?" "I've delivered the message, so I'm leaving." "Wait. Oh, how are his injuries?" A concerned and worried tone. "If you're really worried about Master, why don't you personally visit him? You haven't seen Master in so long, don't you miss him?" She sighed bitterly. "What's the use of missing him? Can I leave the Imperial Palace whenever I want? What if people suspect me?" "Don't worry, as long as you want, Master will arrange it for you." Actually, there was nothing else when she asked about his injuries. The last few sentences were improvised by Gu Qingfeng. He added random lines again. Gu Jiao had been observing the crown prince's expression from beginning to end. The crown prince didn't react at all when he heard the first two sentences, but he frowned slightly when he heard the third sentence. And when he heard the words, "I'll leave after delivering Master's message," his frown deepened. He was clearly a bit angry. No, this was his reaction after being cuckolded? Wasn't it a bit wrong? With the crown prince's feelings for Wen Linlang, he should have drawn his sword and charged forward. If he didn't kill Wen Linlang, he would have killed that adulterer or both of them. But he didn't. Gu Jiao asked strangely, "Crown Prince, did you recognize that person's voice just now?" The crown prince snorted coldly. "How could I recognize it? I don't know him." Gu Jiao gaped. "You don't know him? Don't you think the voice just now was a bit familiar? It sounded like the crown princess, wasn't it?" "Familiar?" The crown prince thought carefully and said, "I think so. It sounded a bit like Linlong's voice, but it's still a far cry." Gu Jiao. How did he recognize it? Or was this man's trust in the crown princess so blind that it was unshakable? "Moreover, Linlang wouldn't betray me," the crown prince said. As expected, it was the latter. "Crown Prince, oh Crown Prince, you're really blind and green." The original plan was for the crown prince to hear Wen Linlong's voice and suspect that she had an ambiguous relationship with a man outside the palace. Gu Jiao would then secretly throw out some false evidence to point at Prince Ning. As long as the crime of having an affair with the crown princess was confirmed, Prince Ning would be powerless. Who would have expected that the crown prince, this pig of a teammate, would be so useless? Gu Jiao didn't want to pay attention to him anymore. The crown prince said coldly, "I have to go and see who dares to cause trouble in the harem here." Go, go, go. It would be strange if I could see. Of course, the crown prince couldn't watch. After Gu Qingfeng finished his performance, he used his qinggong to leave. The crown prince clenched his fists. "Damn it, I will definitely investigate this thoroughly." Gu Jiao rolled her eyes. The first plan was ruined. It didn't take long for the news to reach King Ning's ears. Ever since Gu Jiao beat him up, Prince Ning secretly sent people to keep an eye on Gu Jiao's movements. Prince Ning was drinking medicine and narrowed his eyes when he heard this. She really took the crown prince to catch the adulterers? Chi Fei said, "It should be to catch the adulterers." I don't know where she found someone with excellent vocal skills to imitate the crown princess's voice. That person was wearing a mask, so this subordinate doesn't know who he is. Prince Ning sneered. You think you can compete with me with this little trick? Continue to keep an eye on her. Yes. After keeping an eye on Gu Jiao for the past few days, Prince Ning had gained a lot. Unknowingly, it was the end of the month. Prince Ning recovered from his injuries and entered the palace to pay respects to the emperor. Gu Jiao and the crown prince were also there. Gu Jiao came to take the emperor's pulse, while the crown prince came to report to the emperor on the progress of the investigation into Xiao Liulang's whereabouts. After so long, there was still no news of Xiao Liulang. The crown prince and the emperor began to speculate whether Xiao Liulang had met with a mishap. Gu Jiao had been to Huaqing Palace many times, so the emperor understood that she was also anxious to know Xiao Liulang's whereabouts. The emperor didn't dare to tell Gu Jiao his speculations, fearing that Gu Jiao would be upset and unable to bear it. Because of Xiao Liulang's matter, the emperor's heart was heavy, so he didn't look very happy when he saw the recovered Prince Ning. The son is fine. In a while I will go with second brother to find Xiao Xiuzhuan. The emperor sighed. He had just recovered from his injuries and should be resting in bed, but the emperor didn't reject Prince Ning's suggestion. He really wanted to find Xiao Liulang as soon as possible, even if it was just a corpse. Right, did you catch the assassin who ambushed you last time? Prince Ning glanced at Gu Jiao without leaving a trace. Gu Jiao didn't look guilty at all. Prince Ning's mouth twitched and he said to the emperor, replying to Imperial Father, not at the moment. The emperor coldly said, continue the investigation. Assassinating a prince right under the emperor's nose? I'm afraid it's an act of rebellion. Prince Ning said, this matter has already been handed over to the capital government. I believe there will be news soon. Gu Jiao's expression didn't change at all. She withdrew the hand that was taking the emperor's pulse. Your Majesty, your liver has been very hot recently. Your diet should be lighter. Eunuch Wei said, His Majesty can't eat at all recently. Miss Gu, please help persuade His Majesty. This old servant's words are useless. Eunuch Wei was really the best teammate. He had such a tacit understanding even when they didn't speak. Gu Jiao sighed and said, then why don't I stay and have a meal with His Majesty in a while? It just so happens that we can celebrate His Highness Prince Ning's recovery. Prince Ning gave Gu Jiao a deep look. The emperor didn't notice the undercurrent between the two. He nodded. Okay, you two brothers should also stay and have a meal. After a pause he said, call little Qi over as well. Eunuch Wei smiled and said, His Highness the 7th Prince has a class today. He's in the Imperial College. The emperor patted his head in amusement. I was so busy that I forgot. Gu Jiao said, Your Majesty, the Empress Dowager likes the fresh flour pancakes I made. I'll also make some for Your Majesty to try. The emperor smiled and said, okay. Shortly after lunch, Gu Jiao's fresh flour pancakes were also out of the oven. She personally brought the steaming fresh flour pancakes to the study room. The fresh flour pancakes were served on delicate small plates, and they were also accompanied by dried flowers and fresh flowers. They looked very good. Your Majesty. Gu Jiao picked up a piece of fresh flour pancake and handed it to the emperor, and then handed one to the crown prince. The emperor knew Gu Jiao's craftsmanship, so he ate it without saying a word. The crown prince was a little disgusted. How delicious could the food made by a country girl be? He glanced at his father and ate it reluctantly. With just one bite his whole body was refreshed. How could this girl's craftsmanship be so good? Prince Ning sat far away, so Gu Jiao handed it to him last. Prince Ning took it but didn't eat it. Gu Jiao asked, Why doesn't Your Highness Prince Ning eat it? Do you dislike my cooking? Prince Ning smiled. How could it be? As he spoke, he picked up the fresh flour pancake and tasted it slowly. Is it delicious? Gu Jiao asked. It tastes good, Prince Ning said warmly. Although he said so, the moment Gu Jiao turned around he took out the handkerchief in his hand and spat it out secretly while wiping his mouth. Insignificant skill. After lunch, Prince Ning cupped his hands to the emperor. Father, it's getting late. I'll go look for Xiao Xiuzhuo first. The emperor nodded. Go ahead. Although the father was very distressed about his son's health, his son's life was not in danger. At the moment, finding Xiao Liulang's whereabouts was the most important thing. Since Prince Ning had gone to look for him, the crown prince naturally couldn't fall behind. He also stood up and cupped his hands to the emperor. Father, I'll go too. Okay. Be careful on the way. The emperor was a little worried that the expert who secretly injured Prince Ning would come back. Your Majesty, I'll go back too, Gu Jiao said. The emperor nodded. All right, you can go. Gu Jiao left Pure Flower's palace with a small basket on her back. She first went to Rinshou Palace to say goodbye to her great-aunt. Her great-aunt packed a few snacks from the imperial kitchen for her. Gu Jiao left the palace with the snacks. To her surprise, Prince Ning was waiting for her at the palace gates. Dr. Gu, His Highness Prince Ning requests your presence. Prince Ning's coachman walked over and said politely to Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao glanced sideways at Prince Ning's carriage. Prince Ning lifted the curtains and gave Gu Jiao a gentle smile. Dr. Gu isn't sitting in this prince's carriage. Could it be that you're afraid this prince will harm you? Gu Jiao didn't say anything and strode into the carriage. She didn't pay attention to her bearing like other women. Her every movement exuded the heroic spirit of a youth. Prince Ning smiled faintly. This prince admires Dr. Gu's courage. Gu Jiao found a seat next to Prince Ning and sat down. She said carelessly, I should be the one saying that to Prince Ning. Prince Ning looked at her with amusement. Just because you were lucky enough to sneak attack this prince once? That was only because this prince wasn't on guard. If we really fought, you wouldn't be this prince's match. Gu Jiao didn't say anything. Prince Ning took it as her tacit agreement. After the carriage traveled for a while, Gu Jiao suddenly said, Your Highness Prince Ning, do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? Chapter 445. Novels will be updated even faster. There are novels with connotations that can't be found online here. When Ning Wang heard this, he instinctively became vigilant, but he quickly ruled out this guess. Did you really drug this prince? But I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. This prince didn't eat your fresh flour pancake. Gu Jiao sighed faintly. It's right that you didn't eat it. You'll feel uncomfortable soon. Ning Wang frowned. Before he could ask her why she said this, a strange feeling suddenly flashed through his body and his heart started to panic. He quickly sank his qi into his dantian, planning to use his internal energy to suppress that strange feeling. But when he used his internal energy, he discovered that his internal energy had weakened by quite a bit. From his experience, his internal energy wouldn't decrease in an instant. It was most likely dissipating a long time ago. It was just that he hadn't used his martial arts, so he hadn't noticed it. He looked at her, his expression cold. What did you do to this prince? I drugged you, said Gu Jiao in a natural and unrestrained manner. Ning Wang said, Impossible? This prince didn't swallow the thing you gave me. He didn't ask why the emperor and crown prince were fine after eating her fresh flour pancake. After all, the poison didn't have to be on all the fresh flour pancakes. She was the one who gave him the fresh flour pancake, so it was entirely possible that she put it on the fresh flour pancake she gave him, or on the table where he used. Gu Jiao raised her eyebrows. What did I say just now? You said just now. Ning Wang carefully recalled Gu Jiao's words. It's right that you didn't eat it. You'll feel uncomfortable soon. Ning Wang's expression changed. You, Gu Jiao tilted her head to look at him. Have you thought it through? Ning Wang was about to explode from anger, but he was also about to be shocked silly. He never expected this last to be so roundabout and bold. She actually poisoned everyone in Pure Flower's palace. That's right, not only was he poisoned, but the crown prince and imperial father were also poisoned. It's just that she put the antidote in the flour pancake in advance so the person who ate the flour pancake would be safe and sound. The crown prince had eaten a few large plates, so she knew that he was full of energy now. And because he was on guard against her, or rather, she was luring him to be on guard against her, deliberately saying those words to provoke him, he successfully avoided the antidote. Very good. Gu Jiao, you're very good. Prince Ning had never thought that he would be defeated by the same person twice. Moreover, compared to being beaten up, losing to her in terms of intelligence was the true humiliation. Chi Fei. He shouted. There was no response. Stop shouting, your men have all been knocked out. Gu Jiao pointed at the tightly closed curtains. But the coachman belongs to your family. You can ask him to stop the carriage. What was the point of stopping? Would he be able to defeat Gu Jiao when he was drugged, or would his driver be able to defeat Gu Jiao? King Ning said coldly, What drug did you give me? Knockout drug. Gu Jiao said. To be honest, Prince Ning could hold on until now, which was much longer than she imagined, which showed that his internal strength was very profound. Well, she also wanted internal strength. Prince Ning narrowed his eyes at her. What are you going to do to me? Gu Jiao blinked. Yes? Prince Ning took a deep look at her, and then he smiled coldly. The anger and uneasiness just now seemed to disappear in an instant, and he became arrogant and disdainful. Prince Ning said, "Gu Jiao, do you really think that I can't see through your little tricks? Do you really think that I'm just recuperating in my mansion these days?" Gu Jiao said, "Oh, you investigated me. What did you find? What you are most worried about, I found that." Prince Ning's lips curled up. "This prince knows what you are planning. You want to drug this prince so that this prince will do something unforgivable to the crown prince consort, and then be caught by the crown prince." "Ha!" he sneered. "So naive, Dr. Gu. Do you really think that you can knock out this king's subordinate so easily?" Gu Jiao looked up at him. Prince Ning pointed at himself. "I am the eldest son of the imperial family and have been in the middle of the whirlpool of imperial power since I was young. How do you think I have survived until now? How did I become imperial father's most beloved and valued son? Just because I am the eldest son? Dr. Gu, I said that you are still young and there are many things that you don't understand. You are still too inexperienced to fight with me." Gu Jiao frowned. Her ears hurt from listening to his bullshit, but it could be summed up in a few words: "I am going with the flow." Was it that hard to speak like a normal person? Gu Jiao looked at him with disdain. She took out a syringe that she had prepared from her sleeve, pulled out the needle cap in front of him and pushed the syringe. When Prince Ning saw this, his heart instinctively filled with the fear of being pierced by needles. Last time she had used this kind of hidden weapon to instantly numb his body. He didn't know what kind of poison was used in this hidden weapon, but it was even more effective than knockout drugs and anesthesia soup. "Relax, it's not anesthesia," Gu Jiao calmly said before curling her lips. "It's a hallucinogen." Hallucinogens were a type of drug. In her previous life, they were mainly used to train assassins or to extort confessions from members of enemy organizations. People who were injected with hallucinogens would lose consciousness and have weak wills. Some people would be immersed in the illusion, unable to hear or see the outside world. Some people would be able to react to the outside world, so it would be easier to get information out of them. She just didn't know which type Prince Ning would fall into after being injected. Gu Jiao's lips curled into a wicked smile. Prince Ning's body trembled. The emperor was afraid of needles. Unfortunately, Prince Ning was also afraid of needles. As expected of father and son. Prince Ning's entire face turned white. "Gu Jiao, you better not act rashly. Otherwise you won't be able to bear the consequences." Gu Jiao said unconcernedly, "Oh, what consequences?" Prince Ning smiled coldly. "For example, why don't you go home and see if Xiao Lulang is still there?" Gu Jiao's injection stopped. Eastern Palace. The crown prince had just returned from outside. The imperial guards were still waiting for him outside. His clothes had just been scratched, so he had to change his clothes and go out again. Just as he stepped into the bedchamber, Chunying stumbled over with a pale face. Your Highness, it's not good, the crown princess is missing." The crown prince frowned. "Speak clearly. Why is Linlang missing?" Chunying choked. This servant followed the crown princess to Zhu Street to visit Princess Xinyang. On the way back, the crown princess said she was going to buy some refreshments for your highness, so this servant went to buy them. But when this servant came out of the tea house, the crown princess was no longer in the carriage. The imperial guards and driver were all knocked unconscious. In a dark room, the doors and windows were tightly shut, and the smell of incense rose in spirals. The crown princess slowly opened her eyes and looked around in confusion. Suddenly she found herself lying on a soft bed. It took her a long time to adjust to the dim light in the room. Then she found a person lying next to her. A man. The man's eyes were slightly closed, as if he had fallen into a deep sleep. After she saw the man's appearance, a light flashed through her eyes. She sat up and stared at the sleeping Xiao Lulang. Is that you?" Xiao Lulang did not respond. "It's you, right? You really came back. You came back to find me? Why aren't you saying anything? Are you angry at me?" "Sorry, I didn't do it on purpose. I didn't want to hurt you. After you left, I was very sad. Seeing you again, I finally understood that the person in my heart has always been you. I really regret not being able to marry you. Don't like anyone else. Don't like her. She's not worthy of you." The crown princess softly said, lovingly stroking Xiao Yolang's cheek. "Being able to see you like this is really good. In the future, don't leave me again." Xiao Yolang's eyes had opened long ago, but unfortunately, his expression was sluggish. It seemed that he did not hear a single word the crown princess said. The crown princess gently smiled with a trace of a young girl's shyness. Pulling away his arm, she gently lay down in his embrace. Her hand wrapped around his strong waist and she sweetly called out, "Let's never separate again, alright? In the future, let's live happily, alright?" Xiao Lulang finally reacted. Holding her tightly in his embrace, he blankly responded, "All right." The crown princess smiled with incomparable sweetness. Xiao Lulang called out a person's name. She did not hear it clearly, but she did not seem to mind at this moment. As long as Aheng was with her, she would be with her forever. She did not care about anything else. Aheng was hers. Aheng pressed her down. However, at this moment the door was kicked open with a bang. The crown prince's face was dark as he charged in. The loud noise caused the crown princess to be startled, as she suddenly woke up from her illusion. She looked at the crown prince, who was standing in the doorway, filled with anger. She then looked at Xiao Lulang, who was tightly hugging her. "Wait a minute. This is not Xiao Lulang. It's Prince Ning." Chapter 446. The crown princess' face turned pale. How could it be like this? Was it not Xiao Lulang? No, it should not be Aheng, right? How could it become Prince Ning? Her first reaction was to stare at the adulterer on the bed. The crown prince's gaze became even colder. The crown prince's throat was filled with a metallic sweetness. He felt that he was on the verge of collapse. He fiercely pinched himself. This was not a dream. This was real. This was fucking real. His Lin Lang, the sincere and gentle Lin Lang, the knowledgeable Lin Lang, the Lin Lang that was in harmony with him, how could she do this sort of thing with another man behind his back? Everything happened too quickly. He did not even have time to react. In his great shock, all the blood in his body seemed to have frozen. Every word that Lin Lang said was like a knife, fiercely stabbing at the crown prince. If he said it hurt, it did not seem like it. If he said it did not hurt, he would not be able to straighten his body. The crown prince's eyes turned red. He staggered and crashed into the wooden door behind him. With another loud sound, the crown princess finally recovered from her shock of Xiao Lulang becoming Prince Ning. Only then did she realize that her absurd actions and crazy words had been heard and seen by the crown prince. Her mind was a little chaotic. Those words did not seem like they came from her. She could not say such explicit words. But she had said them. What exactly was going on? There was also Prince Ning and the crown prince. Everything was filled with an inexplicable strangeness. But the situation was urgent, and she did not have the time to sort it out. She looked at the crown prince, who looked as if he had been struck by lightning. Her gaze moved and she pulled up her clothes without leaving a trace. Following this, she got out of bed and arrived in front of the crown prince with red eyes. Reaching out, she grabbed the crown prince's hand. "Your Highness, let me explain." The crown prince almost subconsciously avoided her. Dodging like this, he could not avoid crashing into the door again. The place that had hurt earlier felt double the pain. This pain caused him to instantly wake up. He looked at Lin Lang in disbelief, his face full of hurt. "Why did you do this? Why? Why would he do that?" She didn't want to do that at all. God knows what happened. She just went out to buy some things. How did she suddenly lose consciousness? When she woke up, it was already. The crown princess complained tearfully, "Your Highness, believe me. I don't know what happened to me either. I was assassinated," the crown prince said. "Assassination? Did someone put a knife to your neck and force you to say those words? Did someone tie your hands and feet to prevent you from escaping? You were willing when Lin Lang. This monarch heard everything. You said you had him in your heart. He's the one you've always liked." As the crown prince spoke, he was on the verge of collapse. He was born as the empress's legitimate son and had unparalleled nobility. Furthermore, he had Marquis Schwamping's powerful uncle backing him up. He could get whatever he wanted and had never suffered any setbacks. He wasn't as naughty as little Qi, so he didn't receive much punishment. His life had been smooth sailing for more than 20 years. Now that there was such a drastic change, it was as if even the sky had collapsed. "Who is the adulterer?" he asked with bloodshot eyes. The crown princess trembled and reflexively moved a step to the right to block the crown prince's line of sight. The crown prince recognized her because he recognized her voice. In reality, the room was too dark, so the crown prince didn't see that the person on the bed was Ning Wang. No matter how confused the crown princess' mind was, she knew that she couldn't let the crown prince discover that the man was his older brother. Otherwise, this wouldn't be a normal misunderstanding, it would be a calamity. The crown prince wasn't usually so sensitive, but he was provoked today and noticed the crown princess' imperceptible movements. It didn't matter if his heart was broken or if his pride as a man was hurt. In short, he didn't even have any pity for Wen Linlang right now. He rudely pushed the crown prince consort aside and strode forward. Gu Jiao had injected Ning Wang with a larger dose, a whole 2 times, so he woke up a bit later than the crown princess. He more or less understood what was going on. He thought that he could beat Gu Jiao at her own game, but he didn't know that he had fallen into the other's trap from the moment he had this idea. He could find Xiao Liulong's whereabouts because Gu Jiao told him to find Xiao Liulong's whereabouts. The person he had the hidden guards take away probably wasn't the real Xiao Lulang, but a substitute. Ning Wang had guessed correctly about this point. This was the inspiration that Dual Blade sect gave Gu Jiao. There was something called a human skin mask in the Jianghu. The main material was fish glue and fish skin, and it was very realistic. If one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't be able to see it. If one moved too much, they would be exposed. But it would be fine if they were careful. The person who replaced Xiao Lulang and was taken away was Gu Qingfeng. He had already escaped without a trace by now. Ning Wang knew that the crown prince was walking towards him. He knew that he couldn't let the crown prince see him. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to wash away his crime no matter how favored he was. He grabbed the blanket on his body and abruptly covered the crown prince's head the moment he approached. Immediately after, he got off the bed and quickly walked out the door. But then he heard a thud as he fell face first onto the ground. Fuck. Who tied his feet up? This fall wasn't light and Ning Wang's brain was muddled. The crown prince was so busy that he was in a mess. After a long time he finally pulled the blanket off his head. His hair crown had been pulled loose and his hair was a mess. He cut a sorry figure. He didn't care about his royal bearing and first stretched out his leg to fiercely kick the other party. Sneak attacking the crown prince. Tired of living. No, he had already fucking slept with his woman. Wasn't he tired of living? Good. This monarch wants to see who exactly this audacious adulterer is. It was already impossible for the crown princess to pounce over. After all, she didn't know martial arts and couldn't stop the crown prince. As for Ning Wang, he was already muddled from the fall. What else could he do? The crown prince couldn't be bothered to use his hand to grab him, so he added another kick and flipped the other party over. It didn't matter if he didn't look, but when he did, he was struck by lightning again. Big brother? The shock of discovering that the adulterer was Ning Wang was even greater than the shock of discovering that the crown princess had cuckolded him. He couldn't accept the reality in front of him. Ning Wang took advantage of his daze to grit his teeth and take out the dagger at his waist to cut the ropes around his feet. Actually, there was nothing that couldn't be salvaged with just a glance. At most, Ning Wang would tell the crown prince afterwards that he was innocent, and the adulterer was just wearing a human skin mask similar to his. Ning Wang had only said good from beginning to end. From the crown prince's reaction, he didn't recognize his voice. His top priority was to quickly leave this place and think of a way to prove his alibi. But the crown prince pulled him back. "Big brother, is that you?" the crown prince asked dazedly. Ning Wang turned his face away and didn't look at the crown prince. But the crown prince rolled up his right sleeve. When Ning Wang was 11, he had once taken his younger brothers to ride horses. At the time, the crown prince and Rui Wang had been young, only 8 years old. Their horses had collided, and they had almost fallen off their horses. In order to save them, Ning Wang had been injured. The crown prince remembered that there was a long scar on Ning Wang's right forearm. After so many years, the scar had faded a lot, but it could still be seen. The moment he saw the scar, the crown prince finally couldn't hold back his tears, and they fell with a plop. Why? Big brother. Why? His heart was in so much pain. Why Linlang? Why big brother? Although he and his big brother weren't born of the same mother, he had always respected his big brother's character. He didn't dislike this big brother, and he had never thought that as the crown prince he would do anything to him. Even if his empress mother warned him day and night that noble consort Zhuang and Ning Wang had to be on guard, he had never really taken it to heart. Today's unforeseen event was very sudden for anyone. It was as if all the cloths covering one's shame had been pulled down overnight. The ferociousness and ugliness within the imperial family were completely exposed at this moment. The crown prince was too well protected. The only thing he had done in his life was to have a private affair with Wen Linlang. However, that was also due to love. He got along with her as a friend. Before marrying Wen Linlang into the Eastern Palace, he had never touched a single strand of Wen Linlang's hair. If Xiao Heng hadn't died, if he and Wen Linlang hadn't gotten married, no matter how much he missed her, he wouldn't have used such a method to get involved with her. He couldn't understand Ning Wang's actions. Of course he couldn't understand Wen Linlang either. These two people, what did they take him for? You guys disappoint me too much. He choked with sobs and raised his hand to wipe the tears in his eyes. He turned around and left angrily. He couldn't let him spread this matter. In a flash, Ningguang's brain and body reacted at the same time. He took a step forward and pulled the crown prince back. He said coldly to Wen Linlang at the door, "Close the door." Chapter 447. The crown princess' expression changed. "What do you want to do?" Prince Ning said with a fierce gaze. "He knows about us. If he speaks of this, you know the consequences." The crown princess, of course she knew. It wasn't her first day marrying into the imperial family. She had memorized the imperial family's laws and was familiar with them. Adultery in the imperial family was a major crime. A light punishment would be imprisonment. A heavy punishment would be stripping her of her status and demoting her to a commoner. If the emperor was angrier, it wasn't impossible for her to be sentenced to death. But the crown princess looked at the dizzy crown prince who had been thrown to the ground by Prince Ning and hesitated for a moment. Prince Ning shouted, "What are you hesitating for? You aren't betting on how sincere the crown prince is to you, right? What misconception did his endless tolerance for you give you that he would still forgive you even after you betrayed him?" Yes, the crown princess did plan to do so. When a person had no bottom line for their indulgence, they would have the misconception that they could be forgiven for anything they did. She didn't go to close the door, but Prince Ning did. The door closed behind her with a bang. Her pupils contracted violently as she looked at him in disbelief. "Do you know what you are doing?" Prince Ning came to her and looked down at her. "Wen Linlang, you and this prince have been in the same boat for a long time. You can't wash your hands clean and can't escape." Wen Linlang shook her head in a daze. Tears flashed in her eyes either because of resistance or fear. She shouldn't have come to this step. She was the most talented woman in the Zhao kingdom. She had unparalleled intelligence and an alluring appearance. She wasn't a fish in a pond. One day she would transform into a dragon and become a dragon among men. "All right, Linlang, if you can't do it, this prince won't force you. Hurry and leave. Let this prince take care of the aftermath." Prince Ning's tone suddenly became gentle. He held the crown prince consort's shoulder and gazed deeply at her. Holding her hand, he said, "It was this prince's lack of consideration. Your hands shouldn't have done these things. They are clean." The crown princess's eyelashes trembled slightly. King Ning said, "You may leave." The crown princess opened her mouth. "You?" Prince Ning glanced at the crown prince who was struggling to hold his head and said, "He's about to wake up. Trust me, I will do everything cleanly and won't implicate you. Go back to the palace immediately and don't worry about anything else." Tears welled up in the crown princess's eyes. Prince Ning smiled. "Trust me this time, The crown prince consort pulled her hand back. Holding back her tears, she turned around and dazedly walked towards the door. Behind him, the sound of the crown prince's stumbling footsteps could be heard. She closed her eyes as tears rolled down her cheeks. Prince Ning's voice rang out slowly, "Second brother, ever since you were young, big brother has always given in to you. The position of crown prince was given to you, the Eastern Palace was given to you, the famous bow that you liked and the Fergana horse that you loved. Wouldn't it have been better if you had just left? Why did you check big brother's arm? Do you know that you're making things difficult for big brother?" The crown prince felt dizzy. He knew a little martial arts, but he was not very proficient in it. Even if the medicinal effects still remained in Prince Ning's body, he could still easily crush him. The crown prince faintly heard Prince Ning's words, but his brain could not react. Prince Ning took off the crown prince's token and took out the money. He picked up the dagger that had fallen to the ground. "Sorry, second brother. Big brother has given in to you for so many years. It's time for you to give in to big brother this time." As he spoke, he gripped the dagger tightly and stabbed it towards the crown prince's neck. In the blink of an eye, a stool smashed towards his head with great force. Caught off guard, he was smashed to the ground. The crown prince consort threw away the stool in her hands and helped the crown prince up. Your Highness, wake up." The crown prince had been thrown quite badly by Prince Ning. When he opened his eyes, his entire head was in pain. The crown prince consort pulled him up and put his arm on her shoulder. She supported him as they walked out step by step. But before they could walk a few steps, the back of the crown prince consort's head was suddenly grabbed by a large hand. She screamed and was pulled into Prince Ning's arms. Without her support, the crown prince fell to the ground with a thud. Prince Ning looked at Wen Linlang with blazing eyes. Wenlinlang, you dare to betray this prince? Do you know what the consequences of betraying this prince are? The crown prince consort felt as if her scalp was about to be pulled off by him. She was in so much pain that tears kept flowing, but her words were not polite at all. I'm not the only one who betrayed you. Didn't Princess Consort Ning also betray you? She colluded with Gu Jiao to go against you. Did you also punish her like this? Prince Ning, of course not. He did not touch a single finger of Chuyu. Prince Ning and Chuyu had gotten married 5 years ago. At that time, Prince Ning was 21 and Chuyu was 18. They were both at the most beautiful age of their lives. Unfortunately, Prince Ning already had Wenlinlang in his heart. The graceful dance in the 100 Flowers Pavilion and the hearty game of chess in the Imperial Study. The young girl was astonishingly talented and beautiful. She had long entered his eyes. Your Highness, did you not bring an umbrella? This is for you. The young girl had bright eyes and white teeth. Her voice was like the sounds of nature. Her smile was warm and her eyes were clean and pure. When she looked at him, there seemed to be light in the depths of her eyes. When she left, her mischievous smile was so innocent that it captured his entire heart. It was a long time before he found out that she was Xiao Heng's fiancée. Prince Ning said coldly, "She did not provoke me." The crown prince consort looked at him with pity. Who do you think gave me that umbrella back then? Was Chuyu. She told me to bring it to you. The Chu family's daughter had taken a fancy to Prince Ning, who had no fate with the throne. She had rejected many marriage proposals and married into Prince Ning's estate. In the end, it was a miscalculation. It was not appropriate to say that Wenlinlang really did not have any feelings for Prince Ning. Otherwise, she could have completely refused to bring an umbrella for Prince Ning. But it was also not entirely correct to say that she had too many thoughts. She was just used to winning people's hearts. She did not expect Prince Ning's heart to be poisonous. This man was not as gentle and harmless as he looked on the surface. He was a smiling tiger with a knife hidden behind his smile. When she realized this, it was already too late for her to withdraw. The crown prince consort's words stunned Prince Ning for a moment. If it was not such a critical moment, he might have been stunned for even longer. He quickly came back to his senses. He grabbed the crown prince consort's hand and forced the dagger into her hand. Fine. Since you are not willing to leave, why don't you do it yourself? The crown prince consort struggled to shake her head. However, she was not Prince Ning's match. Prince Ning grabbed her wrist and forced her to point the dagger at the crown prince's heart. Wenlinlang used the last of her strength to resist Prince Ning. She could not kill the crown prince. Empress Xiao and Marquis Xianping would tear her apart. At least Prince Ning had the protection of the Zhuang family and the Empress Dowager. What did she have? She only relied on the crown prince's favor and her identity as the crown prince consort. If she lost even this, she would be completely powerless to reverse the situation. Your Highness, please leave quickly. The crown prince finally regained some consciousness. He watched in horror as Prince Ning grabbed the crown prince consort's hand and stabbed it at him. He did not know where he got the strength from, but he actually kicked the two of them down. Then he scrambled toward the door. But before he could even cross the threshold, he was pulled back by Prince Ning. The crown prince trembled as he looked at him. Eldest brother. Prince Ning grabbed his neck and raised the dagger in his hand. Stop. A familiar shout came from the corridor across the street. Immediately after, a tall and powerful figure flew over. He grabbed Prince Ning's dagger with one hand and grabbed the crown prince from Prince Ning's hand with the other. It was the Dragon Shadow Guard. Not to mention that Prince Ning had been drugged. Even if he had not been drugged, he was not the Dragon Shadow Guard's match. The Dragon Shadow Guard only used an instant to subdue Prince Ning. He found a suitable place to place the limp crown prince and made him freeze on the spot. The emperor walked in with an ashen face. Eunuch Wei and Gu Jiao entered with him. Prince Ning knew that Gu Jiao would bring people to catch the adulterers, but he thought that person would be the crown prince. He never expected that imperial father would also be here. To be precise, she had personally brought him here. The emperor's expression was extremely cold. He clenched his fists tightly and used all the strength in his body to stop his body from trembling. If he did not see it with his own eyes, who would believe that the two brothers would be like this? This was his most beloved eldest son. He was the pride of his life. It was true that he had appointed Qin Chui as the crown prince, but if Qin Chui really could not take on such a big responsibility, he had seriously thought that he could change Qin Chu Han to the crown prince before he died. But now, look at what this eldest son had done. Unfilial son. The emperor slapped Prince Ning in the face. Chapter 448. There are many things that if you don't see you may never guess in your entire life. The emperor had high hopes for King Ning, but now he was disappointed. He used almost all of his strength in this slap, carrying endless shame and anger. It made King Ning bleed from the corner of his mouth. Gu Jiao felt that the emperor didn't even use this much strength when he was running for his life. Ning Wang started to panic the moment the dragon shadow guard appeared. However, after being slapped, he calmed down instead. He casually wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and sneered at Gu Jiao. He then looked at the angry emperor and said mockingly, "Imperial father didn't even ask what happened and decided that it was my fault. Is Imperial father teaching his son a lesson or protecting his dignity as the emperor in front of outsiders?" The emperor was not so vain. He admitted that it was embarrassing for the little divine doctor to see this, but if the little divine doctor didn't see it, wouldn't he be embarrassed? This eldest son actually thought that he was just protecting his dignity as the emperor? His eldest son had killed his own brother, so what dignity did he have? After that slap, the emperor had used up all of his strength. After being scolded by this unfilial son, he almost fell down on the spot. He tried to stabilize himself and looked at him with disappointment and anger. "Zhen will ask you the truth of the matter, but no matter what difficulties you have, it is not a reason for you to draw your sword against your brother." King Ning clenched his fists. He looked at Gu Jiao who was enjoying the show and his lips curled in mockery. "Are you satisfied with the current situation?" The emperor naturally heard these words and his brows furrowed. Gu Jiao looked at the bruised and swollen King Ning and said, "It's okay. It would be better if you fell more miserably." King Ning and the crown prince were brought back to the imperial palace. Because the crown prince's injuries were serious, the emperor had Gu Jiao accompany him to treat the crown prince. The crown princess was also brought back. When the emperor arrived at the scene, he only saw the scene of Prince Ning attacking the crown prince. He did not know about the dispute between the three of them, but he would soon know. Gu Jiao would treat the crown prince with great care. Ning Wang was imprisoned in Pure Flower's palace by the emperor. The emperor didn't interrogate him for the time being, not because he didn't have the heart to, but because he collapsed as soon as he returned to the palace. He hadn't completely fainted, but after the upheaval he was suddenly mentally and physically exhausted, and could no longer support his dragon body. Eunuch Wei's heart ached as he helped the emperor onto the dragon bed. "Your Majesty, don't be sad. Don't be angry and harm your body." These were just words of comfort. How could he, the emperor father, not be sad when his two sons fought like this? How could he not be angry? Even if I have long known that the imperial family has no brothers, and that brothers are fickle, I still hope that the brothers can have a bit of brotherly love between ordinary people. In the end, is it my wishful thinking? The emperor closed his eyes in pain. In just half a day he seemed to have aged several decades, and his entire being was shrouded in the vicissitudes of old age. Eunuch Wei sighed. "Your Majesty, the brothers of the imperial family were never just brothers. His Majesty had also gotten rid of a group of brothers to ascend to the throne. However, because of Empress Dowager Zhuang's help, the methods that needed to be used were used by Empress Dowager Zhuang. The evil that needed to be done was done by Empress Dowager Zhuang. His Majesty had ascended to the throne by lying down. Even so, His Majesty's brothers had either died or been demoted. His Majesty was more or less aware of how many truly wealthy and idle princes there were. In the imperial family, the most extravagant thing one could hope for was affection. Affection between husband and wife, affection between brothers, and even affection between father and son. Eunuch Wei swallowed those useless words and bluntly said, "Your Majesty, it's better to discover it earlier than later." The emperor was in the prime of his life. If there really was discord between brothers, he could think of a way to resolve it. If he went, one son would ascend to the throne while the other son would rebel. That would truly be powerless to reverse the situation. How did the previous dynasty perish? Wasn't it because Su Wang was dissatisfied with the crown prince's ascension and raised troops to rebel? In the end, the crown prince was indeed killed by Su Wang, and Su Wang himself was greatly injured. In the end, the current dynasty's Emperor Taizu took advantage of the loophole and reaped the benefits. The country cannot be ruined in Jin's hands. You're right. Now that we've discovered it, there is still room to turn things around. As for what room it was, the emperor didn't say. He himself didn't know. The Empress Dowager? He was silent for a moment before saying, "Don't say it yet. Wait until Zhen has investigated thoroughly before personally telling Imperial Mother." He sighed. "Call Ning Wang over." In the Eastern Palace, Gu Jiao finished treating the Crown Prince's injuries. The crown prince had woken up once midway. His mood had fluctuated greatly, so Gu Jiao injected him with a tranquilizer. Right now he was still hooked up to an intravenous drip. She didn't let anyone come in to disturb him. She only packed up and left after giving the crown prince the intravenous drip. The crown princess also suffered some injuries, but they were all minor injuries. She had been waiting outside the door. Chunying had disappeared. After betraying her for the second time. In reality, she should have guessed that if Chunying could be bribed by Ning Wang, it wouldn't be hard for her to be bribed by others. It was you, wasn't it? The crown princess asked as she looked at Gu Jiao, who came out with a small medicine box. Gu Jiao looked at her strangely. What was me? The crown princess said coldly, it was all you. You were the one who knocked me out. You were also the one who bribed Chunying to lure the crown prince over. She had disappeared near the tea house. Even if Chunying really wanted to report, she would have gone to Ning Wang. After all, she had a private relationship with Ning Wang, so it couldn't be ruled out that Ning Wang had taken her away. However, Chunying went directly to find the crown prince. Wasn't this clearly giving the crown prince a chance to discover her relationship with Ning Wang? If you think so, then do as you wish. Gu Jiao didn't care about this. She was the one who knocked the crown princess out, but she wasn't the one who bribed Chunying. It was Yuan Tang. Yuan Tang was also the one who dealt with Ning Wang's subordinates. Ning Wang caused one of Lu Yixing's fingers to be chopped off. Yuan Tang had to take revenge for this no matter what. The crown princess gritted her teeth and said in a low voice, "Don't make it sound like you didn't do it. What drug did you give me? Why would I say those things?" Gu Jiao was a bit curious about what she said. She had also injected the crown princess with a hallucinogen. To a certain extent, it did make people bolder and more shameless than before. After all, people had rationality and shame when they were sober. However, this drug couldn't be made out of nothing. In other words, no matter how explicit Wen Linlong's words were, they were indeed her true thoughts. Gu Jiao ignored her and walked down the steps. The crown princess pinched her fingers. "Dr. Gu, how did I offend you? Why do you have to target me like this?" "I target you?" Gu Jiao was almost confused by the question. From beginning to end, she had never purposefully targeted Wen Linlang. Even now, if it wasn't to overthrow Ning Wang, she wouldn't care who Wen Linlang was having an affair with. The crown princess hesitated for a moment and then looked into Gu Jiao's eyes. She said, "You don't seem to like me very much from the beginning." This person was baffling. Gu Jiao asked, "Why do I have to like you? If I don't like you, then I'm targeting you. Where did you get this bad habit of spoiling me?" The crown princess choked hard. No one had ever said such a thing to her. When she was young, she had received a piece of chestnut cake that only her brothers could eat because of her sweet mouth. From then on, she knew that it was important to capture other people's good impressions. And she seemed to have a talent in this area. As long as she was willing, there was no one she couldn't please. But this Marquis Fu's daughter who grew up in the countryside always treated her with disdain. She thought too much. Gu Jiao wasn't like this to her. Gu Jiao was like this to everyone. It was just that Gu Jiao didn't care if other people liked her or not. The crown princess said, "Are you jealous that Aheng and I had an engagement? Aheng used to treat me very well." Gu Jiao, oh. She didn't care. She didn't care at all. The crown princess looked at her in disbelief. She didn't understand how she managed to not care. It couldn't be that she still didn't know Xiao Liulong's true identity. Gu Jiao turned to look at her, her expression solemn. "I care about him and the people he cares about, but you aren't among the people he cares about." The crown princess's heart felt like it had been stabbed. Gu Jiao walked a few steps then stopped. Also don't call me Aheng. You don't deserve it." The crown princess froze in place. The emperor's interrogation of Prince Ning didn't go smoothly. Prince Ning could directly push the blame to the crown princess, saying that she seduced him, or say that she thought he was Xiao Heng. But Prince Ning didn't do this. As a man he could be vicious and unscrupulous, but he wouldn't push a woman out to take the blame for himself. Prince Ning knelt on the ground, not saying a word from beginning to end. The emperor angrily said, "Do you think that if you don't say anything we won't be able to find out? When the crown prince wakes up we will know once we ask." Prince Ning's heart was dead. Then Father Emperor can go ask. Either way, Father Emperor already won't believe son. The emperor was truly angered half to death by this son. Before this matter, this son was as obedient as he could be. What was it, now that the matter had been exposed, he couldn't even be bothered to put on an act. The emperor looked at him with disappointment and said, If you don't even say it, how can we believe you? Chapter 449. Since the king of Ning didn't say anything, the emperor could only send someone to the eastern palace to summon the crown prince. The crown prince woke up not long after Gu Jiao left. He didn't make a sound and just stared dazedly at the top of the tent. It's you, right? You really came back. You came back to find me? Why aren't you saying anything? Are you angry at me? Sorry, I didn't do it on purpose. I just realized that the person in my heart has always been you. I really regret that I couldn't marry you. Don't like anyone else. Don't like her. She doesn't deserve you. It's so good to see you like this. Don't leave me again in the future. Let's never be apart again, okay? Let's have a good life in the future, okay? The crown prince wanted to remove Wen Linlong's voice from his mind, but he found that he couldn't do it no matter what. Those words echoed in his mind again and again like a knife that pierced his heart into a sieve. The crown princess knelt by the bed and looked at him with her arms on the edge of the bed. This position was especially intimate when they were in love, but right now, it was a display of her lowering herself. Ever since she married the crown prince, she had always been protected. The crown prince had never wronged her. He would worry about whether the floor was cold, whether her knees were tired, whether her arms were sore. Right now, she had been kneeling by the bed for almost an hour, but the crown prince hadn't said a word. Your Highness. She finally couldn't help but speak. She grasped his cold and numb hand and pleaded, believe me, I was framed by someone. It was Gu Jiao. She drugged me, so I said those nonsense. In her relationship with the crown prince, it seemed that the crown prince had the upper hand, but in reality she had always held the initiative. The crown prince listened to her and was always easily coaxed by her. But the crown prince didn't react in time this time. He was like a puppet whose soul had been sucked out as he stared dazedly at the top of the tent. Your Highness. The crown prince consort raised her hand to caress his cheek. In the past he always liked to pull her hand and place it on his face, smiling as he called her Linlang. There were some things that one would never lose in one's lifetime. She thought that she could easily get it back after losing it. From the bottom of her heart, the crown prince consort could not believe that the crown prince no longer paid attention to her. Your Highness. She held the crown prince's hand again and said to the crown prince, this concubine was really drugged. This concubine was going to buy snacks for your Highness. Does your Highness still remember Clear Lotus Pavilion? His Highness likes the desserts from Clear Lotus Pavilion the most, especially the lotus fragrance crisps there. The crown prince actually didn't like lotus cake. It was only when he first met Wen Linlang that he ate lotus cake. This dessert walked into his heart along with her. From the age of 13 until now, it had been a full 10 years. The simple love he had when he was young had turned into deep love later on. The only thing that had not changed was that this person had always been in his heart, and her weight had become heavier and heavier. The crown prince had once felt that even if Wen Linlang wanted his life, he would be willing to give it to her. From the first day he married her, he could actually feel that she didn't love him, so he would often worry about gains and losses. But he never gave up. He believed that as long as he treated her well, there would be a day when she would give her heart to him. But he hadn't expected that she would give it to King Ning and not to him. The crown prince consort said in a choked voice, Your Highness, believe me. I was really drugged. I don't even know what I'm saying. We grew up together. Don't you know what kind of person I am? Yes, they grew up together, so he knew her too well. She was smart and resourceful. If she didn't connive, how could she let King Ning get close to her? What chilled the crown prince's heart wasn't her sincere words. Those words could indeed be said to be drugged or something. But when King Ning held her hand and gently said that he would take care of the aftermath, that was the knife that truly pierced his heart. Your Highness, are you suspecting this concubine and King Ning? Yes, this concubine and King Ning did have some dealings, but this concubine was forced. This concubine does not have the support of the maternal family and has no power or influence. The only thing I can rely on is your Highness' love, but he actually used your Highness to threaten this concubine. The crown prince consort's tears fell, each drop landing on the back of the crown prince's cold hand. He said that he would kill your Highness and kill this concubine. The crown prince's throat moved and he finally weakly said, In your heart, is it Aheng, or King Ning? The crown prince consort suddenly froze. Eunuch Wei came to the eastern palace to summon the crown prince. The crown prince rolled over. This monarch does not want to see anyone. The always weak crown prince actually had the courage to disobey the emperor's orders after being injured. Eunuch Wei did not know whether he should be happy for the crown prince or not. With such a large matter happening, it could not be hidden from Kuanning Palace and Yongshou Palace. Empress Xiao was worried about her son and went to the Eastern Palace first. Empress Xiao said, "Eunuch Wei, I must trouble you to tell His Majesty that the Crown Prince's injuries are too severe and he cannot get out of bed. In a bit, this one will ask the Crown Prince and will personally go to Pure Flower's palace to explain the situation to His Majesty." This was the only thing they could do. Eunuch Wei regretfully looked at the Crown Prince, whose soul seemed to have been sucked dry. Sighing to himself, he returned to Pure Flower's palace. Empress Xiao tucked in the Crown Prince's blankets. The Crown Prince probably did not want Empress Xiao to see his sorry state. He felt that it was very shameful and he also felt very pained and wronged. He faced the inside the entire time, burying his head firmly in his chest. "Mother Empress, son." Just as the Crown Princess was about to speak, Empress Xiao raised her hand, indicating that there was no need to speak. Empress Xiao went to the Eastern Palace's study and sternly said, "Bring over the Crown Prince and the Crown Princess palace servants." Chun Ying and the other palace servants were brought over and kneeled on the ground. Empress Xiao did not ask anything. Her first words were, "Use torture." Eunuch Su waved his horsetail whisk and went to fetch the wooden splints. Together with a few nannies and eunuchs from Cunning Palace, he used the splints on the 8 people. Among these 8 people, Chun Ying was the one who knew the most. Although the others didn't participate in anything, as long as a person did something, it was inevitable that they would leave behind traces. The few of them pieced things together and managed to piece together quite a bit of information. For example, the Crown Princess often left the palace alone. Another example was that it was Chun Ying who reported the Crown Princess disappearance today. Empress Xiao's cold gaze landed on Chun Ying's face. Chun Ying shuddered and fell to the ground, trembling. Empress Xiao had plenty of ways to pry open a palace maid's mouth. How could a daughter of the Xiao family be a kind person? It was obvious just by looking at the Marquis of Shenping. That guy's intestines were all black. How could his sister be innocent? Empress Xiao gave Eunuch Su a look. Eunuch Su understood and dragged Chun Ying away. Chun Ying did not even last 15 minutes in Eunuch Su's hands before she confessed everything. The Crown Princess and Ning Wang were connected. Chun Ying was bribed by Ning Wang. This time it was the hostage of the Qin state who did it. Chun Ying was bribed by the hostage of the Qin state. Chun Ying's original words were not so clean. She was scared out of her wits and spoke incoherently. However, Eunuch Su had worked by the Empress side for so many years. How could he not have some ability? He had extracted all the key points that needed to be extracted. Empress Xiao said, "So this time, it was the hostage of the Qin state who planned this, but the relationship between the Crown Princess and Ning Wang is real?" Eunuch Su secretly gave her a thumbs up. As expected of the Empress, she summarized it more incisive than him. Empress Xiao's gaze was cold. However, she did not lose her rationality because of anger. She was still the dignified and elegant Empress of a country. She asked calmly, "I was thinking, why did the hostage of the Qin state do this? What benefits does it bring him? Exposing the scandal of the royal family and humiliating the royal family? It was too simple. It was not strange for ordinary people to do this. However, Yuan Tang was a prince of the Qin state. What he wanted was definitely not more than humiliating the royal family. In the long run, pretending not to know, allowing Ning Wang to grow stronger, and allowing Ning Wang to maintain his relationship with the Crown Princess was the real way to push the royal family of the Zhao state into trouble. It seems to be revenge. Does Ning Wang have a grudge against him? Empress Xiao caught the key point immediately. "Go and invite the 6th prince of the Qin state to the East Palace." Eunuch Su said, "Yes." Yuan Tang came quickly. He saw Empress Xiao sitting on a chair in the reception hall. Marquis Shenping was the #1 beauty of the Zhao state. No handsome man. His sister's appearance was naturally not bad. However, to be honest, Empress Xiao's beauty was still inferior to her brother's. So why was a man so good-looking? Yuan Tang touched his folding fan, cupped his hands at Empress Xiao and said with a smile, "Yuan Tang greets Empress Xiao." Empress Xiao looked at Yuan Tang indifferently. "You don't have to be so polite. Didn't you plan so much just to see me? You have a grudge against Ning Wang and I also want to get rid of him. If you have something to say, just say it." "Well." Yuan Tang touched the bridge of his nose, smiled and said, "Yuan Tang doesn't know what to say because you are so blunt. In fact, it's nothing special. It's just that the affair between Ning Wang and the Crown Princess was discovered by consort Rui Wang and a friend of hers. Ning Wang wanted to kill me as a scapegoat and I was almost killed by his assassin. I couldn't bear it, so I played a little trick to expose their relationship to the crown prince and his majesty. I have no intention to be your enemy. If I have offended you, please forgive me. He didn't mention Gu Jiao's participation in the whole affair, and called Gu Jiao, a friend of consort Rui Wang, in a strange way. Of course, he didn't mention Lu Yixing's broken finger either. Empress Xiao looked at him with dignity and said, I will check whether your words are true or not. Yuan Tang smiled. Empress Xiao, please. Yuan Tang was not afraid of her checking, but afraid that she wouldn't check. Empress. After Yuan Tang left, Eunuch Su asked her in a low voice. The affair between Wen Linlang and Ning Wang had a great impact on Empress Xiao. She looked calm, but there were stormy waves in her heart. But her brother had taught her not to panic. She was Xiao Ji's sister, so she was stronger than most women. Empress Xiao closed her eyes, took a deep breath and said, Call consort Rui Wang. Chapter 450. Consort Rui Wang didn't know what happened in the East Palace and why the Empress summoned her. And she was summoned to the East Palace, not the Empress's palace of earthly tranquility. Coincidentally, Rui Wang was not in the mansion, and consort Rui Wang didn't have anyone to make a decision, so she had to take the carriage sent by Eunuch Su. When consort Rui Wang arrived at the East Palace, Empress Xiao followed the 2 clues of Prince Ning and Wen Linlang and found out the cause of Wen Yang's death. Wen Yang's death was very clean, and even Empress Xiao couldn't find any loopholes. But sometimes no loopholes was the biggest loophole. Consort Rui Wang was a prince's wife, so Empress Xiao wouldn't torture her, not to mention that she was pregnant. Empress Xiao directly asked her about the crown princess and Prince Ning. Consort Rui Wang was confused. Eldest brother? What happened between her and eldest brother? The man behind the rockery was her brother, Wen Yang. A woman's intuition was sometimes very accurate. Empress Xiao didn't say what happened between them, but consort Rui Wang instinctively thought of the scene behind the rockery. She felt that the Empress was referring to that kind of shameful thing. Empress Xiao looked at her demurely and gently. Qian, tell me what happened from the beginning to the end. Before consort Rui Wang could speak, Empress Xiao added, including your friend. Consort Rui Wang was speechless. She was indeed the Empress. She could tell the truth as soon as she made a move. Consort Rui Wang didn't dare to hide anything and told her what she heard behind the rockery. At first, I thought it was the hostage of the Qin state because I saw the injury on his face. Eldest brother said not to act rashly. He went to find evidence. Later, he found the evidence and found that the hostage of the Qin state was innocent. The person who met the crown princess in private was Wen Yang. Wen Yang asked the crown princess for money and was rude to Chunying, so he knocked her out. Chunying had already told her about it. It was Prince Ning who knocked her out. The testimony matched. Chunying didn't lie and neither did consort Rui Wang. Consort Rui Wang just didn't know the whole truth. Imperial Mother, could it be that day? After consort Rui Wang finished explaining, a bold guess suddenly emerged in her heart. Empress Xiao smiled faintly and said unhurriedly, she's about to give birth, right? Don't overwork yourself. This consort likes you and old third very much. If you have time, come visit Cunning Palace more often. This was an olive branch extended to Rui Wang and his wife. Rui Wang and his wife did not have much ability. In terms of maternal family, Du Qianshan's maternal grandfather was Duke Luo. Even if her mother was only a concubine's daughter, there was still a layer of relationship. Moreover, there was one thing that Empress Xiao couldn't figure out. The couple seemed to be very lucky. They saved the bridge collapse accident by accident and gained face in front of the envoy of the Liang Kingdom. If something really happened to Prince Ning, Rui Wang and his wife, who were on good terms with Prince Ning, would definitely be implicated. At this time, Empress Xiao stood out to protect the two, which was tantamount to sending charcoal in snowy weather. It all depended on whether Rui Wang and his wife were willing to rely on Empress Xiao. Empress Xiao investigated until midnight to get all the evidence. Then she got up and went to Pure Flower's palace. Noble consort Zhuang received the news later than Empress Xiao. She met Empress Xiao as soon as she arrived at Pure Flower's palace. Empress. Noble consort Zhuang wanted to ask Empress Xiao what happened to the crown prince and Prince Ning. Before she could finish, Empress Xiao raised her hand and slapped her. Noble consort Zhuang was stunned on the spot. The two consorts had always been at odds. Empress Xiao was the empress, But noble consort Zhuang had the support of Empress Dowager Zhuang and did not show any weakness in the harem. Neither side could do anything to the other. It was the first time that Empress Xiao didn't give noble consort Zhuang face. The palace servants on the side were all frightened and knelt down together. Noble consort Zhuang covered her red and swollen cheek and looked at Empress Xiao in shock and anger. Empress Xiao glanced at her coldly. She didn't seem to be afraid of her at all. What a good son you have raised. Then she left noble consort Zhuang behind her and entered Pure Flower's palace with a flick of her sleeves. Empress Xiao handed the witness and material evidence to the emperor. The witness was Chunying. This is a serious matter. It might be a one-sided story. Your Majesty might as well ask Consort Rui Wang and the 6th Prince of the State of Qin. They are also very important witnesses. The emperor didn't expect this matter to involve so many people. Even the 6th Prince of the State of Qin was involved. Naturally, the emperor had to ask. The emperor didn't ask for Consort Rui Wang's name. He asked for Rui Wang's name. The 6th Prince of the State of Qin confessed that he had drugged Prince Ning and the Crown Prince's consort. However, he was the one who had drugged them this time. He was the one who found someone to kill me first. I only retaliated a little. I didn't do anything to him. Yuan Tang muttered. The emperor was so angry at Yuan Tang that he rolled his eyes. Prince Ning's head was already smashed into the wall. How could this be called not doing anything to him? Zhao country's Xiao Ji and Qin country's Yuan Tang were all shameless people. Rui Wang was also aware of what had happened behind the fake mountain. He told the emperor about how consort Rui Wang had mistaken Yuan Tang for Prince Ning at the palace gates and told him about her suspicions. The main reason was that the emperor was also a thief. He didn't mention Prince Ning at all. Rui Wang only thought that the emperor was suspicious of Wen Yang's death. Rui Wang had deep feelings for Prince Ning. If he knew it was him, he probably wouldn't have opened his mouth no matter what. Afterwards, the emperor interrogated Chunying. Combining their testimonies and the money that Prince Ning and Yuan Tang gave Chunying, Prince Ning was definitely guilty of adultery. The emperor's heart ached. He couldn't accept the fact that his eldest son was so vicious and merciless. He called consort Ning over as well. He wanted to get some other clues from her. Even the emperor himself didn't know what he was expecting. However, he also understood that Prince Ning's crime was basically established. Do you know? As soon as the emperor opened his mouth, Prince Ning, who had been silent, suddenly said, "She doesn't know. She doesn't know anything." The emperor glanced at his son faintly. Empress Xiao, noble consort Zhuang, and the others all went to the side hall. Only he, Prince Ning and consort Ning were left in the study. After being a mute for the whole night, he was willing to talk now? Prince Ning knelt on the ground and said with lowered eyebrows, "Father, if you want to ask something, just ask me. Chua doesn't know." Consort Ning didn't look at him. She knelt beside him with a straight and thin posture. The emperor looked at the two of them deeply. "Your Majesty, noble consort Zhuang and Empress Xiao are arguing." Eunuch Wei walked in quickly and reported to the emperor in a low voice. The emperor frowned and said to consort Ning, "You can go back." "Yes." Consort Ning stood up and respectfully stood aside. She waited until the emperor left the study before turning to leave. "Suxing." Prince Ning stopped her and said, "That umbrella that year, was it you who gave it to me? Why didn't you give it to me in person?" Consort Ning turned her back to Prince Ning and didn't look back. She smiled against the moonlight. "Your Highness, you don't even dare to call that person's name?" Prince Ning choked. Consort Ning finally looked back at him with a self-mocking smile on her lips. She said, "If I gave it to you in person, would your Highness like me?" Her face was much inferior to that of the first beauty, Wen Linlang. She had often appeared in Prince Ning's line of sight, but Prince Ning had never noticed her. Prince Ning only remembered that Wen Linlang had given her an umbrella, but did Prince Ning know that before he gave her the umbrella, she had been sheltering from the rain with him in a pavilion? She had a maid with her. Prince Ning glanced at her maid but didn't look at her. Prince Ning looked at consort Ning's back and couldn't find his voice for a long time. He asked himself, if she had personally given him the umbrella that day, would he have fallen for her? The answer was no. He wasn't as dissolute and lecherous as his fourth son, but it was hard for him to like a mediocre woman. It was Grand Tutor Zhuang's idea to marry consort Ning. Marrying a woman should be a virtuous woman. Grand Tutor Zhuang thought that Chu Yu, who was mediocre, was much better than the daughters of the noble families in the capital. Wen Linlang was also excellent, but she was still young. Her family background wasn't good enough. Thirdly and most importantly, she was engaged to Xiaohang. Grand Tutor Zhuang would never allow him to be as stupid as the crown prince. Marrying a woman who was engaged to someone else was probably because he wasn't far enough from the throne. He respected Chuyu because she was his first wife. This was something he should and must do. However, when he was drugged and lying on the bed in the inn, his mind was full of Chuyu. When Lin Lang mistook him for Xiao Heng and said to him, "Let's live a good life in the future," he mistakenly thought it was Chuyu who said it to him. So he hugged her tightly and said to her, "Okay." In the middle of the night, Yuan Tang came again and provided the emperor with an important piece of news. Xiao Yulong's matter was done by Prince Ning. He had hired people from the Dual Blade sect to assassinate Xiao Lulang. Why would he harm Xiao Lulang? The emperor didn't understand. Yuan Tang smiled and said, "Your Majesty, oh your Majesty, have you forgotten who Xiao Lulang looks like? He's probably worried that the crown princess would fall in love with someone who looks like the young marquis again, so he took the initiative to eliminate his love rival." The emperor didn't think about why Prince Ning didn't make a move earlier. His mind was in a mess and he hadn't considered this layer. If Prince Ning wanted to kill Xiao Lulang just because he looked like Xiao Heng, then what about the real Xiao Heng? The emperor reflexively thought of the fire from 4 years ago and his eyes turned cold. Chapter 451. Ning Wang's matter was of great importance and brought shame to the entire imperial family. The emperor did his best to suppress the news and even used both kindness and power on Yuan Tang, hoping that he would keep his mouth shut about this matter. Yuan Tang agreed verbally, but the emperor didn't care what he did behind the scenes. Unless Yuan Tang was killed, he would be absolutely safe. However, the emperor wasn't a tyrant and his methods were far less ruthless than Empress Dowager Zhuang and the previous emperor. The emperor also told Rui Wang and his wife to keep their mouths shut. The two of them were the most honest and wouldn't say anything if they promised not to say anything. Afterwards, the emperor had the Dragon Shadow Guards capture Ning Wang's trusted imperial bodyguard, Qi Fei, and hand him over to Eunuch Wei. Whether it was torture or coercion, the emperor had to find out what happened 4 years ago. Eunuch Wei was tormented for an entire day and night. When he came to report, his hair was messy and he was tidying himself up outside the door. "All right, come in," the emperor said impatiently. Eunuch Wei entered the room. He had served the emperor for many years and the relationship between master and servant was very deep. He looked at the emperor with a complicated expression and wanted to say something but hesitated. "Speak," the emperor said. "We can take it." Eunuch Wei sighed. The murderer 4 years ago was indeed His Highness Ning Wang. The cup in the emperor's hand fell to the ground and shattered with a bang. "Not good. Not good, Your Highness. His Majesty wants to depose Ning Wang." Inside the Longevity Palace, a palace maid rushed in while holding her skirt. Noble consort Zhuang's expression changed abruptly. She didn't care that her hair was still half done and turned to go to Pure Flower's palace. She knelt on the ground with Ning Wang. Ning Wang seemed to have been crushed by the blow and his face was ashen. Noble consort Zhuang knelt in front of the emperor and grabbed his clothes. She sobbed and begged, "Your Majesty, don't depose Han. Han is your son. You watched him grow up. At that time Han was the only child in the 6th prince's estate. Have you forgotten how much Your Majesty loved Han? She spoke with tears streaming down her face. Wasn't the emperor? His son was his, not someone he picked up from the streets. Among so many children, Prince Ning was the only one who had grown up by his side. He had personally taken care of him. As a prince of a country, he had changed his diapers, bathed him, fed him, and taught him his homework. Prince Ning's first smile was for him, and Prince Ning's first step was towards him. At that time, it was precisely because he was an idle prince who did not have any important matters to attend to that the most meaningful thing in his life was to accompany his eldest son as he grew up. Later he became the emperor. Later on he had Empress Xiao and many children. The firstborn was still the most special existence in his heart, but it was not the only thing he cared about. He had many things to care about. First, they were monarch and subject and then father and son. Everyone said that the imperial family was heartless, but why did his heart hurt so much? Seeing that the emperor was unmoved, noble consort Zhuang's eyes turned cold little by little. She let go of the emperor's hand and knelt down on the cold ground. She raised her red eyes and looked at the emperor. "Your Majesty, please execute me and my son," she said. The emperor frowned. Eunuch Wei was also horrified. He did not expect noble consort Zhuang to say such rebellious words. Asking the emperor to kill his own noble consort and his own son? He was afraid that the matter was not big enough. Noble consort Zhuang raised her hand to wipe the tears on her cheeks, but as soon as she wiped them away, tears fell down uncontrollably. She sneered, "Your Majesty has been waiting for this day for a long time, hasn't he? My son and I have obstructed your Majesty's eyes and blocked your Majesty's path." The Emperor said coldly, "Noble consort, what nonsense are you talking about?" Noble consort Zhuang complained, "This concubine is not talking nonsense. This concubine is your Majesty's wife. After your Majesty ascended the throne, you did not confer this concubine the title of Empress. It is said that a wife who has gone through hardships should not leave the hall, but what is the difference between demoting a wife to a concubine and letting this concubine leave the hall? When your Majesty sees me and my son, you will remember your disgraceful decision. We are your Majesty's sore point. Your Majesty, it is better to have a short pain than a long pain. Please get rid of this sore point." The Emperor was so angry with noble consort Zhuang that he did not want to talk to her. "I can see now why Han has become like this. It is all because of your bad influence." She usually behaved as she thought in her heart. It was she who instilled in Han the idea that everything should belong to him and his mother, causing Han to lose his balance and embark on a path of no return. Wasn't the reason why he didn't let Zhuang Mingzhu be the empress back then obvious enough? With Empress Xiao and Marquis Xianping restraining them, the Zhuang family was still able to do whatever they wanted. It could be imagined that if Qin Chu Han became the empress's son, the first thing the Zhuang family would do was to kill him, the emperor, and support Qin Chu Han to ascend the throne. Of course, his decision at that time was based on the premise that he was afraid of Empress Dowager Zhuang and the Zhuang family. Now, he understood that his mother didn't mean him no harm, but he still didn't regret his decision. As long as Zhuang Mingzhu became the empress, it was hard to guarantee that the Zhuang family wouldn't do anything to him. Whether Empress Dowager Zhuang connived with the Zhuang family to plot against him, or if Empress Dowager Zhuang fell out with the Zhuang family to protect him, it was bound to lead to a bloody storm in the imperial court. At that time he was drugged by old concubine Jing and hated Empress Dowager Zhuang very much. He wouldn't accept her kindness at all, so the worst result was that all three sides would be defeated and injured. If there was internal trouble in a country, there would be foreign trouble. Noble consort Zhuang pleaded with the emperor to no avail, so she got up and went to Renshou Palace. With such a big thing happening, it was impossible for Empress Dowager Zhuang not to get the news. She also expected that noble consort Zhuang would come to find her, so she didn't hide and directly asked eunuch Qin to let her in. As soon as noble consort Zhuang entered Empress Dowager Zhuang's bedchamber, she threw herself at Empress Dowager Zhuang's feet like a madwoman, hugged Empress Dowager Zhuang's legs tightly and cried, "Aunt, save Han, save him. Han is your grandson, your grandnephew, he has the same blood of the Zhuang family as you. Save him, Aunt, save him." Empress Dowager Zhuang closed her eyes deeply and said, "You want me to save him, then who will save Xiaoheng and who will save Wenyang?" Noble consort Zhuang quibbled, "Wenyang's death is not to be regretted. He has always had a bad character and a bad heart." Empress Dowager Zhuang looked at her coldly, "Wenyang has a bad character. Your son did such a thing, yet you still have the face to criticize Wenyang's bad character and bad heart." Noble consort Zhuang said excitedly, "What I said is the truth." Empress Dowager Zhuang said angrily, "That's not a crime worthy of death." Noble consort Zhuang raised her head and looked at Empress Dowager Zhuang with grievance. Empress Dowager Zhuang also looked down at her. "Well, you said that Wenyang deserves to die, then what about Xiaoheng? He is such a virtuous person, how did he offend people?" Noble consort Zhuang's eyes flashed and she said, He is Empress Xiao's favorite nephew. He is the legitimate son of Marquis Xianping. That Xiao family hurt us so badly. Empress Xiao and the crown prince took away everything that should have belonged to us. Han just wants to avenge himself, can't he?" Empress Dowager Zhuang clenched her fists, and her body trembled slightly. "You actually think so?" Noble consort Zhuang knew that she had misspoken, so she quickly corrected herself. I know, Aunt, I just said it out of anger. What I really want to say is that Han definitely didn't hurt Xiaoheng. They wronged him. They wronged Han. Empress Dowager Zhuang said lightly, "Is that so? Even the emperor wronged his own son." Noble consort Zhuang was startled at first, then she gritted her teeth and said angrily, "Aunt, you actually didn't want to save Han because Han sent people to capture the new top scorer who looked like Xiaoheng. Aunt treated the new top scorer much better than Han. And he was biased. Aunt didn't think about what she used to exchange for her status today. Without the Zhuang family, would Aunt be where she is today? Back then, His Majesty was suspicious of Aunt many times, and we, mother and son, were reduced to this state because of Aunt. Now, Aunt and His Majesty have buried the hatchet, and the relationship between mother and son is deep. It's a pity that Honor and I have become stepping stones for all of you. Noble Consort Zhuang was driven out. Empress Dowager Zhuang slumped in the chair and weakly leaned back. It was impossible for Empress Dowager Zhuang to be indifferent when something happened to Prince Ning. In any case, she had loved him. Whether it was Prince An or Prince Ning, they were all children she liked. If she didn't compare Prince Ning and Xiao Lulang, there wasn't much of a comparison. The two feelings were different. However, in this matter, Empress Dowager Zhuang didn't favor Xiao Lulang. Prince Ning did make a mistake. Empress Dowager. Eunuch Qin came in with a bowl of ginseng soup. You haven't eaten for 2 days and your complexion doesn't look good. Drink some ginseng soup to nourish your body. Otherwise, Miss Gu and Xiao Xiuzhe will worry again. Empress Dowager Zhuang sighed. I can't drink it. Eunuch Qin comforted. You don't have to take noble consort Zhuang's words to heart. Empress Dowager Zhuang said tiredly, she is like this in front of me. I really don't know how she teaches her children in private. I was also wrong. I gave them an illusion that they shouldn't have. She was in a high position and didn't get along with the emperor. It was inevitable that people would think that she would break with the emperor one day. Chapter 452. There are novels with connotations that can't be found online here. When Eunuch Qin heard this, his heart skipped a beat. Empress Dowager, you don't want to. The words delegate power came to his mouth, but he didn't say it. Empress Dowager Zhuang knew what he wanted to say. She was actually seriously considering this matter. In the past, she controlled the court. It was unclear whether it was for self-protection for the Zhuang family or for the country. Of course, it could just be for the small amount of money in the treasury. After all, the Empress Dowager with real power was much more profitable than the Empress Dowager without real power. But now, it seemed that she didn't need to protect herself or the Zhuang family. As for the country and the small amount of money, she was reluctant to part with money. There was no other way. There were many children at home. Eunuch Qin didn't know that his Empress Dowager's thoughts had already gone astray. He sighed, alas, you have already warned the Zhuang family. It was the Zhuang family's appetite that was too big to be controlled. Only noble consort Zhuang alone instilled ideas in Prince Ning that he shouldn't have. How could it cause Prince Ning to go astray? Perhaps Grand Tutor Zhuang also played a role. Now they sent the child's future under the guillotine. How does His Majesty plan to deal with Prince Ning? Empress Dowager Zhuang asked. Eunuch Qin said, I heard that he will be removed from the throne, demoted to a commoner, expelled from the capital, and exiled to a bitter and cold place. This punishment was already a heavy blow to the emperor's most beloved eldest son. Presumably, the emperor had made this decision in the pain of having his heart dug out. He didn't ask for Empress Dowager Zhuang's opinion. It wasn't that he didn't respect Empress Dowager Zhuang. It was because he respected her too much that he didn't want her to bear the pain of punishing Prince Ning. Once the imperial edict was issued, the relationship between father and son would be broken and they would never see each other again. It was almost no different from a white-haired person sending off a black-haired person. He would bear everything. In the future, he would miss his son in countless midnight dreams and regret that his decision was too ruthless. It was his own pain. Prince Ning didn't defend himself? Empress Dowager Zhuang asked. It doesn't hurt at all. Eunuch Qin sighed. In his opinion, Prince Ning's excuses were not much different from noble consort Zhuang's angry words. Prince Ning had angered the emperor but didn't get to the point. The only way to absolve himself was to push the blame to the crown princess. It was said that she had seduced Ning Wang. With his little hands behind his back, the little bean tilted his little head and looked at Princess Xinyang seriously. You still haven't greeted me. Princess Xinyang was dumbfounded and said, Jing Kong. Little Jing Kong happily shook his little head and went to find Long Yi. Long Yi didn't let little Jing Kong find him for too long, so he flew down from the roof. One big and one small went to cause trouble for Princess Xinyang's flowers. Princess Xinyang, last time these two had caused trouble together, so this time they were familiar with the way. However, Gu Jiao didn't know that these two were habitual offenders, so she thought that this was the first time. This kind of behavior must be stopped the first time. Gu Jiao said to little Jing Kong across the windowsill, "Jing Kong, you can't damage other people's flowers." Little Jing Kong was a very obedient child in front of Jiao Jiao. Jiao Jiao always kept her words and never made things difficult for Jiao Jiao. Little Jing Kong stopped in a second. "Okay, Jiao Jiao." Other people's troublemakers were controlled, so Princess Xinyang felt that she also had to control her own troublemaker, otherwise she would lose face. Princess Xinyang said to Long Yi, "You also don't pick the flowers." Long Yi really didn't pick them. He directly uprooted them. Princess Xinyang, since she couldn't control Long Yi, Princess Xinyang was very happy. One big and one small went to the courtyard to cause trouble again. After Gu Jiao finished checking Princess Xinyang's pulse, she took out a stethoscope and put it in Princess Xinyang's lapel. Princess Xinyang looked at the hand that stretched into her clothes and then looked at the stethoscope hanging on her ear. Her expression was somewhat indescribable. "Where did you get these strange things? I've never seen a doctor like you. You shouldn't be thinking of taking advantage of me." Gu Jiao put down the stethoscope and scratched her. "This is taking advantage." Princess Xinyang lowered her head and looked at the hand on her chest. "Do you think the world is too bitter and want to go to hell?" Gu Jiao continued to pick up the stethoscope and calmly listened to her heart rate. That's right, it felt quite good. Fortunately, Princess Xinyang was immune to Long Yi's anger. Otherwise, Gu Jiao might not have been able to escape a beating. Little Jing Kong was playing crazily in the courtyard. Long Yi, come and catch me." He hid behind a tree and made a face at Long Yi. In the next second, Long Yi appeared behind him. "Yeah." Little Jing Kong's hair stood on end. He waved his little arms and ran away. "He looks very much like Aheng." Princess Xinyang looked at little Jing Kong, who was waving his little claws and running away. "When he was young," she added, "other than his face, his demeanor and small movements are very similar." Gu Jiao, that's right. They slept in the same room every day and fought from morning to night. Princess Xinyang looked at the two people playing in the courtyard and said, "Long Yi thinks of him as a 4-year-old Xiaoheng." Gu Jiao didn't think about this. After all, Xiaoheng had already grown up. It was impossible for him to turn back into a child. However, the Shadow Dragon Guard's brain circuit seemed to be different from normal people. Long Yi could accept the existence of Xiaoheng and also accept the existence of young Xiaoheng. They didn't interfere with each other. What would happen if they both appeared at the same time? Speak of the devil. Little Sanzi's voice came from the door. "Eh? Big brother Xiao. Why are you here? Are you here to pick up Miss Gu? Miss Gu is inside." Xiao Lulang didn't know that Gu Jiao was here. He was just passing by. But little Sanzi directly dragged him in. Long Yi, who was catching little Jing Kong, heard the movement at the door. He turned his head and looked at Xiao Lulang at the door. Then he looked at little Jing Kong in front of him again. His brain crashed again. Facts proved that Xiao Lulang and little Jing Kong couldn't be in the same frame. Long Yi was dumbfounded. Xiao Yulang's gaze passed through the window and met Princess Xinyang's eyes. Both of them had a complicated look in their eyes. Xiao Lulang looked at Gu Jiao again. Then he turned around and walked out of the courtyard and returned to the carriage. Princess Xinyang lowered her eyes and picked up the cup of tea that had already cooled down on the table. She pretended to ask casually, "Has his hand healed?" Gu Jiao put away the stethoscope and raised her eyebrows. "Why don't you ask him yourself?" Princess Xinyang said indifferently, "If you don't want to say, then forget it." Gu Jiao sighed helplessly and said, Okay, I'll say it. It hasn't healed." Princess Xinyang's fingers tightened around the teacup. Gu Jiao pointed at her fingertips and sighed, "It left a small scar. I have to apply scar ointment every day. It will take 3 months for my skin to recover." Princess Xinyang faintly looked at her. "Can't you say it all in one breath?" Gu Jiao spread her hands. "That's why I told you to ask him yourself. In any case, he can say it all in one breath." Princess Xinyang, this girl. Little Jing Kong played in the courtyard for a while. He ran into the room with his forehead full of sweat and said to Gu Jiao, Jiao, I also want a mask." Gu Jiao took out her spare mask from her small basket and handed it to him. Princess Xinyang looked at the coquettish peacock feathers on the mask and her eyelids suddenly jumped. What kind of beauty did this girl have? "Thank you, Jiao. Little Jing Kong took the mask and ran out excitedly. Long Yi, I also have a mask." This scene suddenly reminded Gu Jiao of something. She rested her chin on one hand and looked at Long Yi in the courtyard. She asked Princess Xinyang, "Princess, why doesn't Long Yi have a tattoo on his face?" Chapter 453. Did you take off his mask? Princess Xingyang asked. The Shadow Dragon Guard's mask was not easily taken off. She didn't know whether Xiaoheng took it off or not, but the grass on the graves of other people who tried to take off Long Yi's mask was already 2 meters high. I took it off once. Gu Jiao said truthfully. Princess Xingyang sighed slightly and didn't ask why she took it off. Since it was already taken off, there was no point in asking. However, taking off the Shadow Dragon Guard's mask is a very dangerous thing. In the future, it's best if you don't do it casually. Princess Xingyang kindly reminded. Gu Jiao nodded her head. Okay. Princess Xingyang couldn't help but look at Gu Jiao. This girl could sometimes choke people to death, and sometimes she was so obedient that she could soften people's heart. She drank a mouthful of tea and said, Long Yi's tattoo is not on his face, it's on his back. It's an azure dragon. Gu Jiao opened her eyes wide. It's fine if it's on his back, but it's unexpectedly a dragon? Is it because of this that he's called Long Yi? Princess, do you have other Shadow Dragon Guards? Are they also like this? Gu Jiao asked. No, only Long Yi is like this. The others all have a black tortoise tattoo on their face. Princess Xingyang said. They were the same as the Emperor's Shadow Dragon Guards. But why was Long Yi so special? Gu Jiao asked again. Are the others as good as Long Yi? Princess Xingyang shook her head again. No, Long Yi's martial arts are the highest. This was strange. Why was Long Yi's martial arts the highest? Or rather, why did the late Emperor give the Shadow Dragon Guards with the highest martial arts to Princess Xingyang? Did the late Emperor want Princess Xingyang to rebel? As if guessing Gu Jiao's doubts, Princess Xingyang faintly pulled up the corner of her lips and said, The late Emperor gave me the Shadow Dragon Guards to guard against Marquis Xianping. Gu Jiao. The heart of an emperor is like a needle at the bottom of the ocean. Gu Jiao paused and asked, If Marquis Xianping were to rebel, would you kill him? Princess Xingyang did not hide it. Perhaps she was tired of hiding it for so many years, or perhaps she felt that Gu Jiao would not reveal it. She said, I have to do this. Could it be that this was the reason why this couple was at odds with each other? Because there wasn't even basic trust between them? Gu Jiao thought for a moment and asked, Does Marquis Xianping know? Princess Xingyang looked down at the tea leaves in her cup. I don't know if he knows. Gu Jiao felt that with Marquis Xianping's brain, he should have guessed it. She just didn't know how he felt about marrying a princess who could kill him at any time. It was rumored that the couple did not get along, but it seemed that Marquis Xianping was very protective of Princess Xingyang. Since Princess Xingyang decided to raise Xiaoheng as her own flesh and blood, Marquis Xianping decided that Xiaoheng was his only legitimate son. Gu Jiao. Oh, I don't understand the men of ancient times. If it was to guard against Marquis Xianping, then the actions of the former emperor were reasonable. But Gu Jiao still felt that something was wrong. Gu Jiao had seen the strength of the Dragon Shadow Guards with her own eyes. A few standard versions were enough, there was no need to specially send a super version of Long Yi. Gu Jiao asked, Princess, how many Dragon Shadow Guards did the former emperor give you? Princess Xingyang said, 5. Why? The former emperor only gave his majesty 4. The more Gu Jiao thought about it, the more she felt that something was amiss. It was important to guard against Marquis Xianping, but the safety of the ruler of a country was equally important. It was acceptable to give 5 to the emperor, and it was also acceptable to give half each. However, Princess Ho Xingyang and Emperor Bo were somewhat strange. Princess, are your other Dragon Shadow Guards the same as Long Yi? That? Gu Jiao pointed at her own head. Princess Xingyang understood Gu Jiao's meaning. It seemed that Long Yi had not been thoroughly tamed. She shook her head for the 3rd time. No, those Dragon Shadow Guards are not like that. Gu Jiao stared at her, and a bold guess flashed through her mind. Princess, is Long Yi really a Dragon Shadow Guard given to you by the former emperor? He didn't randomly come in, right? Could it be that a lost death warrior saw his own kind, so he ran with them in confusion? Those people couldn't beat him and couldn't get rid of him, so they could only accept their fate and let him follow them. Princess Xingyang frowned and carefully pondered for a long time and suddenly realized, I was wondering, before the former emperor died, he clearly said that he would give me 4. How come there was 1 more in my hands? I thought the former emperor changed his mind at the last moment and gave me 1 more. Gu Jiao. So Long Yi really randomly came in. Ning Wang's matter not only involved the Eastern Palace couple, but also the cause of Xiaoheng's death. The emperor decided to summon Princess Xingyang into the palace, and personally confess this matter to her. Gu Jiao just happened to plan to enter the palace to see her great aunt, so she rode on Princess Xinyang's luxurious carriage and entered the palace together. Originally, the Emperor and Princess Xinyang didn't get along well, and now it was like sitting on pins and needles. Your Majesty. Princess Xinyang entered the study of Pure Flower's palace, and slightly bowed to the Emperor. The Emperor opened his mouth but didn't speak. He was worried that he would carelessly call her imperial sister. She was obviously his imperial sister. You, sit. The Emperor hinted Princess Xinyang to sit. Princess Xinyang sat on the chair opposite to the Emperor, and said neither quickly nor slowly, Your Majesty summoned me into the palace so late, is there a matter? The Emperor steeled his heart and said with a stern face, We have something to say to you. It's about Xiaoheng. On the other side, Gu Jiao carrying a small basket went to Rinshou Palace. Little Jing Kong went to Rinshou Palace to greet his great-aunt, and then went to find his new friend, Long Yi. He planned to introduce Long Yi to his old friend, Qin Chuyu. Qin Chuyu had recently moved back to Cunning Palace. Little Jing Kong didn't know, and thought that he was living in East Palace. Little Jing Kong took Long Yi to East Palace to find Qin Chuyu. East Palace. Crown Princess begged the palace maids to let her out countless times, but they remained unmoved. Crown Princess said, How about this, you go and inform Crown Prince that I want to see him. The palace maid said, Crown Prince doesn't want to see anyone. Crown Princess said coldly, Is it the Empress's idea or Crown Prince's idea? Whose idea? Crown Princess doesn't even want to see him now. The palace maid's tone was not polite. Crown Princess, who was used to being sought after by everyone, couldn't accept this kind of treatment. She felt sullen, but she couldn't oppose Empress Xiao. She understood her current situation, and only Empress Xiao and Crown Prince could save her. She changed her cold expression and looked pleadingly at the two palace maids. Just treat it as helping me. Let me see the Crown Prince, okay? You helped me in my hour of need today, and I will repay you double in the future. The repayment of a Crown Princess was worth a lot. The premise was that she could keep her position as Crown Princess. The two palace maids ignored her. Crown Princess bit her lips angrily. Just when she was racking her brains to get out of this predicament, she suddenly felt dizzy, and the arm of one of the palace maids slid down. She fainted. She's not pretending to faint, is she? What if it's true? The Empress only asked us to look after her, and she didn't let anything happen to her. The Imperial Doctor is guarding Crown Prince's bed, right? Call him here. The Imperial Doctor was called over, and he felt the pulse of Crown Princess, who was lying on the bed. When he was done, his expression suddenly turned grave. Crown Princess woke up slowly and looked at the Imperial Doctor weakly. Doctor, what happened to me? Please call Imperial Dr. Qin over as well. The Imperial Doctor didn't answer Crown Princess's question, but turned to order the palace maids at the door. The palace maids frowned and went to call Imperial Dr. Qin over from Crown Prince's room. Imperial Dr. Qin was also startled after taking Crown Princess's pulse. The two looked at each other in dismay. Imperial Dr. Luo said, Imperial Dr. Qin, the pulse you took is... Imperial Dr. Qin nodded. Imperial Dr. Luo understood. He stood up, took a step back, and cupped his hands at Crown Princess, saying, Congratulations, Crown Princess. It's a pregnancy pulse. You are 1 month pregnant. I have a child? Crown Princess's shock was no less than the two Imperial Doctors. This child, it really came at the right time. The shock in Crown Princess's eyes gradually dissipated, and was replaced by joy that could not be expressed in words. She sat up and looked at the two palace maids in front of the bed. She curled her lips and said, Did you hear that? I have the Crown Prince's flesh and blood in my stomach. The Crown Prince's first flesh and blood. Was there a better death exemption medallion in the world? Crown Princess's expression was unrestrained. It's a son, right? Imperial Doctors? This? The two hesitated. How could they tell if it was a son or a daughter? Crown Princess said with a smile, It must be. Crown Prince follows the heavenly Tao and is blessed. His first child must be a son. The two Imperial Doctors didn't dare to say no. Otherwise, wouldn't they be cursing Crown Prince? Crown Princess said gently, How is my pregnancy? Do I need to take some medicine to prevent miscarriage? Imperial Dr. Luo said, Crown Princess's pulse is healthy and the fetus is full. It is very stable. You don't need to take any medicine to prevent miscarriage. Crown Princess smiled. Is that so? Princess Ning has been pregnant 3 times. I don't want to be like her. Imperial Dr. Luo hurriedly said, No, Crown Princess's pregnancy is very stable. He paused and added, but you have to be careful after the first 3 months. The 2 palace maids sent by Empress Xiao were stunned at the same time. Crown Princess didn't care about the past and smiled gently. Are you all so happy? Aren't you going to inform Imperial Mother that this consort is pregnant? Forget it, I will greet Imperial Mother myself. This time the 2 palace maids didn't stop her. They knew that no matter what serious crime the Crown Princess committed, she could completely turn the tables with the child in her womb. It was difficult to have an heir in the palace, so it was precious. Empress Xiao was almost going crazy from waiting for Crown Prince to have a descendant. If she knew that Crown Princess was pregnant, she would protect her no matter what. Crown Princess went to Crown Prince's room first. Crown Prince was sleeping soundly after taking the calming medicine. Crown Princess raised her hand and gently caressed Crown Prince's cheek. Your Highness, Linlang is pregnant with your child. You are going to be imperial father. Crown Princess left the Eastern Palace. She felt that the sky above her was even bluer. Even the heavens were on her side. She, when Linlang, was destined to be the mother of the world. Crown Princess brought several palace maids from the Eastern Palace to Cunning Palace. On the way, she met Gu Jiao, who was looking for little Jing Kong in the Imperial Garden. Isn't this Dr. Gu? Crown Princess walked over unhurriedly, glanced at Gu Jiao and said, Dr. Gu, are you here to pick flowers or to admire the scenery in the Imperial Garden today? Gu Jiao didn't even bother to look at her. Crown Princess stood beside her, turned around, and looked at her with a smile that wasn't a smile. Are you very surprised that I was able to walk out of the Eastern Palace? Gu Jiao didn't know that Crown Princess was under house arrest in the Eastern Palace by Empress Xiao, so she didn't understand why she asked this question. Crown Princess, however, thought that she was pretending to be calm. Crown Princess touched her flat belly with one hand and said, To tell you the truth, this consort is pregnant. Gu Jiao was still calm. The Crown Princess? Crown Princess's pupils contracted, and she frowned slightly. Dr. Gu, what do you mean? Are you trying to humiliate me? I'm the Crown Prince's consort. If the child in my belly isn't the Crown Prince's, then whose? Gu Jiao said, Prince Ning's? Crown Princess gritted her teeth. Dr. Gu, please be careful with your words. Oh. Gu Jiao said, I was just casually speaking, no need to be so agitated. What did it have to do with her whose child it was? Crown Princess said seriously, It's the Crown Prince's. Don't talk nonsense outside and ruin this consort's reputation. This consort didn't haggle over the things you did to this consort in the past because of Princess Xinyang, but if you slander the imperial bloodline, then not only will this consort not let you off, the Crown Prince and Empress Xiao won't either. As she spoke, she raised her chin, and a trace of unscrupulousness flitted across her brows. Dr. Gu, this consort advised you not to make an enemy of this consort. You targeted this consort in everything, but didn't this consort win in the end? You said that this consort and Prince Ning are unclear, but how clean can you be, Gu Jiao? This matter was obviously done by the Qin state's hostage, but this consort knows that you also participated. You are already a married woman, but you still have an affair with the Qin state's hostage. How noble are you compared to this consort? Gu Jiao looked at her indifferently. You are dirty, so you think others are as dirty as you? Crown Princess, you. At this time little Jing Kong and Long Yi came over after picking flowers. Gu Jiao held little Jing Kong's hand and left without looking back. Being ignored was even more depressing than being talked back to. The Crown Prince consort had experienced great ups and downs in the past few days, and her rationality had completely collapsed. She held her stomach and called out, Don't scheme against Ben Gong anymore. This consort's stomach is a death exemption gold medallion. With it, even if this consort kills you, no one will blame me. Long Yi still hadn't left. He curiously looked at Crown Princess's stomach. Suddenly, he reached out his hand and slapped her stomach. Crown Princess felt pain in her stomach. Long Yi retracted his hand and glanced at her stomach with his small eyes, as if he was asking, Now do you still have it? Crown Princess. Chapter 454. Dragon Shadow Guard would not make a move against people who didn't know martial arts, but Long Yi he was a fake Dragon Shadow Guard. In other words, he would not abide by the rules set by the previous emperor for the Dragon Shadow Guard. This scene was truly shocking. Even the birds in the Imperial Garden did not dare to chirp. At this moment in the royal study, the emperor was still unaware of the upheaval in the royal garden. He explained King Ning's actions to Princess Xinyang. Why did he use the word, explain? The emperor was also quite confused. She was his younger sister, not his elder sister. He should be terrified to death. In the end, the emperor blamed his son for the death of Princess Xinyang's son. He felt guilty and guilty. At first, the emperor did not mention the conflict between Prince Ning and the Eastern Palace. He only said that the fire 4 years ago was not an accident and was caused by Prince Ning. As a father, he felt deeply ashamed and guilty for raising such a son. How did your majesty know it was Prince Ning? Princess Xinyang asked. This. The emperor opened his mouth and said, we have already interrogated his subordinates. His subordinates have confessed to framing Aheng. Puzzled, Princess Xinyang asked, why would your majesty investigate Prince Ning for no reason? Wasn't it because Lord Ning had a dispute with the Eastern Palace and almost killed the crown prince? He followed the vine to find out about Lord Ning's feelings for Wen Linlang, and then followed the vine to find out what happened 4 years ago? No, why is your focus a little off? A trace of resentment flashed through His Majesty's eyes as he was unwilling to expose his family's dirty linen. Princess Xinyang just looked at the emperor quietly. She had no intention of moving past this topic. The emperor was confused. You don't care about the cause of your own son's death? Why do you care about my son's affairs? The emperor had no choice but to tell him about how he found Prince Ning killing his brother at the inn. Princess Xinyang was still confused. Just because he wanted to kill the crown prince, His Majesty suspects that Xiaoheng was also killed by him? If a person is bad, all the bad things are his fault? Emperor. Really, if we don't talk about this, we can still be brother and sister. Wait, why aren't you wondering why Prince Ning killed the crown prince now? Is your focus always so hard to fathom? Forget it, forget it. So what if it was shameful? His own son had done something like killing his own brother. There was not much dignity to speak of. The emperor then narrated the dispute between Ning Wang and the crown princess in full detail. Princess Xinyang said, so, the crown prince caught the two of them red-handed? Emperor, can you focus on something else? Well, sort of, the emperor said vaguely. Princess Xinyang fell silent. The emperor saw that she did not speak. Sure, you did not know how to comfort her. He hesitated for a while, then sighed and said, we are very sorry about Aheng's matter. We are also very sad. Prince Ning committed an unforgivable crime. As his father, I didn't teach him well. I can't absolve myself from the blame. I don't expect you to forgive me. I just hope you don't make things difficult for yourself. You always believed that it was because you didn't look after Aheng that caused Aheng to die in the fire. Now that the truth has been revealed, it was our son who deliberately did it. It was our fault. It was Prince Ning's fault. It wasn't your fault. These words were from the bottom of the emperor's heart. Ever since Xiaoheng passed away, Princess Xinyang had been unable to recover. She had even left the sad capital. Even if the emperor's relationship with Princess Xinyang was not as good as his relationship with Princess Ning'an, she was still a younger sister closer to him than any other princess. He hoped that she would not be too upset. Your Majesty, can I see Prince Ning? Princess Xinyang suddenly spoke. The emperor was stunned. As the victim's family member, asking to see the murderer seemed reasonable. The emperor had no reason to refuse. We will strip him of his status as a prince and expel him from the capital. He will be exiled to a place of bitter cold. The emperor did not say a single word. His chest ached. This was his own son, the eldest son that he had raised. If he had to give him up just like that, who would be willing? However, it was precisely because he had tasted the pain of losing a son, that he could understand the harm that Princess Xinyang had suffered. He could not ask Princess Xinyang to forgive Prince Ning. Even if Princess Xinyang wanted to kill Prince Ning, what could he say? Only Prince Ning was allowed to kill her son, but she was not allowed to avenge him? The emperor's eyes reddened. He restrained himself and said, we will have Eunuch Wei take you there. Princess Xinyang stood up and bowed to the emperor. Led by Eunuch Wei, she went to the side chamber where Prince Ning was imprisoned. In the pitch-black side chamber, Prince Ning's hair was disheveled and his face dirty. He was in a sorry state. There was a faint green circle around his mouth, and his eyes were indifferent and dull. Princess, please. Eunuch Wei stood outside the door and gestured to Princess Xinyang. Princess Xinyang stepped inside. Eugene followed behind her, planning to go in as well. Wait outside, Princess Xinyang said to Eugene. Eugene paused. Yes. Eugene and Eunuch Wei waited outside. Seeing Princess Xinyang walk towards Prince Ning in the corner, Eunuch Wei wanted to remind her not to get too close, but he swallowed his words. If Prince Ning really wasn't afraid of death, then he should hold Princess Xinyang hostage. If he really did that, when Marquis Xianping came to investigate, even His Majesty wouldn't be able to save Prince Ning's life. Prince Ning sat on the ground in the corner, his back against the wall. His face was shrouded in a layer of shadow. His eyes were slightly closed. It was unknown whether he hadn't heard the approaching footsteps, or whether he had heard but didn't care. Princess Xinyang stopped in front of him and looked down at Prince Ning. Who are those people? Prince Ning had been locked up in Pure Flower's palace for the past few days until his body and mind were numb. He didn't pay attention to anyone, nor did he plan on paying attention to this palace servant who had suddenly come to ask him questions. But when he heard a familiar voice, he instinctively opened his eyes and saw Princess Xinyang's frosty face. Half of Princess Xinyang's face was bathed in sunlight, while the other half was shrouded in shadow. She looked cold and sinister. Prince Ning could ignore anyone, but he couldn't ignore Princess Xinyang. His gaze paused on Princess Xinyang's face for a moment, then he lowered his eyes. I don't understand what Aunt is saying. You don't understand? Fine, then Aunt will tell you in detail until you understand. In any case, Aunt has plenty of time. Princess Xinyang sat down in the chair across from him and looked at him from afar. Did you really have the guts to kill Xiaoheng? Prince Ning smiled faintly. It seems that Aunt knows everything. Whether or not I had the guts, I still killed him. Is Aunt here to denounce me? If you want to kill me, do as you please. Princess Xinyang stared at him without blinking. You killed Xiaoheng and then what? Just to benefit the crown prince? Prince Ning said, I originally planned on taking her as a secondary consort. Princess Xinyang sneered. Is that so? Can you? Of course not. Grandfather wouldn't agree. Empress Dowager Zhuang and His Majesty also wouldn't agree. He wasn't like the crown prince who would rather give up the position of crown prince to marry Wen Linlang. Empress Xiao couldn't dissuade her son, so she had no choice but to persuade His Majesty and Marquis Xianping to agree to this marriage. From the beginning he knew that killing Xiaoheng wouldn't change anything. He and Wen Linlang could only hide in the shadows forever. Princess Xinyang analyzed for him. You did want to kill Xiaoheng, but to kill Marquis Xuanping's and my most beloved son for a shameful relationship. Qin Shuhan, it's not that Aunt is looking down on you, but you don't have the courage or stupidity. Unless... At this point, Princess Xinyang paused and Prince Ning's fingers tightened. Princess Xinyang said, unless you know that he's not Marquis Xuanping's and my son's, but an illegitimate son used to pretend to be one, and an illegitimate son that I want to get rid of as soon as possible. Marquis Xianping was naturally dissolute. He had 2 illegitimate sons, but that was with her consent. As for whether or not there were illegitimate children outside, she didn't care. Only Xiaoheng was exchanged with her son's life. Once she knew the truth, Xiaoheng's life and death would have nothing to do with her. Perhaps Marquis Xianping would think that she did it. That way, Prince Ning would be able to easily hide from this conspiracy. Who told you Xiaoheng's past? Princess Xinyang asked, staring at him. Prince Ning didn't recover from the shock of Princess Xinyang seeing through everything. After a while, he turned his face and said, I investigated. Princess Xinyang snorted. Why did you investigate Xiaoheng's past for no reason? Prince Ning was speechless. Princess Xinyang said lightly, don't say that you found out by accident. There's no accident in the world and you don't have the luck. Prince Ning suddenly thought of Grand Tutor Zhuang's words, you can look down on anyone in the imperial family, but don't look down on Princess Xinyang. She was a princess who didn't have the protection of her mother and had never suffered a loss. I don't know, Prince Ning said. What do you mean you don't know? Princess Xinyang frowned. Prince Ning thought for a moment and said, that is, I don't know who those people are, but they know me. When they first approached me, they pretended to rely on me and became my aides. They really did find out some very useful information for me, so I began to value and trust them. A few months later, they said they found a clue that could bring down Marquis Xianping. I was very tempted, because Marquis Xianping is Empress Xiao and the Crown Prince's greatest support. As long as I could bring him down, I would be one step closer to the position of Crown Prince. Chapter 455. Princess Xinyang said, the clue they were talking about was Xiaoheng's past? Prince Ning nodded. That's right. They said that Xiaoheng was the son of Marquis Xianping and a female slave from the Yan Kingdom. Moreover, the real young Marquis was already dead, killed by the female slave. Marquis Xianping secretly substituted the slave's son for the princess's son. At that time, I wondered if Aunt would kill Xiaoheng in a fit of anger if she knew that she had raised the son of her enemy for 14 years. Princess Xinyang looked at him in confusion. Why didn't you tell me? Prince Ning looked into her eyes. I told you. Otherwise, who did Aunt think put the secret letter exposing Xiaoheng's past in Aunt's carriage? Princess Xinyang suddenly understood. So it was you. Prince Ning said again, after Aunt saw the secret letter, you went to Marquis Xianping to verify it, right? Princess Xinyang murmured, yes, I went, and he admitted it. Prince Ning laughed self-deprecatingly. But Aunt didn't want to do it. I thought Aunt was soft-hearted, so I decided to do it myself. Of course, I had to have those people whispering in my ears when I made this decision. In any case, Aunt and Xiaoheng had already broken off. Whether or not Aunt did it, Marquis Xianping would blame it on Aunt. Princess Xinyang glanced at him. Did you think so yourself, or did those people say so? Prince Ning said, both. Since he had already explained so much, Prince Ning didn't mind explaining a bit more. He continued, however, right after Xiaoheng died, those aides disappeared from my residence. It was at that moment that I realized that they didn't get close to me to help me or get any glory or wealth from me. They came for Xiaoheng. Of course, it could also be because of my aunt or Marquis Xianping. Xiaoheng's death was a great blow to you, and it made the already bad relationship between you two even worse. When they disappeared, I was worried that if the matter was exposed, Aunt and Marquis Xianping would suspect me, so I didn't act rashly and didn't investigate. Princess Xinyang keenly asked, then why did you dare to kill Xiaoheng this time? Did those people appear again? Prince Ning shook his head with a faint smile. I thought you would ask me how I was sure that Xiao Lulang was Xiaoheng. Forget it, it's not important. Instead, I'm curious about how you recognized Xiaoheng. Princess Xinyang said indifferently, that's not important. Prince Ning could tell that she didn't want to talk about it, but he didn't continue to ask. He was exceptionally easy to talk to today. Perhaps it was because people on the verge of death spoke kindly, so he didn't feel burdened. He said, okay, then I'll answer your question. Those people didn't appear. It was my own idea to kill him this time. I'm no longer the great prince from 4 years ago. I have the power to compete with Marquis Xianping's estate. In addition, I was also worried that you would suddenly investigate what happened 4 years ago and trace it back to me. I might as well go all the way and kill Xiao Lulang first. Princess Xinyang didn't miss any of the subtle expressions on his face. You made this decision because you thought I didn't recognize him? Prince Ning took a deep breath. Yes, I wanted to kill him before you and your son recognized each other. I wanted Xiaoheng and the secret from 4 years ago to disappear from this world forever. Princess Xinyang said, unfortunately, you were 1 step behind. Prince Ning smiled bitterly. Unfortunately, you were 1 step behind. Princess Xinyang stood up and left. Before leaving, she threw him a clean handkerchief. Wipe your face. You're a prince. Even if you're leaving, you should leave with dignity. Prince Ning looked at the handkerchief in his hand. It was a handkerchief that didn't look special at all. There was only an exquisite flower vase embroidered on one corner. The mouth of the vase was blocked by a wooden cork. Princess Xinyang stepped over the threshold and suddenly turned back. She said neither quickly nor slowly, when I have time, I'll visit Princess Ning and the 2 little princesses. Prince Ning tightened his grip on the handkerchief. Princess Xinyang was threatening him. Either he kept his mouth shut about Xiaoheng's matter, or she would take the lives of Chuyu, Ning Xan, and Ning Yan. After seeing Prince Ning, Princess Xinyang asked Eunuch Wei to bring a message to the emperor. She then directly left. Eunuch Wei only thought that she was recalling her son who had died early and was sad. He softly agreed. Where's Long Yi? Princess Xinyang asked. It seems he went to play with Jing Kong. Yujin said. Princess Xinyang said, forget it, let's go back. When Long Yi had played enough, he would come back on his own. Princess Xinyang did not know that Long Yi had caused a disaster in the palace. Empress Xiao was currently ordering people to capture him. The entire inner palace had been turned upside down. Princess Xinyang returned to Vermilion Bird Street and had Yujin warm a pot of wine for her. Yujin brought the warmed wine over and was about to pour it into a cup, but Princess Xinyang directly grabbed the bottle and drank a few mouthfuls. Yujin's expression changed slightly. Princess. After drinking a few mouthfuls, her internal organs began to burn. She sneered and said, the one who killed Aheng was not Prince Ning. It was me. Princess, you drank too much. Yujin reached out to grab the bottle of wine. Princess Xinyang easily avoided her hand and raised her head to take a few more mouthfuls. This time she drank a bit too quickly, causing her to choke and tear up. Prince Ning had someone pour kerosene on the directorate and lit a candle on top of the kerosene. Once the candle burned out, the kerosene could be lit. I noticed it, Yujin. I noticed it immediately. I put out the candle. Yujin went along with her and said, "It's good that you put it out. Listen to what I have to say." Princess Xinyang laughed self-deprecatingly. The more I thought about it, the angrier I became. His birth mother killed my son, yet I helped that woman raise my son for 14 years. I have let down that dead child. I want to kill him. I want to tell him the truth and then kill him. Yujin, Princess Xinyang sneered. In truth, I noticed long ago that someone had set their sights on him. It was the type that harbored ill intentions. There was no need for me to do anything. It was possible that he would not live for much longer, but I just hated him. I wanted to personally destroy him. Yujin advised, "Princess, don't drink any more." How could Princess Xinyang be willing to listen to her? Thus I returned to the directorate. I blocked him in Minghui Hall. I told him the truth. Burp. Princess Xinyang burped, and a trace of drunkenness appeared in her eyes. Watching him slowly collapse in front of me, I felt extremely happy. I destroyed him with my own hands. I destroyed him. Big drops of tears fell from her eyes. Yujin looked at Princess Xinyang, who was unable to control herself, and felt a throbbing pain in her heart. She leaned over and gently hugged Princess Xinyang into her arms, letting her head rest on her soft chest. But Princess saved him in the end, didn't you? Yujin knew very well that if Princess Xinyang really wanted him dead, he would not have survived until now. Princess Xinyang destroyed his willpower, fed him knockout drugs and lit a fire. This way he would not be able to escape. The two of them would be able to go underground to atone for their sins to that poor child. Only her heart softened. Chapter 456. In order to make the plan succeed, she sent Long Yi away. She had no choice but to extinguish the fire herself. She was also injured. After that, she carried the unconscious Xiao Heng out of the Imperial College. She thought that the matter would end here. Unexpectedly, the next day the Imperial College spread the news that Xiao Heng had been burned to death. But Xiao Heng was clearly lying in front of her eyes. She clearly remembered that she had extinguished the fire. Then who set the fire afterwards? She couldn't help but think of Xiao Heng lying on the ground after being drugged. He looked at the fire burning in from outside the window. When she told him about his past, he had already given up all hope. However, at that moment, his eyes were full of struggle and pleading. It was as if he was begging her to let him go. After a long time, she realized that at that time, he might not have been begging her to let him go. He might have been begging her to let that innocent youth go. He knew that the Imperial College was hiding a youth. Clearly after she left, someone had come. She didn't remember Xiao Heng having a friend who was similar in age to her. For a moment she couldn't guess the identity of that youth. Ning Wang had only gone once. The first time, the fire, oil and candles were prepared by Ning Wang. However, the fire that burned that youth to death was caused by that group of people. In the end, that group of people didn't trust Ning Wang. As a result, they personally made a trip. They mistook that youth in the Imperial College for Xiao Heng and burned him to death. That group of people's whereabouts were very strange. Moreover, they knew how to avoid Long Yi. She looked at Xiao Heng on the bed and suddenly thought of a plan. Young master? Suddenly, a maid's cry came from outside the door. Eugene turned her head and looked towards the direction of the door. She saw that Xiao Lulang had entered the courtyard at an unknown time. Moreover, he was standing less than 10 steps away from the windowsill. Eugene looked at Xiao Lulang in astonishment, and then looked at the Xinyang princess who was lying on the table, drunk and unconscious. For a moment she didn't know what to say. She didn't know if Xiao Lulang had heard what Princess Xinyang had just said. Just as she decided to ask Xiao Lulang, a young eunuch suddenly appeared outside the door and hurriedly said, oh no, something has happened. Long Yi was in trouble. He killed the crown princess's fetus with one strike. Empress Xiao heard two pieces of shocking news in the Palace of Earthly Tranquility. The first was that the crown princess was pregnant. Empress Xiao was overjoyed. Even though the crown princess had an ambiguous relationship with King Ning, she had carefully investigated Wen Linlong's whereabouts. This child was the crown princess. The crown prince was already 23 years old. He was finally going to be a father. She was finally going to have a grandchild. But before she could be happy enough, the bad news of the crown prince consort's miscarriage came. Empress Xiao almost fell on the spot. It was Long Yi's doing. To be honest, even Gu Jiao hadn't predicted Long Yi's action. Strictly speaking, it wasn't all Long Yi's fault. The crown princess had repeatedly emphasized that the fetus in her belly was a death-free gold medallion, so Long Yi really thought it was a gold medallion. Long Yi had only broken a gold medallion. Long Yi also didn't understand why everyone wanted to catch him. Long Yi took out a small gold medallion from his bosom and handed it to the crown princess. It was as if he was saying, "Here, I'll compensate you." The crown princess was so angry that she almost fainted on the spot. When Gu Jiao and Long Yi were together, it was inevitable that people would think that Long Yi had been instructed by her. Even the crown princess believed it without a doubt. She didn't believe that Gu Jiao didn't target her. Moreover, every time Long Yi was rude to her, Gu Jiao was there. This made her suspect that she had been instructing Long Yi. She spoke in a dignified manner, but secretly let Long Yi do it for her. She was truly sinister and vicious. When Empress Xiao arrived at the imperial garden, the imperial physician had also arrived. The imperial physician felt the crown princess's pulse with a solemn expression. Empress Xiao hurriedly asked, "Imperial physician, how is it?" The imperial physician cupped his hands and said regretfully, "Empress, the fetus is gone." "Impossible. Imperial physician Luo. Didn't you just say that my pulse was very good? Is this fetus very stable? Otherwise, how could she have the courage to get out of bed and look for Empress Xiao?" The imperial physician thought in his heart, "You can't stop yourself from courting death. Why did you have to come out? You were hit by the secret guard, and the fetus in your belly was also gone." Imperial physician Luo didn't dare to say this. Empress Xiao was furious. She looked at Wen Linlang coldly, "You can't even keep a child." This wasn't a case like Princess Ning's weak body. She was obviously pregnant with a good lover. The loss of this child was too depressing. Empress Xiao even had the heart to kill Wen Linlang. Of course, if it was in the past, Empress Xiao wouldn't be so ruthless. But now that the matter between Wen Linlang and Princess Ning was exposed, Empress Xiao couldn't wait to kill her. Wen Linlang was right. This child was indeed her golden ticket to avoid death. For the sake of the child, Empress Xiao would protect her from the emperor. But look at what Wen Linlang had done. Wen Linlang certainly couldn't take the blame. Empress Xiao would hate her to death. She pointed at Gu Jiao and said, "Mother, it's her. She asked this secret guard to hurt the fetus in my belly." Little Jing Kong stomped his feet. "Nonsense. Jiao Jiao didn't do it." The huge noise alarmed Rinshou Palace. Eunuch Qin rushed over with the palace servants. Gu Jiao asked Fei Tsui to take little Jing Kong away first. Then she said to the crown princess, "Do you have the guts to say what you just said to me in front of the empress again?" The crown princess choked. Gu Jiao said, "You don't dare to say it? Fine, I'll say it for you. Dr. Gu, I've advised you not to be my enemy. You've always targeted me, but didn't I win in the end? You said that I have an ambiguous relationship with Prince Ning, but how clean can you be, Gu Jiao? This matter was obviously done by the Qin state's hostage, but I know that you're also involved. You're already a married woman, but you still have an affair with the Qin state's hostage. How noble are you compared to me? Stop scheming to deal with this consort. The fetus in my belly is a golden ticket to avoid death. With it, even if I kill you, no one will blame me." "What? Do you still think you're innocent?" The crown princess's expression changed. When Empress Xiao saw the crown princess's expression, she knew that Gu Jiao was telling the truth. She didn't expect that the crown princess could be so arrogant. From her words, it seemed that she and Gu Jiao had disagreements for a long time. She dared to show off in front of Gu Jiao. Did she think that the fetus in her belly had a long life? It was true that the one who caused her to have a miscarriage was the culprit, but she who gave others a chance was not innocent. Empress Xiao said to Gu Jiao, "Dr. Gu, you can go. Leave this guard here." For the sake of Empress Dowager Zhuang and His Majesty, she believed the little guy's words for the time being. She believed that it was not Gu Jiao who ordered it. But this guard took the initiative to kill the crown prince's child. She wouldn't let him go. "Empress." Eunuch Qin wanted to plead. In fact, he didn't know Long Yi, but Gu Jiao spoke for Long Yi, which meant that he was on their side. Empress Xiao said coldly, "Eunuch Qin, even if this matter is brought to the Empress Dowager, I still want him to pay with his life." Eunuch Qin naturally understood that Empress Xiao's request was not excessive. As the Empress said, if they really went to Rinshou Palace, Empress Xiao would be in the right. Gu Jiao would not leave Long Yi behind. She felt that with her and Long Yi's strength, Escape was the best of the 36 stratagems. Who would have thought that Empress Xiao would directly order 1,000 imperial guards to come? That was really Gu Jiao. Is it necessary to be so hardcore? Dr. Gu, if you want to go, I will let you go. But if you want to accompany him to die, I will not stop you. After Empress Xiao finished speaking to Gu Jiao, her eyes fell on Long Yi's mask. I want this person's life. Empress Xiao was really angry. Of course, Long Yi could escape, but what would happen after that? The crown princess knew that he was the secret guard of Princess Xinyang. Empress Xiao could directly send the imperial guards to Vermilion Bird Avenue to encircle Long Yi. Would Empress Xiao give face to Princess Xinyang? Gu Jiao guessed that she might not. Princess Xinyang and Marquis Xianping were cold, and Empress Xiao was not to be outdone. This time, perhaps no one would be able to calm Empress Xiao's anger. Could it be that she really wanted Long Yi to escape from the capital and never appear again? Gu Jiao subconsciously leaned towards Long Yi and looked at Empress Xiao. Empress? Just as she opened her mouth, a familiar figure came from not far away. It was Xiao Lulang. He leaned on the newly made cane she had made for him. He was limping and his steps were somewhat anxious. A person who had been missing for so long suddenly appeared in front of everyone. Except for Gu Jiao, Long Yi, and eunuch Qin, everyone showed an inconceivable expression. Empress Xiao looked at this youth who looked similar to her nephew. She frowned and did not speak. She did not even intend to pay attention to him. Kill him. She was talking about Long Yi. After leaving this order, she turned and left. Xiao Lulang quickened his steps and arrived behind her. He was stopped by eunuch Su. He looked at the cold back of Empress Xiao, opened his mouth and said, Aunt. Empress Xiao trembled all over. Chapter 457. What are you shouting for? Who is your aunt? Eunuch Su scolded in a low voice. Don't think that you can come here and claim relatives just because you look a little like the young Marquis. What would happen if the palace people heard this? Xiao Lulang looked at Empress Xiao, who stopped in her tracks. Empress Xiao did not turn around. His throat moved and he said with difficulty, Has the sapling that Aheng planted in Aunt's bedroom grown taller? Aheng, what are you doing? I am planting a tree. I want to plant a very, very big tree for Aunt. Spring is here, the tree will bloom many, many flowers. Peony flowers, Chinese peony flowers, morning glory. Autumn is here, the tree will bear many, many fruits. Dates, peaches, pears, and chestnuts. Chestnuts? Who taught you to say this? Also, you have so many flowers and so many fruits. Are they all from this tree? Yes. You can't. Other people's small trees can't, but Aheng's tree can. The little bean confidently patted his small chest and began to plant trees in Kuanning Palace while sweating profusely. Xiao Lulang choked. Aheng planted trees for Aunt. Did they bear dates, peaches, pears, and chestnuts? Aheng. Was her Aheng. Empress Xiao suddenly turned around and looked at Xiao Lulang with red eyes in disbelief. How could it be? Wasn't Aheng already dead? She even saw the corpse. If he was Aheng, why didn't she hear her eldest brother mention it? Why didn't he come to find her after entering the palace so many times? What the hell is going on? Empress Xiao walked toward Xiao Lulang in a daze. Eunuch Su glanced at his master with a complicated expression and tactfully retreated to the side. He also dismissed the irrelevant palace servants to a distance of 30 feet. Empress Xiao came in front of Xiao Lulang. Xiao Yulang's eyes were red, but he held back his tears. Empress Xiao raised her hand and carefully touched his cheek. Tears fell down. Are you really Aheng? Her fingertip fell on his right eye. What about this mole? It's gone. Xiao Lulang said. Empress Xiao choked with tears. How could it be gone? What exactly happened at that time? Tell Aunt. Xiao Lulang did not know where to begin. He didn't know how this mole disappeared. When he woke up, he was lying in a shabby inn. Beside him was Xiao Yulang's elder brother, Xiao Su. Aheng, don't get angry with Long Yi. Aheng. Empress Xiao was so angry that she pounded Xiao Lulang with her fist, tears streaming down her face. You disgraceful thing. If you don't plead for him, you won't recognize me. The people on the other side didn't know what had happened. They just saw Xiao Lulang say something to Empress Xiao. Empress Xiao was so emotional that she cried and beat him. But people with discerning eyes could see that she didn't use much strength. Without waiting for people to figure out what happened between Empress Xiao and Xiao Lulang, Eunuch Su, the trusted aide of Empress Xiao, walked over with a horsetail whisk. He said to the imperial guards, "The Empress has ordered that there is nothing for you here. You can go." Imperial guards, what? The crown princess panicked. Others didn't know what was going on, but how could she not see it? Xiao Heng clearly recognized Empress Xiao. He didn't recognize anyone after returning to the capital for so long, but he recognized Empress Xiao at this juncture. What? Was it because of this woman and this imperial guard? Just a moment ago she slandered Gu Jiao. Now Gu Jiao had become the wife of Empress Xiao's most beloved nephew. She didn't dare to think about how Empress Xiao would deal with her. The crown princess fainted on the spot. She didn't know whether it was because of the weakness caused by the miscarriage or because she was frightened by the consequences she would have to bear. Empress Xiao brought Xiao Luleng back to Cunning Palace. Originally she also wanted to bring Gu Jiao, but Gu Jiao was taken away by Long Yi. Empress Xiao dismissed the servants and pulled Xiao Luleng to sit in her room to talk. The window was wide open. From the angle of the two people they could clearly see Xiao Luleng. No, it should be said that it was the sapling planted by Xiao Heng when he was young. It was an orange tree. It couldn't bear dates, peaches, pears or chestnuts. The taste of the oranges it bore was actually not good. Empress Xiao burst into laughter through tears. "The oranges you planted are really bad." Empress Xiao was eager to know what happened in the past, but Xiao Heng couldn't tell her. Empress Xiao's eyes fell on the cane beside the chair. "What's wrong with your leg? Is it the injury from 4 years ago?" "No." Xiao Luleng shook his head. "It was the injury from saving Feng Lin. In a big fire, someone died because of him. In another big fire, someone was born because of him. His leg was lame, but the sin in his body seemed to have been redeemed a little. Although he still couldn't wash away all the sin, he could slowly pay it back in pain for the rest of his life." Xiao Luleng, "Aunt, this matter?" Empress Xiao said, "I understand. Although I don't know why you did this, I think you must have your own difficulties. When you are willing to tell me, you can come to me." Neither of them mentioned Wen Linlong's matter. Let bygones be bygones. The reason why Empress Xiao agreed to this marriage was that she really thought Xiao Heng had passed away. Otherwise, she would break the crown prince's leg rather than allowing him to snatch the fiancée from her cousin. Empress Xiao patted the back of his hand. "I won't tell anyone about your matter. Don't worry." "Thank you, Aunt." Xiao Luleng got up and left. As soon as he left the Qinghuan Palace, Empress Xiao called her trusted secret guard. "Go and inform my brother that Ah Heng is still alive." The secret guard said, "Master, didn't you promise him that you won't tell anyone?" Empress Xiao said sternly, "When has my brother been a human?" The secret guard, "This was the worst time that Marquis Xianping was slandered. Prince Ning must be punished, but it was up to the emperor to decide what kind of crime to punish him. Dirty linen should not be aired in public." The private contact between Prince Ning and the crown princess was not disclosed, but when Yang and Xiao Heng were both killed by Prince Ning, the announced motive was to attack the crown prince. One was the crown prince's brother-in-law, and the other was the crown prince's cousin. No matter how one looked at it, Prince Ning was indeed targeting the people around the crown prince. Wen Yang did not have a good reputation, but the young marquis was famous all over the world. He was the white moonlight in many people's hearts. Hearing that he was killed by Prince Ning, the people were all against him. Naturally, there were also those who spoke up for Ning Wang, believing that the current emperor had been deceived. Prince Ning is such a noble and upright person. How could he do such a vicious thing? Is it possible that someone is targeting Prince Ning? I hope His Majesty will not listen to slander and let Prince Ning be wronged. Could it be the crown prince? Think about it, the crown prince married the young marquis's fiancée. If the young marquis didn't die, could he marry Miss Wen? As for Wen Yang, he is the crown princess's brother on the surface, but he is not a good person at all. Killing him is helping the crown princess vent her anger. There were more and more people on the streets who defended Prince Ning. It was unknown whether it was the will of the people or someone deliberately guiding them. But what was certain was that the emperor had no intention of pardoning Prince Ning, no matter what the public opinion was. Grand Tutor Zhuang asked to see the emperor but was directly refused. Grand Tutor Zhuang went to Renshou Palace, hoping that Empress Dowager Zhuang could order the emperor to pardon Prince Ning. Order? Empress Dowager Zhuang was so angry that she laughed. Since when can Aijia's words command the emperor? Grand Tutor Zhuang snorted coldly. Hasn't the Empress Dowager always done this? Haven't the Empress Dowager and the emperor done a lot of things over the years? Why is it that the Empress Dowager's words are ineffective when it comes to Prince Ning? Empress Dowager Zhuang looked at him with burning eyes. You know better than me how Prince Ning fell to his current state. Grand Tutor Zhuang said coldly, Prince Ning has the will of the emperor and the power of the emperor. Why can't I support him? Empress Dowager Zhuang looked at him coldly. The power of the emperor you speak of is seizing your younger brother's wife and disregarding human life? Grand Tutor Zhuang was Prince Ning's maternal grandfather after all. There were some things that the people didn't know, so how could he not know? He didn't exonerate Prince Ning. Instead, he clenched his fists and said, those who achieve great things don't care about trifles. Empress Dowager, you told Ijia this. Is Empress Dowager planning to slap her own mouth now? Empress Dowager Zhuang said carelessly, so what? Grand Tutor Zhuang choked. Then, his eyes gradually became disappointed. Empress Dowager, you have changed. Ever since you got close to Xiao Lulang, you no longer care about the Zhuang family. This kind of provocation was useless on Empress Dowager Zhuang. She said sternly, don't talk about Xiao Lulang with Ijia. Do you want Ijia to feel guilty or something? This trick is useless on Ijia. Whoever Ijia wants to favor is Ijia's business. Whoever Ijia wants to leave out is also Ijia's business. Don't think that Ijia is really sinful and sorry to the Zhuang family just because Ijia criticized Ijia. Ijia has done enough for the Zhuang family these years. Also, didn't Ijia warn you long ago that the house behind you will collapse? The right thing to do is to retreat, but you insist on going your own way. Who gave Prince Ning the courage? Who increased Prince Ning's power? Who is determined to push Prince Ning into the vortex of fighting for the throne? Now you know to protect him. When you pushed him to fight for the throne, didn't you think it would kill him? To put it bluntly, Empress Dowager just wants to ignore Prince Ning. Grand Tutor Zhuang smiled coldly. I want to know if the person who was demoted today was Xiao Lulang, would Empress Dowager just stand by and do nothing? Empress Dowager Zhuang said domineeringly, what a coincidence, Ijia also wants to know. Grand Tutor Zhuang, Empress Dowager Zhuang who would never respond well. Before Grand Tutor Zhuang left, he looked deeply at Empress Dowager Zhuang. I hope Empress Dowager won't regret everything you've done in the future. Empress Dowager Zhuang's eyes turned cold. Ijia also says the same thing to you. Chapter 458. The novel is updated faster. There are all the novels that you can't find on the internet. Prince Ning was sentenced in September. He was deposed as a prince and demoted to a commoner. He was only exiled. He found a mansion outside the capital, which was a disguised confinement. This was the result after Empress Dowager Zhuang showed mercy. If Grand Tutor Zhuang really missed him, he could visit him often. If Grand Tutor Zhuang didn't give up and continued to incite Prince Ning, the secret guard sent by Empress Dowager Zhuang wouldn't be merciful. Since ancient times, when a prince was demoted, his family would not be spared. However, what was surprising was that Ning Wang actually gave Ning Wangfei a letter of divorce. Prince Ning asked Rui Wang and his wife to send the divorce letter. Rui Wang was a man. He didn't know how to speak to Princess Ning, let alone how to comfort her. Princess Rui Wang asked him to wait outside while she talked to her sister-in-law. Sister-in-law. She entered the room. Princess Ning was sitting by the window reading a book. Her sister-in-law had the habit of reading books. Princess Rui Wang was not surprised. She thought that her sister-in-law might not be in a good mood now, so she didn't dare to walk over as usual. Instead, she stood quietly at the door and waited for her sister-in-law's response. Princess Ning's reaction was a little slow today. She turned her head after a while. Seeing that it was Princess Rui Wang, she was not too surprised. She said, "You're here. Come and sit down." Princess Rui Wang walked to the opposite side of Princess Ning and sat down. No servant came to serve tea for a long time. Princess Ning realized something and laughed at herself. I forgot that all the servants in the mansion were dismissed. As she spoke, she picked up the teapot and poured tea for Princess Rui Wang. Let me do it, sister-in-law. Princess Rui Wang stood up quickly and wanted to take the teapot in her hand. No need. I can still pour a cup of tea. Princess Ning pushed her hand away and poured a cup of cold tea for Princess Rui Wang. Forget it. Don't drink it. It's cold. It's okay, sister-in-law. Consort Rui Wang blocked Princess Ning's hand that came to take her cup. I don't like to drink hot. It was not to comfort Princess Ning. It was because she had become afraid of heat after she got pregnant. However, the nannies in the mansion did not allow her to drink cold food. Rui Wang would occasionally secretly give her a few sips to satisfy her craving. Some things are really God's will. Princess Ning smiled bitterly and withdrew her hand. Rui Wang Fei froze for an instant. She realized that she was referring to her pregnancy. Ever since Ning Wang Fei was pregnant with her first child, she had paid extra attention. Her clothing, food, shelter, and transportation were all done according to the requirements of the imperial physicians and mamas. But in the end, none of the 3 children were saved. Sister-in-law, does the child have anything to do with Big Brother? Consort Rui Wang already knew everything. She didn't even have the strength to scold Wen Linlang. She never expected her brother to be such a person and do such a thing. Consort Rui Wang was also very surprised. He locked himself in the study for 3 days and 3 nights. The blow he received was no less than that of the crown prince. Everyone had a belief in their heart, and there was no doubt that Prince Ning was Rui Wang's belief. Now this belief collapsed with a loud bang. Princess Ning shook her head. If you mean he drugged me and caused me to have a miscarriage, then no, but Rui Wang Fei had more or less guessed the rest. But she had already known about Ning Wang and Wen Lin Lang. While she was pregnant, she endured the relationship between the two. Under the strong depression, she gave birth prematurely. Sister-in-law, don't be sad. You are still young and have a long way to go. Consort Rui Wang took out a piece of paper and a divorce letter from her wide sleeve and handed it to Princess Ning, saying, "This is what Big Brother asked us to send to you. Sister-in-law, sign it and you are no longer Princess Ning. You don't have to be implicated with him." Speaking of this, Consort Rui Wang's heart was complicated. She felt that Big Brother really did something wrong, but she had a whole new level of respect for him on the matter of freeing her sister-in-law. Big Brother actually had her sister-in-law in his heart, but he was blinded by hatred and interests and couldn't see his own heart clearly. He thought that he was just pretending to respect her sister-in-law, but he didn't know that this person had already walked into the depths of his heart. On the other hand, Wen Linlang was just the unwillingness of Big Brother when he was young. It was the proof that he controlled his desire to conquer. Princess Ning looked at the folded divorce letter and didn't immediately open it. Instead, she smiled faintly and said, "Chan, do you know? I was attracted by his appearance and temperament when I first saw him when I was 13 years old. I loved this man for 11 years. He liked women who were scholarly and elegant. No matter how much I hated reading, I always pretended that he liked reading. I also secretly thought that I couldn't catch up with Wen Linlang in appearance, but at least in terms of talent, I would work harder and not lose too much to her." Consort Rui Wang said angrily, "Sister-in-law, that woman doesn't deserve to be mentioned in the same breath as you. There's no point in saying this now." Princess Ning smiled and said to Consort Rui Wang, "Don't call me sister-in-law in the future. I'm no longer a member of the imperial family." It had nothing to do with the divorce letter, but because Qin Chuhan was no longer a prince. Sister-in-law. Consort Rui Wang couldn't help but call her again. Princess Ning, to be precise, should be called Chuyu. Chuyu said to Consort Rui Wang, "Go back. It's bad luck here." Consort Rui Wang looked at her with heartache. "Father said that you can stay for a few more days." Chuyu smiled as if nothing had happened. "It's not like I don't have anywhere to go." Consort Rui Wang opened her mouth. "Sister-in-law? No, Sister Chu." "Ah no, it's awkward if I don't call you sister-in-law." Chuyu said, "Then just call me that. It's just a name." "Why don't you move to Rui Wang's residence?" Consort Rui Wang suggested. She had mentioned this to Rui Wang on the way here, and Rui Wang had no objections at all. However, Rui Wang actually guessed that Chuyu wouldn't agree. He didn't say it in front of his wife because he was worried that his wife would think that he was petty. Chuyu shook her head. "Thank you for your kindness, but I have somewhere to go." "Alright, you came at the right time. Miss Gu left something with me when she was treating me last time. Help me return it to her." "Okay." Consort Rui Wang's eyes were red when she came out of the room. Rui Wang's heart ached, but he didn't know how to comfort her. He had suffered a great blow, but fortunately Chan and the child in her belly were by his side. Otherwise he really didn't know how to hold on. The two of them went to the medical center, and Consort Rui Wang personally handed the brocade box that Chuyu asked Rui Wang to bring to Gu Jiao. "Sister-in-law said that you accidentally left it when you were treating her last time." Gu Jiao understood. "Got it, thank you." After the two of them left, Gu Jiao opened the brocade box. Lying inside was a death exemption gold medallion. Gu Jiao prepared for the worst about Prince Ning's matter. She gave the death-free gold medallion to Princess Ning in hopes that it would save her from the whirlpool. Of course, Gu Jiao also thought that Princess Ning might use this medallion to save Prince Ning. In the end, she didn't choose either path. No one knew whether Princess Ning signed the divorce papers or not. On the second day after Prince Ning was imprisoned, she disappeared from the capital. "Let me go. Let me go. I want to see the crown prince." "You still want to see the crown prince?" "Shut her mouth." At Eunuch Su's order, 2 strong nannies immediately pressed Wen Linlang to the ground and stuffed her mouth with strips of cloth. She couldn't scream anymore and could only make weak whimpering sounds. Eunuch Su waved his horsetail whisk and said, "The Empress ordered that the crown princess has contracted a serious disease and should go to the temporary imperial residence to recuperate immediately." Wen Linlang shook her head desperately. She wasn't sick. She didn't want to go to the temporary imperial residence to recuperate. Everyone knew what would happen if she went to recuperate. In less than a year and a half, she would die of a serious illness in the temporary imperial residence. Empress Xiao tried her best to cover up the crown prince's shame. Prince Ning had just been demoted. At this critical moment, the crown princess was sentenced for some crime, which would easily cause people to have wild thoughts. Only the excuse of recuperating was perfect. When Linlang was dragged into the carriage rudely. At the moment of leaving the palace, Gu Jiao happened to come out of the imperial palace. Eunuch Su and others hurriedly bowed to Gu Jiao respectfully. "Dr. Gu." When Linlang was pressed to the ground in a sorry state. Where was her former glory? She glared fiercely at Gu Jiao. "Are you satisfied? You've ruined everything I've painstakingly built. You've achieved your goal." However, Gu Jiao only glanced at her indifferently. She recognized her, but there wasn't a trace of pride in her eyes. She looked at her calmly as if she was looking at an unrelated passerby. Even the details of how she had angered Gu Jiao in the past seemed to have been forgotten by Gu Jiao. It was at this moment that when Linlang suddenly realized that Gu Jiao wasn't pretending to be aloof. She really didn't care about her. This wasn't because of Gu Jiao's kindness and tolerance. It was purely because she didn't catch Gu Jiao's eye. Gu Jiao had already stood at a height that she couldn't reach. She was like a mighty warrior looking at the blue dome of heaven. How could she pay attention to whether or not there was a little bug stinging her under her feet? This analogy was actually a bit exaggerated, but Gu Jiao really didn't care about Wen Linlang. Wen Linlang didn't understand. How was she worse than Gu Jiao? Other than her lack of medical skills, what else did she lose to Gu Jiao? Not to mention that she was devastatingly beautiful, but Gu Jiao had such an unsightly face. Wasn't Gu Jiao afraid at all? Gu Jiao walked out of the palace magnanimously. Not only was she not afraid, but she was also a bit arrogant. Chapter 459. After Gu Jiao left the palace, she directly went to Vermilion Bird Avenue. Princess Xinyang's first course of treatment had already ended. The effect was pretty good, so she was about to start the second course. Gu Jiao took out the medicine from the small medicine box and put it in a small porcelain bottle and handed it to Princess Xinyang. Neither of them mentioned the matter of the imperial palace. In fact, even if they didn't mention it, Princess Xinyang had already heard about it. After all, she also had some old people in the palace. When necessary, they would send news to her. For example, last time when the imperial guards captured Long Yi, it was her old subordinates who tipped her off. But at that time she was drunk. It was Xiao Lulang who entered the palace and calmed Empress Xiao's anger. Needless to say, it was definitely because he confessed his identity to Empress Xiao. More and more people knew his identity. This paper ball couldn't contain the fire anymore. "Princess, what are you thinking about?" Gu Jiao noticed Princess Xinyang's absent-mindedness. "Nothing." Princess Xinyang came back to her senses and looked at the medicine bottles on the table. "Is this all? It seems there's one bottle less than last time." Gu Jiao explained, "Princess's heart disease is getting better. You don't need to take the other medicine." Princess Xinyang nodded. Yujin walked over and took the medicine bottles. Gu Jiao planned to get up and leave. Princess Xinyang hesitated and called out to her, "What happened to his leg?" Gu Jiao looked at her and said, "Princess, do you want to ask how his leg was injured? Or do you want to ask if his leg can be treated effectively?" Princess Xinyang said, "Both." Gu Jiao placed the small basket back on the table. He was injured while trying to save someone. About 2 years ago he didn't receive proper treatment at first, causing his right foot to be disabled. Every step he took was as painful as a needle piercing his heart. Princess Xinyang's hand tightened. Gu Jiao continued, "About a year later he underwent surgery to correct the injury on his right leg. But because he was lame for too long, his right leg muscles were weak and he still couldn't walk. He used half a year to rehabilitate. The rehabilitation process is very tiring. Princess Xinyang's eyelashes trembled slightly. Then why isn't it better? The wounds on your body have healed, Gu Jiao pointed at her chest. Even my scalpel can't do anything about it. Lord Ning's demotion had caused a great disturbance in the capital city. Grand Tutor Zhuang intended to manipulate the people's hearts and tried to use public opinion to confuse the truth. However, Empress Xiao was not to be trifled with. No matter how much money your Grand Tutor Zhuang gave me, I'll give you 3 times that. At least she wasn't as stingy as her brother. The final beneficiary of the matter of manipulating the hearts of the people was the old chancellor. He would write a whitewashing story for whoever he took the money from and sell it to the waiter and storyteller in the tea house. The lines he wrote were logical and meticulous, with profound meanings expressed in simple terms. His choice of words and sentences were appropriate, and he had a strong sense of immersion. He was well received by the tea house staff and storytellers. Empress Xiao successfully defeated Grand Tutor Zhuang with her character of squandering money like water, which was completely different from her brother's, and obtained the old chancellor's ultimate whitewashing set meal. Of course, old chancellor didn't use his real name to get in touch with both parties. The 3 parties used the study room as their contact point. Old chancellor played 2 roles and used the identity of 2 writers to get in touch with both parties. Empress Xiao thought that the writer she found was better, but in fact, it was just that the money was in place. The old chancellor made a small profit. He patted his bulging pouch that was filled with banknotes. He didn't have to worry about Zhuang Jin's robbing his private stash anymore. Then as soon as he entered the room he was robbed. The old chancellor, "Oh, my banknotes haven't even warmed up yet." Lord Ning's case caused a great uproar. In comparison, the news that the crown princess suddenly went to the temporary imperial residence to recuperate due to a serious illness seemed to be calmer. In fact, whether it was Lord Ning or Wen Linlang, they didn't have much to do with Bishui Alley. What they cared about most was that child Lu Lang. Recently that child seemed to have lost weight again. Auntie Lu came to ask, "Auntie Hua, what's wrong with your Lu Lang? I saw that he had a lot on his mind several times when I came to visit." Empress Dowager Zhuang sighed, "Alas, he misses his mother." He has a mother. Auntie Lu and the neighbors had never seen or heard this family mention it. She thought that Xiao Lulang was a child without a mother. Is his mother pretty? His father was pretty. Auntie Lu thought of Marquis Xianping and thought that he was better looking than Auntie Hua's son. In fact, no one told her that Marquis Xianping and Xiao Lulang were father and son. However, when they stood together, no one would think that they weren't. Not bad. Empress Dowager Zhuang thought about it and said, "Princess Xinyang inherited the beauty of the late emperor and consort Yu. Even Ningyan couldn't compare to her. Auntie Hua, what do you think of me?" Auntie Lu posed, "I'm not a coward, right?" Empress Dowager Zhuang glanced at her. "You're the first person in the capital who dares to compare beauty with Princess Xinyang." Empress Dowager Zhuang admired her courage and nodded, "Yes, you're not a coward." Auntie Lu straightened her back and snorted, "If his mother doesn't want him, I'll be his mother. If she dares to come, I'll compete with her." As soon as she finished speaking, a carriage stopped in front of her. A woman wearing a green cloak slowly stepped out of the carriage. Auntie Lu usually only looked at men's faces. However, she was shocked by the other person's appearance and bearing. How could someone be so good-looking? If Eugene's appearance stunned Auntie Lu, then when Eugene stood still and helped Princess Xinyang out of the carriage, Auntie Lu was petrified on the spot. The all-powerful Empress Dowager Zhuang was calm. She patted Auntie Lu's arm. "Here, the person you want to compete with is here." Auntie Lu. When Princess Xinyang saw Empress Dowager Zhuang, she was slightly shocked. She wasn't shocked that she was here, but that she was dressed like a common old lady. She even crossed her legs and leisurely ate melon seeds. Even when she saw her, she didn't have the slightest intention of restraining herself. At first glance, she knew she was experienced. Princess Xinyang had never seen this Empress Dowager Zhuang before. She had always believed that people in power had 2 faces, but it was really surprising that she was so different from what she appeared to be. Princess Xinyang quickly put away her surprise and went forward to bow slightly. In the presence of neighbors, she didn't expose Empress Dowager Zhuang's identity. She opened her mouth. The West Room. Empress Dowager Zhuang ate melon seeds and didn't even raise her eyelids. The West Room was easy to find. Princess Xinyang thanked Empress Dowager Zhuang and stepped into the central room. She turned and went to the West Room. The door to the West Room was ajar. Xiao Lulang was sitting behind the desk, studying the Yen Kingdom's arithmetic book. At first, Gu Jiao thought that the book was about advanced mathematics, but after carefully flipping through it, she realized that it wasn't just advanced mathematics. It covered a wide range of fields. Some of the contents were from the book, while others were like small notes that the book's owner had casually jotted down. Xiao Lulang hadn't been to the Hanlin Academy these days. He had been studying this in the study. He was so engrossed in his study that he didn't even notice that someone had come. Princess Xinyang quietly walked into the room and looked at the furnishings. It was not worth mentioning compared to the Vermilion Bird Avenue and the Princess Mansion, but there was a touch of warmth and bookishness in the clean and simple room. The warmth came from the small messy boxes on the ground. Little Jing Kong was messing with his things again. He had no place to put his things, so he had to rummage through the boxes and cabinets to find them. However, it was this seemingly out-of-place mess that made this silent and cold room have a trace of a home. Xiao Yulong's desk was now divided into 3 parts. The largest part was occupied by little Jing Kong. As for the other 2 parts, one was Xiao Yulong's private area, and the other was his and little Jing Kong's common area. The little guy had also drawn a line on the desk. Just looking at the line on the desk, Princess Xinyang couldn't help but think of the big one and the little one fighting for territory. Princess Xinyang couldn't hide the bitterness in her heart. The young duke, who could buy all the desks in the world with a lift of his finger, was wrong to share a desk with a little kid in a place like this. However, perhaps because of his cooking experience, she was more receptive than before. Xiao Lulang didn't raise his head until he finished the math problem in his hand. It had been half an hour since Princess Xinyang entered the room. Xiao Lulang looked at Princess Xinyang, who was quietly looking at him from across the desk. A trace of astonishment flashed through his eyes. "Can I say a few words to you?" "I'll leave after that," Princess Xinyang said with a normal expression. Xiao Yulong's eyes flashed slightly. He paused and said, "Okay." Princess Xinyang turned around and closed the door. Then she sat down across from Xiao Lulang. The afternoon sun shone quietly through the window. In the courtyard, the neighbors were gossiping about whose wife was about to give birth and whose cat was missing. It made the west room even quieter. They hadn't sat together like this for 4 years, and both of them were a little uncomfortable. However, this discomfort came from the breakdown of their relationship as mother and son. Neither of them knew what the other was thinking, nor did they know if they should continue to maintain their relationship. Finally, Princess Xinyang spoke first. "Tell me about your experience. Where did you go after leaving the capital?" Chapter 460. Xiao Lulang was silent. It wasn't clear if he didn't want to answer or if he didn't want to answer. Princess Xinyang said, "Forget it, I'll go first." Xiao Lulang sneered, "What do you want to say? That you don't want me, don't want to see me, and don't even want me to appear in the capital, so you came here to drive me away? I don't even have the right to stay in the capital anymore, right?" Princess Xinyang's pupils constricted violently. She looked at him in disbelief, but at the same time, it was reasonable. She lowered her eyes, hiding the complex emotions that flashed through them. "I'm not here to drive you away. I just want to talk to you about what happened 4 years ago." Xiao Lulang turned his face away. "I don't want to talk." Princess Xinyang didn't seem to hear his refusal at all. Minding her own business, she said, "Where should I start? Why don't we start with Xiao Su's younger brother?" Xiao Su. This name was like a hammer striking his sealed sea of consciousness. The memories suppressed in the depths of his mind surged forth. Xiao Su's mother was Qin Yun's mother. He only had one younger brother in the world, and that was the real Xiao Lulang. Princess Xinyang said, when Qin Yun's mother passed away, she had her eldest son take his younger brother to the capital to find their father. Unfortunately, the servants of the Marquis Manor refused to let them in. No one believed them and no one was willing to report for them. Until they met the young chancellor from the Imperial College, the young Marquis of Jianghu, Xiao Heng. As she spoke of Xiao Heng, her eyes fell unblinkingly on Xiao Yulong's face. Xiao Yulong's thin lips pursed tightly, and his fists clenched slightly. He didn't look at Princess Xinyang's gaze. Princess Xinyang stared at him. Xiao Heng has a kind nature. After hearing about Xiao Yulong's past, not only did he not look down on him, he was moved by his miserable experience. Xiao Lulang recalled the first time he had seen Xiao Su and the real Xiao Lulang. That was a face that was somewhat similar to his own. His clothes were tattered, and he was cowering in a corner outside the Marquis's estate. Curious, he walked over and asked, "Who are you?" My name is Xiao Lulang. This is my travel permit, this is... He took out the token that Marquis Xianping had given to Chen Yun's mother. It was an old-fashioned token that Marquis Xianping had replaced 10 years ago. However, Xiaoheng still recognized that it was the true token of Marquis Xianping's estate. Xiaoheng asked strangely, "How come you have the token of the Marquis of Xianping's estate?" The youth looked at him timidly, so nervous that he stuttered, My mother gave it to me. She told me to take the token and come to the capital to find my father. But they didn't let me and my brother go in." Xiaoheng made a sound of surprise and asked in bewilderment, "He's your brother? You two don't look alike. You look more like me." Oh. The youth was dumbfounded. At that time, Xiao Su had already guessed Xiaoheng's identity. It could be said that he was using him or that he was sincerely asking for help. In any case, Xiao Su knelt before Xiaoheng and begged him to let his younger brother see his biological father. Xiaoheng agreed, "There's been a few big cases in the capital. My father has been very busy recently. Even I can't see him. However, he'll definitely come back to stay up with me on New Year's Eve. When the time comes, I'll take you to see him. Right, where are you guys staying?" The two of them stayed in the cheapest bungalow in the capital. Xiaoheng arranged for them to stay in a decent inn. He promised the two that he would send someone to pick up the youth on New Year's Eve. Xiaoheng didn't expect that on New Year's Eve, when he went to the Imperial College, the youth would secretly follow him. "What are you doing here?" Can I come with you? I won't return to the Marquis' estate so soon. I can wait for you." The youth insisted. "All right then." Xiaoheng brought the youth into the Imperial College. "My mother is here." "Then I'll hide." "No need. I'll explain to my mother." "No, your mother definitely won't let me off. Your mother is a princess. If she finds out that I'm Marquis Xuanping's illegitimate son, I'll be finished." The youth was so scared that he trembled. Xiaoheng had no choice but to let him hide in the passageway for the time being. "Mother." Xiaoheng happily opened the door for Princess Xinyang. "Are you here to pick me up?" Princess Xinyang had indeed come to pick him up, but not to bring him back to the estate, but to take him to hell together. Princess Xinyang did her best to make her voice sound calm, but her fingers tightly gripping her handkerchief betrayed her emotions. However, Xiao Lulang was sitting across from her, and the desk happened to block her view. She said, "When you woke up, you were lying in the inn with Xiao Su by your side. Xiao Su told you that he was worried about his younger brother, so he secretly followed him. When he discovered that the Imperial College was ablaze, he rushed into the fire to look for his younger brother. In the end, he didn't find his younger brother, but instead found you, who was on the verge of death. He had no choice but to carry you out. Then he told you that he saw a masked man rescue an unconscious woman." Xiao Lulang was slightly startled. How did you know?" Princess Xinyang smiled faintly. "How did I know? How did I know this story, and how did I know about Xiao Su?" As the princess of a country, it wasn't too difficult for me to investigate my son's whereabouts when he was alive. I was the one who found Xiao Su and I made up the story. Xiao Su had never entered the Imperial College. He was indeed worried about his younger brother, but the Imperial College wasn't a place where he could enter just because he wanted to. It wasn't that Xiaoheng hadn't thought of this, but other than this possibility, he couldn't think of any other possibility. Xiao Lulang looked into Princess Xinyang's eyes without blinking. "So in the end, who was the one who rescued me? Was it Longyi?" Princess Xinyang subconsciously grasped her left arm. When she carried Xiaoheng out of the fire, a piece of burning beam broke down, almost hitting Xiaoheng's head. She raised her arm to block it, but her entire arm was burned. Even now it was unbearably ugly. This time Princess Xinyang avoided his gaze. She lowered her eyes and said, "That year there was something you didn't know. That child was naturally timid, so he didn't have the guts to follow you. Xiao Su was worried that you would deceive them, so he made him follow you closely. The two of them had temporary travel permits in the capital, and New Year's Eve was the deadline. If Marquis Xianping didn't recognize this son of his, they would have been sent out of the capital the next day. Brother Xiao Su's death had nothing to do with you, so don't blame yourself." Xiao Lulang raised his hand and touched his right eye. He said in a daze, "Then my mole?" Princess Xinyang said, "I burned it with a flame." "What?" Xiao Lulang asked. "Because your mother had the exact same mole on her face. I didn't want that group of people to find you. When people grow up, their appearance will change, but this mole is too obvious." Princess Xinyang didn't say these words. She lowered her eyes and spread out the handkerchief in her hand. she said indifferently. In short? Xiao Lulang looked at her with burning eyes. You still haven't answered me. Who rescued me from the fire? If it wasn't Xiao Su, then who was it? You clearly already know who it was, so why do you have to force me to say it myself? Xiao Yulong's eyes were slightly red. When I found out that I was rescued by Xiao Su, I actually let out a sigh of relief. It was Xiao Su who took me away, it wasn't you who didn't want me. Now you're telling me that everything was your idea. You gave me to Xiao Su. You had him take me away from the capital. You used this method to get rid of me. That was the mother he had relied on for 14 years. Even if she personally sent him to hell, he wouldn't be able to hate her. It was all his sins and he deserved whatever fate he got. Only he would also feel pain. Xiao Lulang raised his hand and quickly wiped away the tears that were about to fall. He pretended that he had never cried. He laughed at himself and looked out the window. That's right. I caused your son's death and stole everything that belonged to your son. I was originally his substitute. Later on you found out that the substitute had become a scourge. It would be strange if you didn't want to get rid of me. He had clearly accepted this fact a long time ago. For 4 years, he had been numbing himself in his mind day and night. But why did his heart still feel like it was being stabbed by a knife? He raised his hand again to wipe away his tears. He stubbornly looked out the window, refusing to let her see his red eyes. How could Princess Xinyang's heart not feel like it was being stabbed by a knife? He wasn't a substitute. He never had been. The first day she held him by her side, she clearly knew that this wasn't the fetus in her womb. But so what? He cried all night and would only calm down in her arms. He didn't drink his wet nurse's milk and forced her, the noble princess of the imperial family, to personally feed him. He was especially clingy, especially troublesome, and especially good at causing trouble for her. But he would also silently accompany her on the countless days when she was disheartened. As long as she turned her head, she would always be able to see that little face full of stars. The little guy clasped his hands behind his back. Like a little adult, he tilted his head and raised his eyebrows with a pleased expression. I'm here. No matter when mother turns her head, Aheng is always here. It wasn't that she didn't try to treat him as her dead son, but the little guy seemed to have his own unique abilities. His entire body was filled with his unique aura. He glowed like a little sun that was slowly rising. He was her Aheng. He would not replace anyone and could not be replaced by anyone. Chapter 461. Inside the house, the mother and son were grieving like a river. Outside the house, however, they were eavesdropping on the corner of the house. One head on top of another, they leaned against the crack of the door, wishing they could gouge out their ears and eyeballs and send them in. Little Jing Kong was the smallest, so he was at the bottom. Above them were Gu Shaoshun and Gu Yen, and above them was Great Aunt. Grand Aunt was not as tall as the two of them, but her aura was stronger, so the two of them could only obediently lower their bodies. Yao Shi also came to join in the fun. Eugène's purpose of guarding the door was to prevent anyone from eavesdropping. But the old and the young could not use force or soft methods. They would never admit that it was because the Empress Dowager was here. In the end, Eugene gave up resisting. If you want to listen, let's listen together. Long Yi walked over and seeing a group of people had stuck their head to the crack of the door, he remained silent for 2 seconds, then also stuck his head to the crack of the door. Thus he stuck himself higher up. Everyone raised their heads in unison. You're blocking the light. Long Yi, except for little Jing Kong who lacked social experience, even though he could understand every word, he couldn't understand the meaning of the sentence. The rest of the people had roughly understood the relationship between the mother and son, as well as the ins and outs of what had happened that year. Little Jing Kong, bad brother-in-law, is indeed Hang. He still refused to admit it. Well, that was the only message he understood. Gu Yen, so my brother-in-law is the young chancellor, the young Marquis of Jianghu. Gu Shaoshun, I told you to be careful of candles when the weather is dry. The fireproof measures for the imperial colleges would are not good enough. Yao Shi, my son-in-law is too pitiful. What sort of sin did he commit? Later, she would ask Nanny Fong to stew a pot of pig's heart soup. Eugene, Princess and Little Duke have actually endured so much. Empress Dowager Zhuang couldn't listen anymore. The two of them were talking in the room, but they didn't get to the main point. They were so shy that she was anxious. It was a misunderstanding that could have been resolved with one sentence, but he just didn't say it. He just wouldn't say it. To hell with not saying anything. If the two of you don't want to talk, then I Jiao will. Empress Dowager Zhuang gave everyone a look. Rush in? Everyone nodded in unison. Charge. They had to charge. Empress Dowager Zhuang was shocked and pushed open the door. She had intended to lead her army of Jade Water Alley to charge in, but in the end she turned around. Where is he? Everyone, including the pot-bellied Yao Shi, immediately moved to the side of the door and leaned against the wall. Empress Dowager Zhuang, who took the lead, finally shouldered everything by herself. The huge movement made the atmosphere in the room stagnate. Princess Xinyang and Xiao Lulang changed their auras. The mother and son were in sync. Their brows relaxed, their shoulders relaxed, their backs straightened, and their eyes were calm and cold. It was as if nothing had happened. The two of them were just talking about the weather today. Empress Dowager Zhuang, if it wasn't for those two eyes that were swollen like walnuts, I would really believe it. Forget it. She was already here. She was the Empress Dowager of a country. She could handle all the civil and military officials, so how could she not be able to handle two people who did not mean what they said? Xiao Lulang moved a chair for Empress Dowager Zhuang. Empress Dowager Zhuang sat down and looked at Princess Xinyang on her right. You. Yes, it's you. For years ago, was it you who saved him from the fire? When she said he, she glanced at Xiao Lulang. Without waiting for Princess Xinyang to speak, Empress Dowager Zhuang said, "You better think carefully before you answer. I am not asking you as Liulang's grand aunt, but as the Empress Dowager of a country. I am the Empress Dowager with real power. You better not deceive me. Otherwise, it will be the same as deceiving the emperor." With real power, she was just that arrogant. After Xiao Lulang heard his grandaunt's words, he turned into a primary school chicken waiting for the teacher to announce the exam results. He was both expectant and nervous. Princess Xinyang was a person who would suffer for her pride. In this aspect, Xiao Lulang was very similar to her. She was originally only one step away from stepping down. Now that Empress Dowager Zhuang had given her a step, she naturally would not kick it away. But she still had to pretend. It was not that she wanted to say it. It was the Empress Dowager who forced her to say it. Princess Xinyang whispered, "Yes." Xiao Yulang's eyes moved slightly. Empress Dowager Zhuang asked, "Do you have evidence?" Princess Xinyang really did not intend to say it, but her body language had already betrayed her. Empress Dowager Zhuang saw her subconsciously touch her left arm. Although it was just a symbolic movement, it was enough for the discerning Empress Dowager Zhuang to see through everything. Empress Dowager Zhuang pulled up her sleeve and saw that her left arm was covered with hideous and ugly scars that extended to her shoulder. Princess Xinyang did not expect Empress Dowager Zhuang to be so sharp that she immediately exposed her wound to Xiao Lulang. Empress Dowager Zhuang was also surprised. She knew that Xinyang must have been injured, but she did not expect it to be so serious. If she had known, she would not have shown it to Lulang. No mother in the world would want her child to see such a painful side of her. Then how did she escape the fire with Lulang on her back? The 14-year-old Xiao Heng was about the same height as Gu Yan. With Princess Xinyang's slender body, it was actually very difficult to carry him. At that time, the fire in the room had almost been put out by her. However, when the beam fell, she raised her hand to block it and tripped. Coincidentally, she fell into the almost extinguished fire. Just like that, the sleeve on her left arm caught fire. From their conversation just now, Empress Dowager Zhuang and Xiao Lulang could not tell how many people had set the fire. Empress Dowager Zhuang thought it was only Prince Ning. Xiao Lulang thought it was only Princess Xinyang. The fire that had truly killed Xiao Su's younger brother was actually the third big fire. It really burned the Minghui Hall of the Imperial College beyond recognition. In the 3 years that the Imperial College had been closed, almost half of the time had been spent repairing it. The intentions of the arsonists were too obvious. They wanted Xiao Heng's life, the kind that couldn't be more dead. Princess Xinyang had once suspected that the arsonists wanted to take revenge on her or Marquis Xianping. However, the more she investigated, the more she felt that something was wrong. The people they had offended were either in Zhao country or Qin country. There was no power in either country that she could not find at all. There was only one possibility: the arsonists were very likely from one of Shangzhou country. The two of them had no dealings with people from Shangzhou. Naturally, they could not be considered enemies. Thus, the arsonists might really have come for Xiao Heng. Xiao Heng had also never offended people from Shangzhou. The only connection he had with Shangzhou was that his mother was a female slave from Yan country. Could this matter have something to do with her? Was she really a female slave? Princess Xinyang thought of the past from her scar and was momentarily distracted. She did not notice that Xiao Lulang was kneeling on one knee in front of her. Once again he lifted her sleeve and looked at the wound that snaked up her jade-like arm. Go back and have Jiao Jiao think of a way. Empress Dowager Zhuang patted Xiao Yulang's shoulder. Xiao Lulang lowered his eyes and quietly put down the hand that was lifting her sleeve. A hot teardrop fell on the back of her hand. It was so hot that her heart trembled. She came back to her senses and realized that her wound had been seen by Xiao Lulang again. Xiao Yulang's eyes were filled with indescribable sadness. He had been like this since he was a child. As long as she was slightly injured, he would feel so distressed that he would cry. She was clearly fine, but he cried like a little rain fairy. Princess Xinyang unconsciously said, "It doesn't hurt anymore. Mother is fine." Once the word mother came out of her mouth, the two of them stiffened. Empress Dowager Zhuang, I suddenly feel that Ijia is a bit redundant here. Empress Dowager Zhuang silently stood up and left. Before she left, she did not forget to take the candied fruit from the table. As expected, at this special moment, no one noticed that she had taken the candied fruit. However, just as she reached the door, she bumped into Gu Jiao, who had just returned from the medical center. Empress Dowager Zhuang, who had been robbed of her candied fruit. The heavens were good at reincarnation. Who would the heavens spare? In fact, once the window paper was pierced, there was no need to hide it anymore. Princess Xinyang choked with sobs and smiled. As if she had recalled something, she said, "Xiao Yi." What? Xiao Lulang was confused. He did not understand why the topic had suddenly changed. Also, what was Xiao Yi? Was there a Xiao Yi? Fragrant and reliant. Princess Xinyang said with a smile. Her eyes were filled with tears, but she still had a smile on her lips. When I was pregnant, I thought of a name for the child. If it's a girl, she will be called Xiao Yi. Xiao Lulang muttered, subdued and invisible. Fragrant and reliant. That's right. Princess Xinyang faintly smiled. If it's a son, then he will be called Xiaoheng? Wasn't this nonsense? Wasn't he called Xiaoheng? She had already prepared a name, so why bother asking? Xiao Yulang's eyes dimmed. No. Princess Xinyang shook her head with a smile. If it's a son, then I plan to call him Xiao Qing. Xiao Lulang asked, Xing's Wu Jiang, is it the Qing from Qing's legend movement? Princess Xinyang smiled. Now that you mention it, this name is not so ordinary. Xiao Lulang did not understand the meaning of Princess Xinyang's words. Could it be that she had planned to give her son an ordinary name from the beginning? Princess Xinyang continued, my longevity lock was set, and then he was gone. This was the first time in 18 years that Princess Xinyang had spoken so frankly about her son's death. She didn't know why, but she suddenly felt relieved. After speaking, she realized that it was not as painful as she had imagined. Princess Xinyang wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and raised her hand to caress his cheek. Looking at his red eyes, she choked with sobs and solemnly said, Xiaoheng is Xiaoheng, Xiaoqing is Xiaoqing. I have never mixed you up. You did not steal his life. Xiaoheng's life is your own life. I know very well that you are Xiaoheng. I have always known. And I have always loved him deeply. Xiao Yulang's heart was filled with sour and bitter emotions. He nervously clenched his hand. His eyes were red and the light in his eyes flickered. His throat swelled painfully as he said, I am Xiaoheng. Princess Xinyang held his cheeks with both hands and smiled tearfully. Yes, you are Xiaoheng. You are my child. He had finally found the name he had lost. He was Xiaoheng. He was his mother's child. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.